Final round of the Blancpain Endurance Series is here at the Nürburgring, and it's something new in the championship, the Blancpain 1000. It's a 1,000 kilometre race. It will last for 6 hours, depending on which comes first, the actual distance or the time set aside for the race. And not only is it going to be something different for the teams coming on the back of a 24-hour race at Spa, but it is the ultimate championship showdown, because both Pro Cup and Pro-Am are up for grabs this weekend. There is a long list of potential winners of the Pro-Am category. Double it and you get the Pro Cup, where there's something like a dozen people, a dozen combinations of drivers that could realistically leave the Nürburgring as champions. The day started bright and sunny. It's starting to cloud over a little bit. It's starting to get greyer. The track temperature is higher than it was earlier on in the day, but there is a report of some light rain that is in the area, and so that was a sunny view earlier on, looking into the village of the Nürburg. Now it is looking a bit grey, and although the forecast is that it's going to be a dry race, there might be one or two teams now starting to think that they might need to contend with wet weather as well. This is one of those races where it's going to be all about pit stop strategy as much as it is about what's going on track. And then you have to bear in mind how different cars are stacked up against one another for the championship. The Pro Cup being led by Kessel Racing, Cesar Ramos, Davide Rigon and Daniel Zampieri. Max Buch has only done Paul Ricard and Spa, but he could yet take the championship. He's equal on points with Christopher Mies and Frank Stippler. Then you've got Jelmer Berman, Bas Leinders and Maxime Martin, who missed out last year. Marc Lieb, Ricard Lietz and Patrick Pilet absent from the Nürburgring, sadly. So they are less relevant for the championship fight, even though Manthey Racing gave a great account of itself at Spa. Lucas Ordóñez leads Pro-Am. Peter Pitzera is only 4 points back, but they share a car, so there's no real chance for Pitzera to win the championship, because whatever he scores, so too will Ordóñez. But Alex Buncombe, another Nissan driver, is in a different car. He could take the title. Andrea Bertolini can't, he's not here, but Nick Homerson and Louis Machiels are trying to win 3 Pro-Am championship titles back to back. They're the only people that have ever won the Pro-Am category. This is the 3rd year of Blancpain. Doing 3 in a row is going to be very difficult indeed. Well, the cars will be making their way to the rolling lap very shortly. First, though, let's catch up with some of the top stories coming into this final weekend of the series. Pro Cup and Pro-Am both up for grabs, and the Pro Cup competition is going to be as intense as ever. The Kessel Racing Ferrari heads it on points, driven by Davide Rigon.
We are 2 points in the front, but there is like nothing here. For sure, we need to be in the front of all if we want to win the champion. This morning we had a problem with electronic things, and then Cesar Ramos lose the car and we had a crash. We can fix the car for qualifying. We don't do the pre-qualifying, that is bad. For sure it's not a good way to start, but all the team is working very well. We really hope to take for the team this victory. We really like to do our best.
Opposition is going to come from Mercedes. Maximilian Buch is well placed. He's only 2 points back, despite having missed the first 2 races of the year.
I did not expect to be so much in the front in the championship after 2 races, but yeah, I think we earned them so much points at Spa, so it's quite good. I'm having the same co-drivers, we're having the same car, we are having the same team, the same people, so for sure tough, but yeah, I'm quite confident.
And you can never rule out Audi. Christopher Mies and Frank Stippler are on the same number of points, and Stippler in particular is a man on a mission. He wants yet another title.
We try everything to make it happen, especially because I think we had a very hard season regarding the BOP. It will be a big fight. It's a lot related to fuel consumption and brake consumption as well, so I think the team would have deserved it a lot.
Marc VDS Racing came close to winning the championship in 2012. The team could win in 2013, although Bas Leinders doesn't think they're favourites.
Last year we really wanted to win it. I think the championship was ours last year. We deserved to win it. We were leading from the start, and we just lost it at the end with 2 points. But this year I think it's not really for us to win it. If we do, yeah, it's good, but we are not the favourites. Not in the beginning of the season and not now before the last race.
Pro-Am this year has been largely about Nissan, and the man leading the Pro-Am Cup on points is the Spaniard Lucas Ordóñez. It'd mean the world for him to win the crown.
It will be great to win this championship. Blancpain has been incredible. A very, very big surprise for me to come this year to this championship and to adapt to the GTR quite well. And it's going to be tough, but you know, it's what it is. It's what we want. We want pressure. We want clean and a nice fight during the 6 hours race. And I'll work as hard as possible to win this, no?
And then there's his teammate Alex Buncombe. He's third in the points in the Pro-Am Cup, but Alex only drives one way, and that is flat out. He could yet be the champion.
The most important thing is for the team to win the teams. Obviously, from my point of view as a driver, I'd love to win the championship. I'd love nothing more. But the real shame, obviously, the shunt at Spa really put us on the back foot. You know, we were leading the championship before then, but it's all down to this race. And the car seems great, so there's no reason why we can't fight for at least a podium in Pro-Am. So may the best man and car combination win.
In Pro-Am, though, Louis Machiels and Nick Homerson are looking for 3 championship titles in a row. Louis Machiels knows it won't be easy.
We hope for sure for 3 wins, 3 victories in 3 seasons. But it will be very difficult with Nissan. We were a little bit unlucky in Spa with the tires, right hand. And okay, but we will do all our effort and hopefully we'll get the 3rd one.
But we already have 1 championship sewn up. The Gentleman Trophy was won at Spa by Sofrev, and one of the drivers is Patrice Gouillard.
For us it was a fantastic season, especially at Francorchamps, because it's really good to win the 24-hour race. For some races it was hard for us, and for this final at the Nürburgring we want to prove we win the championship again.
Qualifying yesterday was fascinating. It was, of course, divided into the usual 3 parts. And the car that is going to start on pole position is number 84 Mercedes, Max Goertz, Max Buch, and Bernd Schneider, who is with John Watson.
Well, I am with a winning machine here, and I'm not talking about the Mercedes beside me, but Bernd Schneider, winner of 3 24-hour races, a 12-hour race. Bernd, pole position. Can you win a 6-hour race this weekend?
Of course, I think we have a good package together, and as we had in Spa, and we have the pole position. The car was really good in qualifying, but the race is a different issue, and we will see what's happened. But I think we're in a good position.
Now, the strategy here is really difficult because of the length of the race and the amount of maximum time that one driver can be in a car.
Exactly. The strategy will be very important now, and to play it well, it's very difficult. Especially if there's a safety car, because the maximum driving time for the drivers is 2 hours 20. That means if you do a stint by 1 hour 10, you have another stint from 1 hour 10. But if a safety car comes out, then you have to swap everything, and this will be very interesting. And the engineers have to calculate very good and that.
And of course, you're here to support Max Buch, who can win the Drivers' Championship.
Definitely. I mean, this is our main target, concentrating on the championship. I mean, we're not focusing so much on the others are not scoring points so much, or they're behind Maxi, but we definitely have an eye on the guys who are in front and short behind Maxi.
I expect to see you at the end of the race in the assembly area. We look forward to it.
Thank you very much, I'm too.
Bernd Schneider trying to do the Nürburgring double, the 24 hours and the 1,000 kilometres. And you'll see on the windscreen, 0-1, we have the Lumirank display on the cars as we did at the Spa. 24 hours to show exactly where a car is placed during the course of the race, because after 6 hours, it's going to get a mite confusing. 4 pit stops have to be made under the regulations for this. If you think about a normal Blancpain race, 3 hours, it's 2 pit stops, or this effectively is double the distance, so everything doubles really, and so you have to make 4 mandatory stops. Now, there's no point doing a 5th if you can get away on just 4, but in order to do those 4, as Bernd Schneider was suggesting, it is going to be very tight indeed. Your stint can be extended a little if the safety car is out, so that you don't get trapped effectively on track by the safety car and therefore go over the time allowed. So there's that to bear in mind as well, but it is going to be very tight indeed, and the safety car, should it be deployed, doesn't give you very much room for movement. So some teams have got in their brains a 4-stop strategy and a 5, and they can switch to the 5 and pan out the rest of the race if we get a safety car period. Basically, we're looking for anybody to get to an hour and a quarter, an hour and 20 minutes. If you can go that far, then you're going to be looking very strong indeed. And people are saying this is not going to be about fuel restricting your stint, but the driving time. And you have to factor in, of course, that a driver must do 20% minimum of the car's total distance and time in order to be classified for points. So you can't just do a handful of laps and expect to get points for that. You must do what's arguably a decent stint. Well, the green flag lap is underway, and the grid now is being released. There are still lots of people standing on the track trying to get through the gap in the pit wall. So the marshals, just see near the yellow flag, trying to make sure that nobody gets struck by a car. as the drivers accelerate away. Yellow flag being waved, but there's a very narrow gap for lots of people to try and funnel through, and it's taking a long time as we ride on board with 32. Alex Buncombe, he's going to start in the Nissan. Bob Neville's team had a bit of a setback, you'll remember, at the Spa 24 hours after Alex had that huge accident at Eau Rouge. It's a new car, not brand new. It's one that JRM has been running and is now being run by Bob Neville's team, RJN. And Alex Buncombe, a man with a chance of winning the Pro-Am title. So 84 Mercedes starting on pole position. Max Goetz does the opening stint. You're looking at the cars now working their way through turn 5. And as ever, this monster grid of cars, which is 50 of them for this final round of the championship. A few have dropped out in the last few weeks as drivers haven't come up with a budget, and one or two others have suffered dramas during the course of the year. But even so, there is enough to provide a superb finale to the season. And Mercedes 84 will start on pole position. Max Goetz alongside Alessandro Pierguidi's Ferrari. Antoine Leclerc's McLaren and Kirill Ladygin is going first. Fourth on the grid in the Ferrari. Then it's Mikhail Alyoshin's Ferrari and Jelmer Berman's BMW. On the fourth row, Christopher Mies for Audi, Rob Bell for Gulf Racing McLaren. The fifth row, Peter Dumbreck and Alex Buncombe alongside a Pro and a Pro-Am Nissan respectively. The sixth row is Andreas Simonsen lining up alongside Steve Jans, both in Mercedes from the Black Falcon team based nearby. Then Frederic Vervisch lines up alongside Alvaro Parent, both in McLarens. Kessel Racing's Daniel Zampieri shares row 8 with Marcus Paltela for Mark VDS Racing Team. Row 9, Stefan Ortelli starts alongside André Kruglich, and the 10th row of the grid is where you find Marcus Winkelhock and Gregoire de Moustier. Row 11, Henry Hassid for Thierry by TDS Racing, Philip Eng for MRS alongside. Pro GT Almera, it is Eric Dermont and Lucas Ordonez for the Nissan GT Academy cars alongside. Then it's Dennis Anderson for Insight Racing, and the first driver for AF Corsa is going to be Nick Homerson in Ferrari number 50. Stefano Colombo lines up next alongside Christopher Haase, BMW and Audi. Gabriel Balthazar and Eric Cairol, both in Gentleman Trophy Ferraris, ahead of Andrew Danilev's AF Corsa car, and Raoul Frey going first for Belgian Audi Club Team WRT. Mike Sturzberg's Porsche is alongside Michele Cerruti's BMW. Luca Persiana's Ferrari is alongside the similar car of Gentleman Trophy champion Jean-Luc Blanchemin. Then it's Mark Henrici, winner last year, starting in 75 alongside Felipe Barreros. Next up is David Jones, Mercedes, and Bernard Delhayes, BMW. Claude-Yves Gosselin lines up alongside the Omani driver Ahmad Al-Hafi. And then it's Leonardo Gorini and Freddie Barth in the Jaguar rather than Aston Martin as they'd entered originally. That's still being repaired after Spa. The Jaguar pressed back into service. Howard Blank and Joe Foster make it Ferrari and Porsche on row 23. Gaetano Ardagna, Marlena Brogi, row 24, meaning it's Ferrari alongside McLaren, and Daniel De Bruyne and Alexander Matschel are on the back of the grid, Porsche and Ferrari. That Ferrari run by new team GT Corsa. It's a team that specialises in racing on the Nordschleifer in the VLN. The car damaged in practice yesterday. They missed qualifying. They've had to rebuild the car effectively overnight. It's a car they've only had in their possession for just under a fortnight. You're on board with Alex Buncombe. You can see how busy the track is around him as the cars now make their way up towards the chicane. There is a 30% chance of rain, we're told, between 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock. Certainly it's a lot greyer, less an appealing circuit than it was this morning. And the rain is something that I don't think any of the teams have really factored in. All the forecasts have said it's going to be dry. If we get rain, those strategies they've worked out go out of the window. Riding on board with Jelmer Berman as well as he now turns his way up towards the chicane. It's going to be the softer version of the chicane that they use this weekend. The pace car will peel into the pit lane and we're going to be racing very shortly indeed. 1,000 kilometres or 6 hours, depending on which comes first. I would suggest it's going to be to the 6 hour mark. We have a report of number 34 Ferrari, Eric Dermont, having a little fire on the grid. Hopefully that is not going to be a problem for the rest of the race. It's all been quelled and we can get underway safely. As the lights are on red, the race director will give the command to flick them to green. The last round of the Blancpain Endurance Series is go. Fabulous sight as this enormous grid pounds down to the first corner. Good start being made by the Mercedes of the poleman Max Goetz. Alessandro Pierguidi slots in with him. You've got Antoine Leclerc third in the McLaren, then Mikhail Alyoshin on the outside line, and a very rapid Audi. Christopher Mies, potential champion. We'll talk about who can win it as the race wears on. He's made a good start fifth, but the Mercedes, the dominant car from Spa, leads the way as they wriggle their way up through the Mercedes arena for the first time. Rob Bell under attack in the Gulf Racing McLaren. One of the Nissans dives up the inside, and Alvaro Parent on the curve for Hexis Racing. You'd think this was going to be a 10-lap sprint, but there are an awful lot of people in a big hurry, and that is the number 34 Porsche. It's still ablaze. Number 34 with Eric Dermond at the wheel is well and truly ablaze. That's going to have to pit. And so as something goes flying there's contact, Ferrari off, and there's another car in the background. 2 Ferraris have gone. That's a big impact straight away. One of them is the SMP car 73. That comes to a rest by the side of the road. That's Luca Persiani, the Italian ex-Formula 3000 racer. There was another car involved in the background which looked to me like possibly one of the Sofrev cars. But drivers are not exactly taking a very calm approach to the start of this race. You can see straight away Luca Persiani is out of the car, and it looks as though his 1,000 kilometres has come to an end on the opening lap of the race. So we've got 2 off in the barriers, we've got another one on fire, and 5 hours and 58.5 minutes of the race remain. We've not done a lap yet. It was a Sofrev car. It's number 10, Gabriel Balthazar. So that's the car that's also been involved. I was right. And 34 is still burning, and it's now starting to burn bodywork as Luca Persiani looks at the damage and somebody else goes off. Number 17 Ferrari is Dennis Anderson, and another car with damage. 59 Ferrari limping back to the pit lane. That is Andrew Danilov at the wheel of it. This is an absolutely manic start to the race.
David, the reason for this is because when I was on the grid, there was the finest of mists of rain just beginning to fall. You couldn't see it even on a windscreen, but you could feel it on your face. But on the track surface, that's the difference between getting grip and no grip. And there you see the outcome.
So opening lap drama, 59 has got damage. The leaders pound over the line. We've lost 73 Ferrari, we've lost number 10 Ferrari. Here they come. You can see it's getting greyer and greyer. It looks like the end of the race, rather, with all the headlights on now as they dive down to turn 1. At the end of lap 1 of the race, Max Goetz it was who led the way ahead of Pierre Guidi. 34 Ferrari down the pit lane, so that blaze can hopefully be dealt with. What a first lap. Antoine Leclerc third. They're 3 wide looking mid-pack, and it's somewhere in the midst of all of that is Alvaro Parent. So you're looking at the fight at the moment for 12th place. Parent in the middle of it all. Round the outside goes 16. Marcus Winkelhock in the Audi. Scene of the one and only Grand Prix he did, and he led, and Parent gets forced out wide, and up the inside goes Marcus Paltela. What a race.
It's a 6-hour race. This is like a 6-minute race. The traffic coming down out of turn 4 into 5. I mean, this is a bit of the racetrack. You can see waved yellow flags. I don't even know if the drivers are capable of seeing anything other than what's directly in front of them.
And a slow BMW, Stefano Colombo for Vita 4-1. Right, we may have seen the last of Pro GT Almera because that car is heading now into its garage, and what can they do to sort out that blaze? They'll also, of course, have to make sure the scrutineers are happy for it to rejoin. Andrew Danilov, who had a crash here in the bronze test last year, has brought in his Ferrari with its smashed rear wing. And so as we have the race leaders accelerating uphill, it is Max Goetz leading the way. He's being pursued at the moment by number 90, Alessandro Pierre Guidi. And you're riding on board with number 3 BMW, which is in the hands for the opening stint of Jelmer Berman. And that is a car in 18th place ahead of Stefan Ortelli, who's got an outside chance of winning the championship. A new AF Corsa rear wing required for Andrew Danilov's Ferrari. So the championship headed, of course, by Kessel Racing. They're in 16th place overall. The nearest opposition, Max Buch, who is currently the race leader. Max Goetz at the wheel of the car. Now that is, I suspect, Gabriel Balthazar about to wriggle clear of his Gentleman Trophy Ferrari. Well, normally we escape the first lap without too much drama. We've had plenty of it here, but the Spa-winning Mercedes, this winning machine, as John was referring in jest to it, along with Ben Schneider on the grid, is dominating the race at the moment by 1.5 seconds. In second place, Alessandro Pierre Guidi. In third place, you've got Antoine Leclerc. In fourth place, coming over the timing line, is 72, which is in the hands in this opening stint of Mikhail Alyoshin, although the transponder in a different position for the driver, contradicting what the team told. Christopher Mies is 5th, Rob Bell 6th. Now there, Peter Dunbrecht trying to find a way up on the inside line. Is he going to be able to wriggle away past Alex Buncombe? Buncombe can afford to let him go. They're in different classes, and up the inside tries to go Dunbrecht. Look left, not quite managing to get up alongside. And Alex Buncombe doing a great job of defending.
I mean, yes, they're in a race, they're in different categories, but, you know, they're both the same distance. They're working together effectively as a team. Look out for your teammate, and right now, we're only 6 minutes or so into this race. It's an awfully long way to go. Whether the rain or whatever it was falling is still falling. Again, waved yellow flags up at turns 11 and 12, so nobody is allowed to overtake.
And it is so grey out there, isn't it? I mean, it was a really nice morning, and now what we have is a completely different, rather less appealing sight for the drivers.
Well, I mean, this is a 6-hour race, or whatever comes first, 1,000 kilometres. Right now, it's going to be a 6-hour race. But with that weather closing in, we're in the Eifel Mountains, notorious for weather that is anywhere in the region coming in and laying itself down on the racetrack. Right now, we've got a track that's slick, but fortunately, those dry weather tyres are up to temperature. But this battle with the two of the Nissans, Alex Buncombe and Peter Dunbrecht.
And up the inside goes Marcus Winkelhock in the Audi. He splits the pair of them. Marcus knows his way around here exceedingly well. So number 16 Audi gaining a place, down in 12th place at the moment then. And of course, as things start to calm down, as they eventually will, we can start thinking a little bit about championship situation. But this Mercedes, continuing the amazing pace from Spa, the only one of the three drivers that can win the championship is Maximilian Buch, because he has done one extra race over the others. That's the Ferrari of Dennis Anderson that we saw having a spin. It now also goes for the garage, and we have reports that there is still this misty drizzle falling in the pit lane.
Yeah, and it's going to continue, because as we look to the north of the circuit, the exit of turn 17, it is getting darker and darker, and that's the direction where the Eiffel Tower, the well-known Eiffel Tower landmark here at Nürburgring, and it's almost now vanished from sight.
So as the battle for race leadership now is split by 2.4 seconds. Marcus Winkelhock chancing his arm now against Peter Dumbrach in the Nissan round the outside here. Behind them you've got Alex Buncombe, also trying to make progress from lower down. You've got Alvaro Parent in the Hexis Racing McLaren. Alvaro Parent still mired in 13th place, finding it hard to work through traffic. But of course, by being up front and not having to worry about any battles, so Max Goetz is able to put in the good lap times. And as I say, if anybody can get the wrong side or the other side of an hour and a quarter, then they're looking pretty strong on their strategy, both in terms of fuel and the way they're divvying up the race for the drivers. So don't expect pit stops unless they are for a problem within the hour, and anybody that can go a long time after the hour mark is looking very strong indeed.
Amazing to see that field. I mean, I've never seen the Nürburgring as busy, and particularly this bunch of cars that's sort of behind the lead car. They're all literally within hundreds of seconds to each other, filing through the chicanes. And I mean, just all they can do is avoid trouble. That's all you're expected to do right now, is avoid trouble.
We thought Spa looked pretty busy, but there's the nature of this circuit that really does lend itself to very, very close racing. Alex Buncombe has just gone 8th at the expense of Frederik Vervisch in the Bussen Run McLaren, number 5. There goes Peter Dumbrach, who is still running in 12th place, still in the heat of battles. You can see wipers on. Number 19 is Andreas Simonsen, and he has got himself onto the back of Christopher Mies in number 13 Audi. Now, Mies is another man that could win the championship. There are so many that could win Pro Cup. We'll monitor that as the race wears on. We'll keep an eye as well to Pro-Am. Gentleman Trophy is dead easy. That's already been sorted out for Jean-Luc Rochemin, Jean-Luc Bobelic and Patrick Goela. But everything else pretty much is up for grabs. And don't forget the teams awards also have to be resolved this weekend. Andreas Simonsen in the Mercedes to the outside of Christopher Mies, diving down to turn 1, and Rob Bell is there behind them in number 69 McLaren. And there's a spin, and it's number 12 McLaren, which is Gregoire de Mustier.
Well, that was either self-induced or was that an assisted spin? We have to wait and see. But I mean, the racetrack is still officially dry, but as more and more of this cloud is coming in, track temperatures dropping, tire temperatures are going to struggle, and if it does get anywhere near slick, well, nobody was predicting a wet race, and those predictions are so far being proved to be, well, on the limit, I would say.
Riding with car 3, Jelmer Berman in 18th place. The Luxembourg driver Steve Jans, class winner here last year, is the man ahead of him. Jelmer Berman, you'd anticipate, could find a way through, but as we saw here last year, the way the balance of performance works out means that overtaking is very difficult indeed. You can do the catching, but overtaking around here, not easy at all.
No, it is a circuit that overtaking on has always been notoriously difficult. There are opportunities, particularly down into turn 8, the hairpin bend at the far end of the racetrack, and some people did pretty amazing manoeuvres as we watch this coming up on the wrong side as they come up to turns 8 and 9.
Berman has done it. He's gone around the outside.
I mean, you can do it. There's enough width, but you need cooperation from the car you're racing against. Once you've got the inside line, then the exit out of turn 12 onto the quickest part of the circuit. But you need that cooperation, and if a driver isn't prepared to do it, going around the outside will mean you'll be pushed wide. And luckily it's tarmac on the runoff on the outside of turn 11, but it's a lot of time will be lost.
Trouble there for one of the BMWs, limping to the pit lane. In fact, it may even have to pull to the side of the circuit. It's a punctured tyre by the look of it that has affected the car.
Yeah, left, right, left front.
Yeah, so that struggles as the race currently works lap number 6, and Audi's mechanics getting ready Well, they're putting slicks away. Are they thinking they might need wet tyres? Not sure about that. What they are going to have to do, Team WRT, with 3 cars and 2 pit bays, is sacrifice one, bring it in early, and get it out of sequence.
I mean, if it's going to rain, let it rain properly. What we've got now is the worst of every world for every driver and team to make a judgment on, because the track is dry, but there is that little bit of moisture in the air, and it is not changing. It is sort of the Eiffel Tower, well, back in visibility range, but just the problem the drivers have got is they're having to struggle with all the traffic that's on the track. They're not able to drive the line or the lap that they want to do. They're making compromises all the way around this circuit, and consequently that compromise just adds to the difficulties.
Jelmer Berman back on board with us here. Max Goetz continues to pound on. His co-driver Ben Schneider, as you heard from on the grid, looking to do the double for the Nürburgring 24-hour and the 1,000-kilometre victories this year. It may happen for him, the way that the car is going. And there is the BMW that is still limping back to the pit lane with that punctured tyre. The driver doing his best to keep out of harm's way, but this is a very, very, very slow lap back to the pit lane.
But he's doing the right thing. He's off the racing line. He can't do any more than that. Of course, now coming up to turns 11 and 12, he's got to be careful, because the line he's on now will become the racing line. He's just got to make sure that if he can keep an eye on those mirrors, not to impede any of those cars behind.
It's the Chav Evolution BMW Z4, which is being started by Claude-Yves Gosselin, experienced Formula 3000 racer of many, many years past, and a GT racer, but he's doing the right thing, keeping out of the way. Goetz leads Pierre Guidi. 3rd is Antoine Leclerc. 4th is Mikael Alyoshin. 5th is Mies. 6th is Simonsen. And 7th is Rob Bell. 8th, and you're riding with him, is Alex Bunker. Makes his way down past the pits into turn 1. This very tight, very fiddly start to the lap.
Yeah, it's a difficult entry into the corner. It's a wide approach to the corner. You've got the pit lane on your right-hand side. And then as you get to the apex, there's a dip. And a lot of cars usually miss the apex. A wide exit to the corner, which again offers up opportunities for any other car behind you to make the cut back up the inside, but then into turn 2 and you're on the wrong side of the corner, the left-hand turn 2. So it's a tricky part of the racetrack. It's not part of the racetrack that drivers essentially find enjoyable, but it's an opportunity to position yourself to try and make an overtake.
So we're on to lap number 7 of the race then, and you can expect, if a team is doing a good job on its strategy, pit stops around about lap 38. So we are away from that. That is Claude-Yves Gosselin, I should say, making his way back into the pit lane. Of course, he's lost at least 2 laps through that drama, so they're in strife right away.
Indeed they are, but a long way to go. We're only 15 minutes or so into this race, not even 15 minutes, and it'll be another 5 hours and 45 minutes before the checkered flag comes out. And what is going to take place in that remaining time, well, that's going to be anybody's guess.
Marcus Winkelhock in the Audi then, car run by Phoenix Racing. It's not been a great season for that car. Anthony Kumpen is quick, Enzo Ida is a reasonably paced driver. There's the other 2 for that driving strength, but it's just not really clicked in the same way that other cars have.
No, and I don't know why, because all these Audis are virtually identical. They've got options within that identical specification, but certainly the WRT cars are the Audis that are the ones to beat.
And in years past, it was Phoenix that guided Audi to victory in other races, such as the Spa 24 Hours. So it's a bit of a puzzle. They've got the 2 Mark VDS Racing Team BMWs together. Marcus Paltler ahead of Jelmer Berman at the moment. Jelmer Berman is one of the drivers of a car that can win the championship, because he, Maxime Martin and Bas Leiders are only 3 points away from the Pro Cup leaders. We'll get into points when it starts to have a pattern, this race, but of course this is another car you need to keep an eye to. And there's the championship leading Ferrari up the inside, heading into turn 1, dives Daniel Zampieri, but Marcus Winkelhock closes the door.
Well, it was a bit of will I, won't I, and he wasn't quite certain as to whether the Audi was going to give room or not, and eventually Winkelhock had to take the decision, close the door. Now the Ferrari is trying to come back through turns 2 and 3, and then this tightening part of the cone into turn 4, the left-hand turn 4, all over the racetrack. Now making the comeback, he's got a chance if he gets a good run out to get up alongside the Audi, certainly right under the rear wing, and then in the run down into the turn 5, which is the corner we've seen cars off in on the opening lap.
This is for 13th place overall, but it's of course important that the Castle Racing Ferrari works its way up the Pro Cup order in order to score points. You get 33 for a class win in this race, 24 for 2nd, 19 for 3rd, and then down to just 1 point for 10th in class. So as we get towards the end, points are going to become very important indeed. Winkelhock then hangs on to the place. Alvaro Parent up into 11th on the previous lap, having got himself past number 71 Ferrari in the hands of Kirill Ladinjin. So had a change around there as well. great battles going on, and these BMWs that don't seem to have enough power. If you talk to the team, they always want more power. They say that's their real Achilles heel, but they're not doing a bad job, 15th and 16th.
We had this discussion in Spa.
Yeah, they have it every round.
Well, high downforce car, which is essentially what the BMW is always going to work better on a circuit. I mean, it should work extremely well here or on other racetracks, whereas in Spa, the driver would naturally say, well, I'm losing out in a straight line. The reason is, if you go down the high downforce route, you're going to have less top speed, and that top speed is usually going to be less all the way down a long straight. Now, whether the power or the BOP for the BMW is maybe considered unfavourably by BMW, other teams would say, well, you know, it's swings and roundabouts.
Audi has been, under the balance of performance, given a restrictor brake for the weekend, so an extra 5 millimetres of power, so less restrictor, times 2 restrictors, but then 10 kilos of extra weight is given, and it's not been as helpful as Audi was hoping. One of the engineers telling me last night that they would have been better off running the car in the old 2012 configuration, not 2013, so trying to navigate your car through the minefield of the BOP is also something that the team managers and the engineers have to consider as well.
Well, we saw them do that in the FIA round in Slovakia, running the 2012 specification, and the car suddenly was extremely competitive. In terms of what we got here at Nürburgring, if they had the 2012 specification, maybe they would be better off. But these are decisions that teams are going to make. That's the job of the actual team, as opposed to the drivers are there just to get the best out of whichever specification the team give them on the given event.
So the race leader, Max Goetz, continuing to edge away, not storm away, but he's now 4.4 seconds up the road from Alessandro Pierguidi. Antoine Leclerc runs in 3rd place, and then Mikhail Alyoshin runs 4th ahead of Christopher Mies. Andreas Simonsen, Rob Bell comes next, and then this long line of cars wriggling its way up through the Michael Schumacher-esque, with Jan Berman in 16th place, looking to try to gain further ground if he can, as the TDS by Thierry BMW going through. Henry Hassid doing the opening stint in that car, and although we started with 50, many of them are in the pit lane with damage and with problems, so it's been a hectic start to the race, and of course we've got one that's still stranded out on the circuit.
Well, they're on their 9th lap now, and it's taken that length of time for the field to begin to spread out, as opposed to what we saw in the opening 2 or 3 laps, when literally it was a traffic jam for virtually the entire circuit. And in that process, that's allowed Maximilian Goetz to gain a 5.2 second advantage over the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. Not a huge amount of advantage, I would have thought, bearing in mind that he's had clear air. I suppose you might say that the Ferraris had relatively clear air as well, so the Mercedes has pulled away lap by lap, but not as much as a second a lap, which maybe people would have thought having that advantage.
They've also been able to keep out of trouble, haven't they? Whereas many of those in midfield got themselves in all sorts of strife and were delayed, of course, by all these battles early on. 77 McLaren, one to watch. Philip Eng, he's got 2 rather slower co-drivers, in fairness, but Philip Eng will be the star in this, former Formula BMW World Final winner. He's got himself onto the back of Stefan Ortelli. There is the leader, and that is Max Goetz, who's now 5.2 seconds ahead, and he is starting now to get into a rhythm. Many people rather fearful of this car, given the way that it crushed everybody at Spa. The fear was that it was going to do the same here, and on the current evidence, it's going to take some stopping.
It is, and what makes that car so competitive is the fact that there are 3 very well matched, balanced drivers, and of course Ben Schneider telling me in the grid off camera he's going off to America to do another endurance race, but you never guess how long it is. 25 hours. You know, I mean, Bernd Schneider is the winning machine. He is probably, in that car, the reason why it is so successful. He doesn't claim to be the fastest, but he is just so good, and he gives such confidence to the 2 younger co-drivers that they are learning from him, and that's the benefit of having someone like Bernd in your team.
And Max Goetz also has really, and there he is, turning his way up to the end of the lap, risen to the occasion by being in this team. If you think back to when he was in Formula 3 Euro Series, he was not that impressive, but in a GT car, it's the right environment for him. He's a bit older, he's a bit more experienced, he's learnt a lot. Schneider and Buch watching on, pretty impressed now, because the lead is 5.5 seconds, but Max Goetz has developed into a very good GT racer.
Very much so, and I mean, matching Max Buch and Bernd Schneider is a great achievement. But what they are looking at now with the lead they've got up to 5.5 seconds is that they are right on the strategy that they had determined before this race gets underway. They have not had any issues in the opening laps. We're now on lap 11. So everything is going swimmingly. Maybe that's a potent of what might come later if the track does get saturated, but actually the weather has begun to lift a little bit. The Eiffel Tower, which I keep referring to my right, is now even clearer than it was 15 minutes ago.
That's true, and it's not quite as grey a picture that we look at as the field makes its way towards us. So the teams, of course, with their computers, will be looking at any weather forecast they can get and trying to second guess what the weather conditions might do and prepare themselves for later on. And so, as we've got the cars currently working their way through lap number 11, battles continue to rage on right the way through the field, and some of these cars that you think are a long way down to begin with are going to work their way up the order as the race wears on. Just caught a glimpse of Mark Henrici's Porsche number 75. That won the 3-hour race here last year and is currently in 24th place. So we've got the cars down at turn 8. We're on lap 11. And for the moment, Max Goetz is the man to beat. 5.5 seconds he is to the good. With in second place, Alessandro Pierguidi, who kept out of trouble at the first corner of this race, largely because John didn't interview him on the grid, I suspect, because when you did at Spa, he then rather blotted his copybook.
He did indeed, but this time he's been very well behaved. I mean, the lesson learned is a very good lesson. And Alessandro Pierguidi, I just think maybe the vision of going into Spa side by side and assuming that he was going to come out of it side by side with the Mercedes, well, that didn't happen, and it could have been a monster accident. Fortunately, it wasn't. And I wonder, the gap, it was 5.5 seconds. Let's look and see what it is this lap. Well, it's actually extended another 0.2 of a second up to 5.7.
Change of place there. Look, Zampieri's got past Winkelhock and now round the outside tries to go Marcus Paltela, so the Ferrari gains one spot. Paltela right round the outside. Done it. What a move. Fabulous bit of driving. Marcus Paltela, the flying Finn, goes up into 14th place. Winkelhock then is 15th, and Jelmer Berman in the background is the next one to try and stick his nose up the inside of the Audi. Can he do so? Braking now for turn 1. Winkelhock's trying to fight back. Jelmer Berman wants to try and wriggle past him as well if he can, as into the pit lane comes Stefano Colombo's V241 BMW. So as these BMs are having a good run, the other team, local team, not doing so well. Now to the inside goes Berman. There's an Audi in his way.
Well, you can't make it. I mean, that's the sort of the end of that sequence of turns 2 and 3. And really, if you haven't got yourself alongside, forget about it. Your next best opportunity is going to be a good run onto turn 4. This short straight that leads you, then drops downhill into turn 5. Tricky under braking, and the track tends to fall away from you.
Well, there is the V241 BMW. They put fuel in it, which they will do at any pit stop if it's unscheduled, and wave it away now. Now, the car fired up as that fuel was going in. That may well be something that the officials want to have a look at.
They will do. Yeah. I mean, the problem is, in the heat of the moment, you think it's clear to start the engine when the unit realises that fuel can was still attached to the back of the car, the refueling hose, and by turning it off again, it may not undo the sin that you've committed, but at least he did try to resurrect something that was a driver error.
But again, that's cost the car a chunk of time. But of course, at this point, you don't want to go a lap down. You can lose time, you might get that back on a safety car situation. But losing a lap is very bad news indeed. This is the view from Jelmer Berman's BMW. Ahead of him is Marcus Winkelhock climbing uphill. You can see the way that Paltela, once he's got past Winkelhock, has pulled away quite noticeably now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the benefit of the downforce on this type of racetrack. And you can see the difference between the BMW and the Audi on the quickest part of the racetrack. Neither had any advantage over the other. So basically, downforce on a racetrack like that is what you want to do.
Down to turn 1 comes this Nissan fight with on the inside line Peter Dumbrack, on the outside line Alex Buncombe, and that is a change for 9th place. Peter up the inside, and he's managed to grab the position back again. Remember, Pro Cup leads Pro-Am in this situation.
And they've been pretty much in this situation since the start of the race, and ducking and diving as Alex Buncombe gets a little bit wide coming through the exit of turn 3 and then sort of gets back onto line, but having lost maybe 3 car lengths in the process. And just what happens, you run slightly offline, the track will be dirtier, there may be a residue of moisture as well. All these things combine to lose your time.
And the contact at this part of the circuit on the opening lap has been deemed a racing incident, so no further action from the race officials. Disappointing for those that were eliminated, and we've got something like 6 cars out of the race, some with damage from that, some by mechanical dramas, such as the fire for the number 34 Porsche. And as the race continues, Max Goetz, last time around, did a 56.6, the gap 5.3 seconds, but Alessandro Pierguidi in second spot, doing his best to push on here. The car which for this weekend is Esper Motorsport, entered, new to the championship. And Alessandro Pierguidi doing another very good job.
Yeah, and in fact, doing a very good job, because he actually has taken about almost half a second out of the advantage of the lead Mercedes of Maximilian Götz. So we're seeing a little bit of an effort from Götz. Suddenly, he is the quickest car on the racetrack by maybe half a second of the field around him, certainly in the second place Ferrari. But whether that was just a little bit of a drop-off or whether there's a traffic issue which shouldn't have been arising quite so early, but there are cars straggling all around different parts of the racetrack, and well, it's back up to 5.5 seconds, so the advantage that Götz has, he is again using that to full effect.
It's only a modest advantage, isn't it? But it all helps over the course of a stint, and we are approaching by the end of the first half an hour. Still a long way to go before we get to pit stops. Good Ferrari fight here. 44, Daniel Zampieri on the back of number 71. 71, which is supposedly started by Kirill Ladygin, is being displayed as Victor Shaitar, who did a very good job yesterday, but that team have not been very good with transponder settings, so I think we'll go with the nominated start driver and say that it is going to be Ladygin.
Well, I'd expect to see Zampieri get past, and as I said it, by magic, somewhere around turns 2 and 3 it happened, and it wasn't really going to take terribly long, because Zampieri, starting in 15th place in the championship, leading Ferrari, needs to make up ground as quickly as possible. The further forward he gets, the more difficult it's going to become. And once he gets up to the battle that are going on around 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place, that's when he will start to earn that money. But already he's pulled out what the best part of was half a second on the blue-red Ferrari behind, with the BMW now looking to make its way past and try not to let the championship leading Ferrari get too far ahead. I mean, right now that's what their focus is going to be. Stick to the tail of Zampieri and that red and white Ferrari.
But as it stands, the champion is going to be Max Buch. I know we're a long way from the end of the race, but the Mercedes is in the box seat. All the teams now being told to tell their drivers to put the lights on because of the reduced visibility of the circuits, and the mist is coming back in again, and confirmation that we are right in talking about Alyoshin and Ladygin in those Ferraris. The team with this transponder glitch once again not helping matters. It's going to be displayed wrongly when you see graphics as well, I'm afraid, because it's all interlinked. But Max Götz then goes through in the lead of the race. He is now working his way through slower cars. The lead that he has gone up to 5.9 seconds. Antoine Leclerc runs in 3rd place for the ART Grand Prix McLaren team. There is Pierguidi sorting out the traffic at turn 1. Let's have a look. Going very wide at turn 1, John.
Yeah, indeed. He just sort of overran under brakes. Keen to get ahead of the Ferrari that is getting a lap put on it to ensure that he gets through this sequence of corners at his pace. Made of the error, running deep, recovered from it. He did what he had to do, and he got the car through into turn 1, and he'll be thinking now, that 5.9 second gap, what can I do? I did get it down to 5.2, but that may have been for other reasons, not necessarily the pace of the Ferrari in 2nd place.
Rob Bell, the Gulf Racing in the McLaren, he's in 8th place. Frederic Vervisch is ahead of him, having just passed him in the number 5 McLaren, and now Rob Bell's having to defend ever so vigorously from Peter Dumbrek. Still very impressive, though, that you've got Antoine Leclerc's McLaren for ART up into 3rd place, the best we've seen of them all year.
I mean, Antoine Leclerc's just driving an outstanding race. He hasn't got anybody particularly close to him. 2.3 seconds the difference between 3rd and 4th, so he can focus on what he's doing. But it's a battle of the one, Peter Dumbrek. That's the one I'm going to keep an eye on, because that looks like a bit tasty.
Indeed, and of course, just to go to Peter Dumbrek for a moment, new co-driver Kazuki Hoshino joins in this weekend in that car. That'll be worth watching.
Yes. I don't know much more about him.
He's going to be a man to watch, trust me. So, we've got at the moment the car of Alvaro Perret dancing its way over the curves.
No, that's not dancing, that's bouncing. That is one of the problems that we've seen from McLaren at different points throughout the season. It gets into a sequence, it's a spring damper aerodynamic issue, and they've got to work around the homologation of the car, and sometimes when it gets out of that sequence you see it getting this bunny hop almost across the racetrack. Very unpleasant for the drivers, and they just can do nothing about it.
That McLaren doesn't seem to have anything like the poise or the pace of the Boutsen car, because at the moment number 5 in the hands of Frederic Vervisch is going strongly. He's looking for a way here. Look past the Mercedes in the hands of Andreas Simonsen. Rob Bell tucked up behind, having lost a couple of places on this lap, but ART Grand Prix still the top McLaren team in this race. They sacrificed Q1 and Q2 yesterday on old tyres to put Andy Soucek on new rubber to get a good grid position. It looks like it's paid off, as now Vervisch tries to go around the outside. He's ahead, but is he going to go too wide? Yep, he is. He's all over the curve. He's got the inside line for turn 2, and he's going to make it stick.
Yeah, I mean, he just managed to hold on to the position he had taken away. But behind, you've got Rob Bell being threatened still by Peter Dumbreck. And look how much curve on the inside coming through turn 3. Now that's going to get the attention of the stewards, because that, to me, is taking liberties with the racetrack.
So meantime, the lead gap up to 7 seconds now, as continuing to break away is Max Goetz. There's Rob Bell, and he's still got Peter Dumbreck tucked up behind him. So McLaren versus Nissan. Not only do we talk about this long line of cars, but it's just great to see all these different brands going head-to-head.
Well, I mean, we've got a balance of performance, and that's the purpose of it, to give equalisation between the different manufacturers. And we've got 2 McLarens in this mix. But the Nissan, Peter Dumbreck, who is still stalking the tail of Rob Bell's McLaren, not really able to gain any advantage coming through into this part of the circuit, followed by Alex Buncombe in the second car.
Alex Buncombe then hustling on, still competitive within the Pro-Am class, and a man to watch in Pro-Am over the course of the race, as you've got the field turning its way now up through turn 11. Goetz still leading, 7 seconds is the advantage, and this is the view looking up from turn 1. Pit out on the left-hand side, race leader there goes through shot, and if things were to stay as they were, it would give Max Buch the title by 10 points from Max Goetz and Bernd Schneider. Christopher Mies and Frank Stippler would be next, and the Kessel Racing Ferrari of Ramos, Zampieri and Rigon would come next, fourth. 51 points for the drivers. There's a lot to pan out yet, but it's still looking oh so good for Mercedes.
5.5 hours to go is a lot of motor racing, and with weather conditions that are currently unpredictable, cars being required to put on their lights, their driving lights, because of the mist that's been hanging around the circuit. And so far we've not seen what looked like it was going to be severe rain. Again, that McLaren, the way it takes so much of the inside of turn 3, I mean, it's nobody else is doing that, and I wonder how long he's going to be allowed to get away with it.
Yeah, track limits are a constant issue on modern-day F1 circuits. We had lots of people being warned about exceeding them yesterday in qualifying.
Yeah, normally that was on the exit of most of the corners where they were trying to take advantage. But in this instance, it's coming through turn 3, where Ridley's got all but the outside of the two outside wheels of the racetrack and the inside of the corner.
Now let's try and catch up on what's going on in the pit lane, because lots of drama, lots of damage over the opening laps of the race. Jack Nicholls is down there for us.
Thank you very much, David. Well, we'll start off with the happier news, and that is that the Vita V1 pit stop was a planned pit stop. So whether they're coming in early to get themselves out of sequence for the rest of the race, that might come into play later on this afternoon. The 21 Pierre Hershey BMW is still being worked on after their incident. The Pro GT Porsche that we saw on fire throughout the formation lap had an engine problem which caused the fire, but they're planning on getting that back out in the next few laps. The number 17 Insight Ferrari is also under repair, but unfortunately the 59 AF Corsa car, Felipe Salaquada's car, is out of the race, and it won't take any further part. I think that's everything covered.
For now, we'll find a few more for you, Jack, I promise you, because with another 5.5 hours to go, there will be lots more to come. Interesting, though, that that's a planned stop from Vita 4-1 to try and get them out of traffic, and now keep an eye to their strategy to the end of the race.
It's an unusual planned pit stop. It means so early in the race, and you sort of wonder if Verdish just dives down the inside, gets it done. Again, the issue of running over the exit of the corner. He's lost the position. It's gone. The Ferrari's got back side by side in turn 2 on the inside for Verdish. Now he takes a lump of the inside of turn 3. Is he going to do it again, or is he going to get the whole car? Watch this time, funny enough, making the pass. He doesn't, and he just sort of more or less makes sure the Ferrari is not able to come back. Job done, and by not using even half of the inside of the corner.
Now here looks pretty defensive, goes Frederic Verdish to try to keep at bay Mikhail Alyoshin. Rob Bell versus Peter Dumbreck.
Yeah, but Rob Bell is clearly smart enough to know that going around the outside, particularly at turn 5, you can just run the other car wide. You can't run them off the racetrack, you can run them wide and stop the opportunity that Peter Dumbreck was trying to make for himself.
Down to turn 8, hard on the brakes. Andreas Simonsen in the Black Falcon Mercedes ahead. Max Goetz then leading the way, and on current evidence, champion-elect. Well, of course, he did Paul Ricard, he did Spa, where he got this bag full of points, hasn't done the entire season. That doesn't matter, because you get points for the races that you do, and so well have they gone at Paul Ricard with different co-drivers, admittedly. And then here, it's all stacking up nicely to help Max book for the title. Max Goetz doing a good job in this opening stint. So too is Marcus Paltela, who last year on occasions was rather sacrificed on the older tyres or the shorter stint or the worse of the weather, and now in car 4 he's rather developed as the lead driver in the second Mark VDS Racing Team BMW, and some of the moves he's pulled over the season, including early on in this race, impressive indeed. 14th he runs. There is Simonsen, who we see in the FIA GT Championship. Andreas Simonsen, the Swede, former touring car racer, coming up towards the end of the lap. And there, Alvaro Parent moves up the inside of Alex Buncombe.
It's going to take more than a McLaren to shift in this, and in turn 17, that's a big, strong car. And now Parent under challenge from Zampieri in the Ferrari. So Parent was focusing on the Nissan, and now under threat from Zampieri coming down into turn 1.
I'm still surprised with the lack of pace this year from Hexis. It's been one of the disappointments of the season. Parent, we know he's quick. The team, we know he's good after its success with these cars last year. Contact! Zampieri's Ferrari gets squeezed onto the outside of the road there after the contact. He's managed to hang on to it, but how much damage has that done?
As long as it was side by side, and I think that was the right front of the McLaren and the door of the Ferrari on the left-hand side, so no contact wheel to wheel or suspension to suspension, but indication that Alvaro Parent, he's not here just to enjoy himself.
No, exactly, and there's also, I suspect, quite a lot of frustration in that car that it's not higher up the order. There's no argument about the pace of Parent. Talk us through it.
Yeah, dives down the outside, Parent in the inside of now watch who runs wide in position of the Ferrari. It makes the cutback, gets alongside. Alvaro Parent is forced to, he didn't want to concede the position. That was almost half a car length advantage to Zampieri. He will feel that I was wrong done by there. That was almost a professional foul in terms of what you can get away with in a motor race.
Well, he survived, and of course now Zampieri has got to try and make up this lost time. How much damage do you think?
Well, it doesn't look to be. I mean, the bodywork of the McLaren is relatively low. It's carbon fibre, but there was no heavy impact. It was almost a nose nudge, a bit like a soft cue on a snooker ball.
They've had enough damage over the weekend with this car. It got involved in the first practice session of the weekend. It was hit from behind by another Ferrari. They lost time in that session, and then there was a suspension breakage at the end of the main straight, and it did a lot of barrier damage as well as a lot of car damage. So hopefully for Kessel, all the problems have gone. Winner at Monza, don't forget, and then that pit lane drama at Paul Ricard really did not help the championship situation. They were looking good at Spa, weren't they, until mechanical woes got in the way, so points only at the 6 and 12 hour mark as the leading pack pounds over the line. The lead gap is up to 10 seconds though now. There, pulling out of the draft, coming over the line is BMW number 3, Jelmer Berman. He'd quite like to be ahead of his teammate, but for the moment Marcus Paltela is keeping him at bay. Down they turn into the first tight corner, then around the Mercedes arena. It's the place to be at the moment, with 84 Mercedes leading the way, and that is Alvaro Parent. He's running 11th, he's running 9th in class, and he's got away with it as well. I think there doesn't seem to be much damage, if any, on that car, and Parent is getting himself now back onto the tail of Alex Buncombe, which is where he was a lap or two ago.
But looking at the Ferrari, Daniel Zampieri has not really made up the ground that he had a lap ago, so maybe there is something that he's uncomfortable with the car. I would imagine if he can't make up that ground in the next couple of laps, then Alvaro Parent is going to feel a little bit more relaxed.
And a good little battle here as well, look, between the Audis diving downhill, Team Ukraine Ferrari in the background. Everywhere you look at the moment, there's something going on in the race. Number 6 is Christopher Hasse, number 2 is Raul Frey, and then 123 behind is Andrei Kruglik in the Ferrari 458s from Team Ukraine. Raul Frey, ex-DTM racer, ex-single-seater racer, tries to find a way around the outside of Christopher Hasse, reigning champion, sharing that car with Oliver Jarvis and Harold Primat. Raul Frey sharing with Nicky Marmelhoff and Francesco Castellacci coming into the car this weekend, replacing Matt Halliday. Interesting to see how much curb different drivers take there, given the level of commitment.
Yeah, I mean, coming through turns 9 and 10, it's a very quick sequence of corners, and you're allowed to use the curbing there to help, but again, it's about using only 2 wheels, not all 4 wheels off the racetrack. So through turns, well, 9 and 10, and then up into 11 and 12, and then this is the final turn again. Alvaro Parent trying to do something with Peter Dumprecht. Almost on Zampieri is back on the tail of the McLaren. Now watch this 3-way battle. McLaren pulling out to try and get the draft, get the acceleration off turn 17.
Down they come towards turn 1. McLaren to the inside. Alvaro Parent is going to get through, I think. He's alongside. He's got got his nose in front. Now, what's Zampieri going to be able to do? Is he going to be opportunistic? Yes, because Parent goes wide. The Ferrari nips past the Nissan as well, and so Alex Buncombe was rather hung out to dry there. The two Pro Cup cars go past him. That doesn't affect things for him in the championship. It does affect his race a little bit, and now Zampieri is really on his toes.
Now Zampieri is going to do back to Parent what he had. Well, I'm sorry, it was predictable, even though it was a half a second before it happened, but that is the consequence of what happened 3 or 4 laps earlier, where we saw Alvaro Parent, I'll call it a professional foul on this car, and now Daniel Zampieri has got his way back. Now again, that will be looked at by the steward. Was that necessary? Was that an avoidable incident? To me, yes, it was avoidable, but will the stewards take any action? Well, we have to wait and see.
And if they do, that could well be the end of the championship dream, so that might come back to haunt Zampieri. Have another look.
Yeah, I mean, coming through into the apex of turn 3, Alvaro Parent slows down, and you almost imagine that, again, the Ferrari just drives into the back of the McLaren, catches it perfectly in the left rear corner, spins the car around, and I mean, both drivers should know better. In this instance, Alvaro Parent was the innocent victim. It was this car that would likewise felt he was the innocent victim when Parent tagged the side of the Ferrari.
Straight away, it is under investigation, that incident, no surprise. So Zampieri and Parent's incident being referred to the stewards. They'll have a look at it, and what we now need to wait for is the message line that says team manager of car either 7 or 44 to the race director. Now, Marcus Paltela busy attacking as he heads uphill. So to his Yelmer Bowen. Alex Buncombe dropping down through the pack just a little bit here.
And he's going to drop further because he's going to be taken up the inside by both the BM and the Audi. So Alex Buncombe, well, he's not in this race.
Drive-through penalty for Daniel Zampieri for avoidable contact with car 7.
But he hit me first, Mr. Stewart, whatever you want to call you, Stewart. I mean, I didn't do anything wrong. What did he do to me? He hit me first of all. You're not allowed to come back and hit another car and spin it round.
Team manager of car 44 to race control immediately drive-through penalty. This is the incident, John.
Yeah, I mean, you can see what was happening. Read it just like I mean, it's so clear. Just touched the left rear of the McLaren when the car was at its most critical point of the corner, and it didn't take very much. I mean, there was barely any paint exchanged between those two cars, but that was a foul.
And team manager from Kessel Racing in the red overalls heads up to race control. Francesca is on her way to see the stewards, and Alvaro Parent, after that incident, dropped down into 17th place in the McLaren.
Hey, he's not fair. He's not fair.
It's kind of too late. There, whoops, all crossed up is Howard Blank's Ferrari, off into the gravel. He should, well, I was going to say be able to dig his way out of there. He will just, yes, but the speed suddenly dropped. He didn't nail his foot to the boards. That's going to bring lots of gravel onto the road. And a curb-hopping Mercedes comes up now, well in and among the back markers.
Now, he's got a 10.4 second advantage over Alessandro Perguidi. Watch and see what it is at the end of this lap, because this is where this race for Alessandro Perguidi can come alive. Even though he's been running second all the time, the lead car now having to deal with back markers, flashing his lights. I mean, he's so cautious. You can see he wasn't certain whether the Ferrari was going to commit, so he gave the Ferrari the option, and then he made the decision. It's my corner, again flashing the lights of the Porsche, not knowing whether it's going to stay on the racing line, is it going to go slightly one way or the other, again having to hesitate and wait. Gap down to 9.6 seconds, and it'll be even less by the time he completes this lap.
It's got the Stars and Stripes Porsche ahead in the hands of Joe Foster. Nips past that, and then another Mercedes is up the road as well, because the Jones family, the Prezi Spark car, David Jones at the wheel of it, is going to be lapped by 84. So you've got Goetz in the lead. Frederic Vervisch is flying though, John, lower down.
Yeah, I'm just noticing that he's down in 5th place, fastest sector in sector 3 on the last lap. So that car, we saw that car taking a lot of racetrack in turn 3. Maybe that's a contribution to the lap time, but whatever it is, certainly in the 3rd sector, very quick indeed.
Meantime, you've got Max Goetz now just looking for a way to get past the similar car of David Jones that runs in the Pro-Am category.
What will be interesting to see is how Alessandro Perguidi deals with the traffic. We've seen Maximilian Goetz being cautious, not forcing issues, not diving down the inside with the assumption that he's going to get the racetrack, and that's going to cost some time. It's down from 10.2 to 9.6 seconds. It will be less when he comes across the start-finish line to complete lap 23.
There's the second place man, Alessandro Pierguidi, for Ester Motorsport, new name, but the car is familiar to Alessandro. That's the view looking from the approach of the last corner to the last chicane. You see it's the motorbike version of the chicane they use, so it's a faster chicane, it's a softer chicane, brings a little bit more speed out of the corner, and Pierguidi up onto the curb as he pushes on. What can he do, if anything, about catching that car?
9.6 seconds was the gap. Because it's 8.4. That's all because of the cautiousness of Maximilian Goetz in that traffic, not trying to force issues. He knows he's got the pace when he's in clear air, and he knows also that the Ferrari is in turn going to catch these lap cars, and therefore most likely what will happen is the gap will extend. Not because Max Goetz has gone any quicker, but because Alessandro Pierguidi has got the same problem with getting through lapping cars.
And car 44 Ferrari is serving his drive-through penalty right now. So Daniel Zampieri, whether it is fair or not, he's having to serve it.
And Francesca was unable to persuade a change of a you-know-what.
Even with all her charms. So the car cops the drive-through. Let's see where it falls to. But with 5 hours and 13 minutes, there is, as they say, a long way to go. There's the Ferrari.
And you're going to see, just looking to see if those marks on the nose of the car are the result of the contact with the back of the Lexus McLaren. And, this is what this team did not want. They had a 3-point advantage in the Drivers' Championship coming into this round. They started 15. They knew it was going to be difficult to make their way up through the field. It was made difficult because of the initial contact at this part of the track with Alvaro Perez, but then 3 laps later, Zampieri are paid back, I would say, with interest here at the apex of turn 3. It cost him a drive-through.
I go along with that with interest. Yes, you can imagine a very fiery Italian after the first bit of contact. There'll be lots of fiery Italians after the drive-through.
I would think he's not a happy driver. But you have to control your emotions. There's no point in saying what he did to me was unfair if the stewards didn't see any action needed to be taken. And it doesn't excuse you then mugging somebody from behind and spinning them out.
No, we'll be talking about this mist that we've had. It's clearing, although there's red mist inside that Ferrari. That's the
And I can now see out to my right that the Eiffel Tower, that landmark here at the Nürburgring, is almost in clear sky.
And the team's no longer being told that they need their headlights on because the visibility is a lot better than it was even 5 minutes ago. So things improving, and Phoenix, one of the Audi teams, has given us a weather update, which is we're not expecting proper rain. The worst it will get was that bit of drizzle that we had, that very, very light rain at the start.
I would rather have it wet or dry, but that drizzle is really difficult to read because the track surface is middling grey. And when you get that very fine mist falling on it, it really doesn't change the colour of the surface. It just makes it suddenly like you've had fuel or oil or something. You can't see it, and it's suddenly there, and it catches you out.
On board with Berman once again, looking at Paltela. And this is turns 2 and 3. Let's ride with the BMW. Let's have a look, John, at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, coming into turn 3 again, and a door being opened nicely on the inside. So we've got the 2 BMWs once again running in tandem. Coming out into turn 4, you can run wide on the exit. Below that white line is the demarcation. Then the short sprint down, and then you're braking downhill. Well, never easy. In early-ish to take your apex, and then you stay on the right-hand side of the racetrack for turn 6. Turn 6 too. Down the hill now. This is. Camera makes it look flatter than it is. Jack Nichols, our pit lane reporter, ran this racetrack last night. When he got to turn 8, suddenly he saw Mount Everest in front of him, and that's the steepness. This climb, much steeper than it appears from the view on board the car. Then, well, not quite flat out. You're having to basically beat the car through turns 9. Let it run wide, then 10. Again, you can run wide to the exit. Another opportunity to pass, but you need to be alongside the car on the brakes into turn 11. Just more about getting the car positioned, because turn 12 is a key corner. It leads on to the quickest part of the racetrack, and that's why you've got to maximise your speed off turn 12 to then get through this curve, which really doesn't count as turn 13, and then on the brakes up to the slightly easier of the 2 options. And for the Lamborghini Trofeo, they ran the tighter of the 2. I'm slightly surprised that they do that for the Trofeos, but here for the Blancpain cars, they run the slightly easier. I prefer the easier one. It's a nicer flow to the racetrack.
And then out of the last corner, past the hotel on the left, up over the timing line. That is a lap at the Nürburgring as you ride with the BMW then. You've still got work to do in the overall standings. Berman, though, is in the top 10. Things are now shuffling, of course, as the race winds towards the end of the first hour, and we've had a lot crammed into it. We've still got a lot to go, and there, look, trying to get past one of the slower Z4s up the inside, nips Marcus Paltela. 188 is the car in the hands currently of Bernard Delhay. He's gained a spot going up the inside.
Interesting, on the lap we were travelling with Jelmer Berman, he did the fastest final sector of that lap of anybody so far in the 50-odd, 51 minutes or so of this race. And so there's lots of action going on. Not necessarily everything happening at the front of the field is the quickest. The gap, we're waiting to see how Maximilian Götz, the advantage he had, whether he's been able to build now that he's clear of that traffic. And also we're going to see Alessandro Pierguidi getting enmeshed into that, as well as there is the lead car.
So Götz pounds on, 11.8 seconds to the good. And we know that Bernd Schneider is quick. We know that Max Buch is quick. Still looking very good for this team.
Yeah, I mean, they've had everything work for them. I mean, it's not by chance that you see a car consistently leading or winning races. It's because you've got a really good balance of experience and the youth that Max Götz and Max Buch bring.
Almost having lost an hour, number 34, Eric Dermont's Porsche that we saw on fire on the first lap has now staggered into the race. It's a long way back. It may not even be classified from there, but they want to get some mileage in. But a team with dramas even before the race began properly.
Well, I mean, anything that catches fire in the back of a Porsche is never going to be easy. It's not the most accessible car to work on because the engine does hang out over the rear of the axle and of course all the bodywork and there's the way the suspension attaches to the rear of the car. But anyway, they're back in the race and they will get some mileage, maybe learn something as a consequence.
The problem, I'm told, is something to do with the exhaust system. That was what generated the heat, that generated the fire that needed the repair. So that's the news from the pits. They've got it back into the race, albeit the best part of an hour down. Race leading Mercedes, Ferrari second, McLaren third, Audi fourth, number 13 Audi, another championship contender, Christopher Mies, up into fourth place, becoming another one to watch in all this now.
Well, just on board Alex Buncombe trying to find a way again. This is this tight bit of the racetrack through turn... So through turn 2, this is coming into turn 3 now. And there you get to see the Mercedes Tribune, the massive grandstand that was built. That's the bit of architecture, Mercedes grandstand.
Alex Buncombe at the moment is running third in class. He was here a few weeks ago at the historic meeting at the Old Timer. He's lost a little bit of pace there heading downhill, but Alex very versatile, whether it's a modern GT car or a historic GT, historic sports car from the 50s or the 60s or the 70s or the 80s, he can make it go quickly. And at the moment he is, as I say, third in the class. Antoine Leclerc still doing this very good job in the third placed ART McLaren. Good to hear from him at the end of this stint, because to get that car up to the pointy end and keep it there has been a very good achievement.
Well, he did that at Monza, the opening round of Blancpain this season. He ran very, very strongly indeed. And then now again running in third place. He is some 7 or so seconds behind second place, under challenge now, of course, as this group of cars coming through. Chicane.
That's Christopher Mies, you're looking at, number 13, busy flashing his headlights. Of course, as the race wears on, you come up to traffic, those back markers could be trying to lap one another or indeed having their own battle, so you've really got to be careful in this monster traffic jam.
Yeah, it's difficult for the back markers because they're never really sure a car that's suddenly behind them, if it is one of the leading group of cars or whether it's a car that they're involved in their own battle. And Mies being cautious, again, under brakes into turn 1, not assuming that he's going to be given the track, and he does get it without any real challenge. The Ferrari sort of thinks about coming back, but the reality is it's just, you know, a driver saying, oh, I didn't make it easy for you, did I?
And down in the pit lane, Audi drivers getting ready for the first round of pit stops.
Quite early. Yeah, slightly out of sequence.
Yeah, but they have to be, because that's Francesco Castellacci, and as I said early on, there are 3 cars to 2 pit bays. They need to get one out of sequence.
Alvaro Brent runs way, way wide, lets Rob Bell get back again, and not only that,
Philippe Eng.
Yeah, Philippe Eng gets around. Oh, and he gets did he get a nudge, or was that... It looked like they got pretty close as they came through turn 2. Alvaro Perez has been muscular today in his defence and his attack of the position in the Hexus McLaren.
Whether it's fair to say desperate, I'm not sure, but certainly Alvaro Perez...
You might say desperate, I'm not prepared to be that committed.
OK, well, it's just not the Alvaro that you get used to seeing, because it's been elbows out. He's clearly not very happy about being as far down the order as he is, and the pace doesn't seem to be there, but it's just not the Alvaro you're used to seeing.
I think what we are accustomed to seeing is in GT racing, Alvaro Brent comes from a single-seater background, and what is happening is really this is that fashion, if you like, being transferred into a GT car. It isn't always pretty, but you know, when you get highly competitive drivers, and remember Alvaro Parent's position within the McLaren family is a very significant one, he doesn't want to have a customer car effectively challenge him. And I mean, Philipp Eng is a very fine young driver, didn't do anything wrong there, but he sort of got the old master's wrath and sort of edged him out to the outside of turn 2.
Of course, Parent also trying to find a way past another McLaren factory driver in Rob Bell. This is Alex Buncombe. You're riding with him the Nissan, and he has now lost that place to Philipp Eng, so he's fallen back a place within Pro-Am, which is not great news. And we're also getting a report of one of the Gentleman Trophy cars, Ahmad Al-Hathi, has stopped out on the circuit. Big shame for the Omani driver, winner at Silverstone, remember?
Indeed, he
second
was.
round. So Ahmad Al-Hathi stopped out on the side of the circuit, riding with Alex Buncombe.
And another Porsche. And we don't have enough Porsches as far as I'm concerned. And one of them caught fire, another one has stopped on the track, and I'm disappointed.
Audi number 2 is making its way down the pit lane. So this, as I was saying, is the sacrificial lamb. Get that out of sequence and leave the pit boxes clear for the championship contender cars, number 1 and number 13. So Raul Frey comes in and Francesco Castellacci will take over.
Yep, Ferrari driver in an Audi. Interesting to see how Castellacci enjoys driving in the WRT team, and expectations are high for him to do a good job in this car.
This car being run by Adam Hardy, touring car engineer as well. He works at WRT in this and on the FIA GT weekends, and so he will have devised a strategy that gets this car in a little bit early and therefore is out of sequence to the others up to the end of the race. And that is Ahmad Al-Hathi.
Yeah, so that car is being pushed by the corner workers down at turn 8. It looks as if it's done all the way down the bottom of the racetrack, but it isn't going to go any further. And that's turn 1, I beg your pardon. That is down at the apex of turn 1 and it's being pulled. Looks like the rear wheels are locked for some strange reason, whether that's because it's in gear or whether there's another issue, but that car is likely to be seeing an awful lot more of this race as we come up close to the conclusion of our first hour.
It's gone quickly.
It's gone very quickly.
Yes.
Are the other 5 going to be as fast?
Let us see. There's still a lot to happen, as we've been saying. So we have making the car's way to the race now, number 2. It is Francesco Castellacci behind the wheel of it, and it will drop down the order, but of course we'll cycle back up once pit stops have been completed. There's Vincent Voss in the midst of all of the team personnel, sporting the ever so snazzy flat cap. He had his first ever car race in the northwest of England, you see. That's probably where he got the passion for a flat cap from.
Don't tell me it was Ruffles.
At Alton Park. Champion of Alton, 1992. He had his car first ever race. He comes from near Spa, races at Alton Park, one great track to another.
Well, I mean, it is a fantastic racetrack. Sadly, it has lost a lot of what I enjoyed when I went there in 1965.
Yes.
You remember that? You were there, weren't you, David?
No,
I saw you. You'd asked for my autograph. There's the Porsche being pulled. And that is a disappointment indeed as he sits in the car. Or is it him in the car? I think it must be still him in the car.
Yeah.
And that is being towed with the rear wheels locked. And I think there may have been damage there. The left front of that car, suspension failure, so maybe it is actually in gear as opposed to having a problem with the rear of the car. The problem is the left front suspension is awry.
And that, I fear, is going to be the end of that. So, looks like that car's going to be out of the race. Meantime, with this yellow flag at the first corner, the lead gap, 13 seconds. We've not seen too much of Max Goetz for the last couple of 3 laps, but he's still pounding on out front.
Well, he's been now clear of the traffic that caused him to lose the best part of 3 or 4 seconds. He's now running in clear air, got the rhythm back. Traffic and track conditions are improving. Although, as we talk, I mean, this mist that's swirling around the Eiffel Mountains where we are at Nürburgring is still swirling. There's a little bit of wind coming sort of northeasterly, blowing across the racetrack, not giving any advantage in any of the 2 principal straights, the pit straight or the back straight. But Max Goetz going about his work professionally, not making the big mistakes or any big commitments, under braking, diving down the inside, trying to force issues, driving intelligently.
Yeah, indeed so. Indeed so. We've got the cars then currently on lap 31, and as we get to the hour mark, we're starting now to think about pit stops. It's not going to be that far off, another 6-7 laps maybe before pit stops become relevant in all of this. And again, the order will shuffle, but then we'll start to see who can do the best on their strategy on a tank of fuel. That shouldn't be the problem in terms of fuel consumption. assumption. It's more making sure you don't go over the driver time that's going to exercise the team's imagination.
And the driver time is, I think, a major issue. We heard Ben Schneider discussing it. And, you know, they've got to be very careful, especially if we do get safety car interventions because of issues. We really haven't seen that so far. It's always in the back of the mind of a driver.
Now there you can see the third place McLaren, Antoine Leclerc making his way through traffic. 111 is Gaetano Ardagna up the road ahead of him in the Venezuelan supported Ferrari. Runs to promote the country's tourism. So Antoine Leclerc for ART Grand Prix lapping strongly. He's actually on the last lap only dropped a couple of tenths to the two race leaders. So this car is still nicely placed. It is, remember, Antoine Leclerc, Mike Parisi, who we know is quick, and Andy Soucek, the first FIA F2 champion, who will take the car over. So another man well worth watching when he gets into his stint. And now we're starting to see one or two cars at the hour mark make a pit stop. It is a Gentleman Trophy Ferrari, Howard Blank's car, coming down the pit lane at the moment. So there's that. Pit also coming in is 58 Porsche, which is the shared Daniel Debreu, Christian Kelder's entry. Just two drivers, so they're going to have a lot of track time between those two.
Yeah, it's a long afternoon, 3 hours around the Nürburgring, or roughly 3 hours per driver. Hard work. It's not a racetrack that gives a huge amount of inspiration, but it is quite a physical circuit. A lot of turns, a lot of braking. Concentration also going to be key, especially with the volume of traffic. Having to keep an eye on the mirror for cars that are quicker than you coming through and putting you a lap down. And also just involved in your own race, trying to do the best you can to make up position.
Car number 1, Audi, under investigation, going quickly under a yellow flag in the first sector. Stefan Ortelli, the man behind the wheel of it. Stefan did 2 years ago, the first year at Blancpain, blocked his copybook quite a lot. If there were incidents, he'd normally be in the middle of them, but it might be here that there's some more drama set to surround car number 1. And remember that that is another one that could have a chance of winning the championship this weekend, incidentally. Ortelli and Laurens Vanthoor, not with René Rast, but with Edward Sandstrom, to try and maximise Edward Sandstrom's chance winning the championship. And he, by dint of driving with different drivers within the Spa 24 hours, actually has more points than Ortelli and Vanthoor. Mathematically, they could win it, but not if you put Sandstrom with them, because he already starts with a 6-point advantage. Back into the race goes Porsche 58. And the Ferrari that came in ahead of it is still there in the background, the AF Corsa car of the American Howard Blank and the French driver Jean-Marc Bachelier and Yannick Malagon. So we've seen dramas for other Porsches in the course of the race thus far. This one's, so far, good and healthy. Class winners last year on a couple of occasions. 18 Mercedes in the meantime you're looking at in the Pro-Am class. Steve Jans being chased by Henry Hassid. BMW right on the tail. There's your winning machine. Ben Schneider makes his way over to the pit wall to have a quick look at what sort of lap times are happening, what sort of state the opposition is in, and also to have a last word with the team about what he's required to do and how many laps before he gets into the car.
Well, a little bit of the team decision about bringing the lead car in will be, when we bring it in, I'll be able to calculate with any accuracy whereabouts Ben Schneider will rejoin, because what they don't want to do is bring that car in within the time constraints they've got and the amount of fuel usage that Maximilian Goetz has used to put out Ben Schneider into the middle of a pack of cars that are racing for position. And I would suspect that Ben Schneider was just getting some clarification as to where they maybe think and when they're going to bring Goetz in and whereabouts most likely he will return into the field.
Car 69, Rob Bell, into the pit lane now from 15th place. That means that he has done 32 laps within that stint. So that's an hour and 5 minutes, effectively. Interesting. Thought they might have been able to go a bit further than that, but always yours first. It's a little bit shorter.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's all about, I think, you come in, the pit lane is relatively clear. What you don't want to do is come in when maybe 20 or more cars are all coming in, going out, or in the middle of a pit stop, because there's a restriction on the amount of room. And here's the car coming in that had that. No, that's another one of those Ferraris, not the 55. So the key is to try and bring your car in, particularly if you are in that lead group. There was the Gentleman Champions car that came in. It's the white roof on the Ferrari that had the drive-through. Is that Pieri's car?
Yeah, Jean-Luc Blanchemin looks for Sofrev in the pits. Jean-Luc Bobelic will take over Patrice Guélard, the third driver in that car. So 32 laps and one of the leading runners. Put that into my number crunching device. The team manager of car 1, we're back to Team WRT here, is being summoned to the race director. Car 1 is the Stefano Ortelli Audi I was talking about a little while ago, so there may be something hanging over that car. We'll get the answer to it shortly. The stewards have been pretty quick. I mean, they didn't hang around in deciding that drive-through, did they, for the 44 Kessel Ferrari?
Well, I suspect, you know, the Kessel Ferrari was penalised quickly, and rightly too. All these punishments should be made quickly. I suspect what Ortelli did was down at the turn 1 where the Porsche was being removed, was not respect the yellow flag. More than likely, it may have been either his lap sector time exceeded what he has best done, or done best, or he may well have actually overtaken a car in the process, which of course is a serious no-no.
And so that will potentially come back to haunt Stefano Ortelli as more and more pit stops now start to cycle through. Jelmer Berman is in, that's intriguing, in number 3. That's a 33-lap stint, an hour and 7 minutes. Expect all these to go longer, and there is car 1 in its own problems now. Run off the road, back on again, Stefano Ortelli. He just got up into 12th place, and at turn 1 he's had a spin. So number 1, the Battlefield 4 entry, now has its own battle. A drive-through penalty for number 1 for not slowing under the yellow flag. So it was at turn 1, as we were saying, and a drive-through penalty for Stefano Ortelli because he didn't slow down enough under the yellow flags while that incident was being attended to. So a spin and a drive-through, not great news. Look up and down the pit lane, lots and lots of stops now cycling through. Also in number 32 Nissan of Alex Buncombe, another 33-lap stint for that car.
Well, so far the top 10 cars have yet to come into the pit lane, so they're dragging out as long as they can. An hour and, well, 4 hours and 15 minutes of this race remaining, and it's going to be the last dregs of fuel in the car before they bring these effectively top 10 cars in.
Stefano Ortelli's spin, I gather, involved the Joe Foster Porsche. Whoops, he'd already spun, he spun into the back of him. So Stefano Ortelli seemed to lose it under braking. He was well wrong coming into the corner and clipped the back of number 48. So contact between cars 48 and 1 reported at turn 1 is absolutely true, but it was largely because rather Banzai Ortelli was already going in the wrong way and he hit the back of a car braking and trying to turn into the corner. So cars doing 33 laps, 34 out of McLaren number 5, Frederic Verviche. But the longer you go, the better it proves you can do in this race, and the closer you can get to doing it on just 4 stops.
Looks like Mercedes are coming in because Bernd Schneider is waiting for that car to enter the pit lane.
Parent is in, and so also is Ortelli. But it's going to be Ortelli for the drive-through, I'll predict, rather than for the mandatory stop. First of the 4 that you have to do in this championship.
There's Verviche and the McLaren did a good job. I mean, took a lot of racetrack to achieve it, but did a strong job in that car.
Drive through for Ortelli. So this car, as I was saying earlier on, has had a bit of a gain under the balance of performance, although the team still think they'd be better off running in last year's configuration. The team manager of car 44, the Kessel Ferrari, to race control immediately.
Again.
What have we not seen?
Time. Well,
what have we not seen?
Well, something's gone on. And they look a late cut for Maximilian Götz. Absolutely on the limit coming into the pit lane. And watch the car accelerating up to the line. Then he's got to slow down to 50 kilometers per hour. That is the mandatory pit lane.
Now we're being told, as in comes the second place Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi, that the release from the pit box of the 44 Ferrari was not exactly the safest. There was almost contact with one of the Nissan, so I think it's to do with the release from the pit stop that the officials want a word. But is there going to be another penalty? Well, we'll wait and find out. In comes 84, hits the board, Bernd Schneider runs around the side, helps with the belts, out gets Götz, in gets Schneider. 2-part pit stops. What we also need to look for in this, as they take the rip-off windscreen off, is whether they can double stint tyres, because that will save you a chunk of time in the pit stop, but you then have to make sure you don't lose too much at the end of the second stint if that's what you're trying to do. Pit lane getting busy again. You can see also in has come Antoine Leclerc, so the top 3 all in the pit lane. Came in having done about an hour and 9 minutes, so we're going to have Christopher Mees in the lead of the race briefly, and we are having new tyres onto the Mercedes 84. Up it goes on the jacks. New set Pirelli's brought out, and the pit stop going like clockwork.
They will gain a benefit out of that new set of tyres. The first couple, 3 laps is when Bernd Schneider can really do some strong lap times. Again, it'll all be dependent where the car filters back into the field once we get the entire field cycle through for pit stops. And here we're just slightly slow getting away, the engine on the limiter immediately, and it comes out behind the Porsche. That's not ideal. He's going to have to wait until they get to the exit of the pit lane. He can't overtake, he can't cross the white line on the run down into turn 1. And again, it's only maybe going to be 3 or 4 seconds, but it's frustrating for Bernd Schneider. He's lost time where he really wanted to get clear as quickly as possible. Still, he has got through, in fact, and now he's got the new tyre benefit coming up behind the Audi.
Stefan Ortelli, I think he's behind, isn't it? Who's back in the race after his drive-through. Stefan, he's about to go a lap down here, but he's not going to make life easy.
No, he's not. I was just going to say, Bernd Schneider will know to be careful or wary that Stefan Ortelli is not going to be an easy pass. And you can see Schneider flashing the lights on the Mercedes to tell Ortelli, in effect, although I'm not the race leader, but by the time all this filters through, I will be. And Stefan Ortelli, having had a couple of issues, colourful moments so far, and you know, he's so charming when he's out of the car being interviewed.
Now the new leader, Christopher Mies, has just come into the pit lane. 36 laps done, and what, an hour and 12 minutes, so that is a good opening stint.
Very good indeed.
And remember, that's a car that's also in contention for the championship. So,
well, he is currently, or at the start of the race, 2 points behind the championship Kessel Ferrari. So the Ferrari's had its problems. We saw the contact that took place with Alvaro Perez and then the consequent drive-through. As we watch this pit stop change, the drivers can do the driver pit stop change very much more quickly. Oh, and Bernd Schneider struggling.
I know this isn't a battle for position, but it's an interesting one, isn't it, to see how Bernd Schneider gets through here.
Well, the problem for Bernd Schneider is all that new tyre benefit is being lost.
Yeah.
Trying to find a way past the Audi, which is on a much older set of tyres, but is able to defend. I think you're going to have a go down the inside into turn 1. We just saw them coming past the pits.
There's the man that was second early on, who in real terms is catching back up. Schneider has a look to the inside.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, Ortelli realised that it was going to happen, if not sooner, certainly later. And Bernd Schneider got the run off turn 17. That little bit of extra traction that the fresh rubber gives him, and he then was in position to get alongside under brakes. Ortelli didn't sort of say, well, come through, Bernd, old chap. But nonetheless, he didn't make it that difficult.
Back into the race goes number 13, Audi. And that means now René Rast is at the wheel of car number 13. René Rast joining Schnippler and Mies this weekend rather than running in car 1. And Marcus Paltela stays out in BMW number 4. This is intriguing because that car is going a long, long way at the moment. So too also Marcus Winkelhock's Audi. We'll see, I suspect, slightly longer stints from some teams' second stop around. But for the moment, it's number 4 BMW leading the way. Just going over the timing line now. There in the pit lane is the Royal Motorsport car, the Roberto Ravaglia team's car, Michele Ceruti and Stefano Comandini at the wheel. Right, Paltela leading. Winkelhock is now in. So number 4 going a long, long way in this first stint in the race. Interesting that the number 3 BMW has already been in. Bas Linders has taken it over, incidentally. Car number 3. David Dermont has taken over from Frederic Verviche in number 5. And still there are 1 or 2 pit stops to cycle through in this first round. So for the moment, Paltela leads the way. Now René Rast is the man to keep an eye to, I suspect, in number 13 Audi, to see what progress he can now make. And how's 75 Porsche getting on? Maxime Soulet has taken over now from Marc Henrici, but that car still with a lot of work to do. This is just not proving to be a Porsche weekend.
No, it's not been a Porsche year, let alone a weekend, sadly to say. But in fact, Bernd Schneider, now with the benefit of those new tyres and clear air, fastest in sector 13. So we look to see where Bernd Schneider currently indicating running in 5th place, but until the pit stop cycles have filtered through, we'll not get a true indication. But no doubt Bernd Schneider in the Mercedes will be our effective race leader.
There is Marcus Paltela. Now the maximum driving time is 2 hours and 20 minutes, an hour and 10 per stint if you like, but what you could do is go over and above that on your first and do a shorter second stint. So how you break up that 2 hours 20 for the drivers is sort of up to you, but as long as you don't exceed the 2 hours and 20 for a given driver, that's down to the teams, that's down to the Clever Brains Trust on the pit wall. And the leader comes in this time. Paltela is in, so this has been a good long stint. He's taken it to just over an hour and a quarter.
Yeah, just over an hour and a quarter, and good job by Marcus Paltela. Comes in again, look at the pit lane, virtually clear, so an easy run in. No worry about unsafe releases from other teams. Audi in the pits at the same time. So Marcus Paltela will come in, and pretty much everything going to plan for the Mark VDS BMW.
And you can't miss that arrow, can you, telling you where you're going to park? If you can't see that when you come down the pit lane, there's something not right. You shouldn't be out there.
Never assume, David, never assume.
So there is number 4 BMW set to rejoin. Marcus Paltela, cracking stint, that really good job. And as I was saying earlier on, he's really been allowed to shine this year by being the lead driver in the car rather than being subordinate to anybody else. So Bernd Schneider leads. We said so much of that at Spa. We've said it a lot in the DTM over the years. We can say it again here. And he's just done the best last sector of anybody in the race. A drive-through penalty as well for number 44, the Kessel Ferrari, for not slowing down under yellow flags. When it's not your day, it's not your day, is it, John?
No, it's not. And I mean, the disappointment, championship leading car coming in and having these issues, and it's just compounding, getting worse and worse. Bernd Schneider again just consistently lapping in the middle, 1 minute 56s, and the next best is a middle 57.
Davide Rigon, I think, is the man that's committed the latest sin for car number 44. So it really is not a happy time, this, for Kessel Racing. About to rejoin, look, is number 4. So Marcus Paltela brought it in, and Nick Katzberg will take it out. Nick, we know, again, is a very, very rapid driver. So there he is, and he will join in behind number 3. So Bas Leinders, the player manager, the team boss of Mark VDS Racing's on-track activity, will be ahead of his teammates.
Pretty good teamwork, though.
Yeah,
both cars basically been running, not quite nose to tail, but very closely on the racetrack, and indicating that there's consistency and good work going on in the pit lane to get these two cars back out to run in tandem again.
The Kessel Racing Ferrari penalty, just to finish that off, same offence as Ortelli, not slowing down enough at turn 1 while they were recovering the Porsche, so exactly the same thing. And these are experienced drivers, John.
Well, the thing is, when you see a yellow flag, you don't put your foot on it and go quicker. You know you've got to go at least no quicker than your best, and of course difficult sometimes if you're in a battle to make that assessment, but that's the judgment that a driver has to be aware of and has to make.
So we're riding here with number 3. This is Bas Leinders, making his way uphill into the next S. The car at the moment 9th, but it's going to be better than that at the end by that, because others have made pit stops, so that'll cycle through. Makes a glorious noise, this BMW Z4. An increasingly common GT car. BMW has put a lot of effort into it as well, with the customer support program that we've seen in domestic GT championships as well as in Blancpain. Riding the curve, coming out of turn 12, speed building this next part of the circuit. On a map, looks like a bit of a kink, but it's a real corner. Bas Leinders charges through it, and can he get past that backmarker Ferrari on the brakes before he gets to the chicane? The answer, I think, is yes, up on the inside.
Yeah, we came from quite a long way behind, but I think it's cooperation from the Ferrari. They saw the BMW catching as they came on to what we might call the back straight through turn 13. Bas Leinders makes a good pass, judged well. Did have to rely a little bit on the cooperation of the Ferrari, but if you make your signal and your intentions pretty clear, normally a driver will realise that this is a car that's not in my battle. It's coming through the field, recognises it as the Mark VDS BMW, and says, OK, I'm here to enjoy myself. I'm not trying to win the championship. I'll get out of your way. Into turn 3, uses a bit of curb in the inside, that just sort of helps pull the front of the car in, but then you quickly got to get the car turned back to the right. You can run the car fairly wide on the exit of turn 4. Just make sure you don't run all 4 wheels off every lap. That will also get the attention of the stewards.
They've been pretty busy so far, as we've been saying, so let's see what else they have to address before the very end of the race.
On board with the Nissan Marlboro, Yeah, and he was in the Formula 3 event as well. He's been a busy guy this weekend.
He had a couple of spins this morning, but he's acquitted himself pretty well in single-seaters. Right, let's have a look at a lap on board now with the Nissan.
Again, out of turn 4, runs the car wide, doesn't go to the limit, but it's a very acceptable exit. Then again, back down in the gearbox into turn 5. Just this turn 5-6 sequence doesn't really add or detract any part of the racetrack. It's just 2 corners, and then you've got a chance on the exit of turn 6 to try and get on the. It's quite a steep decline into turn 8, easy to overrun under brakes, and Jan Marlborough, look, he gets just exactly that, just fractionally late in the brakes, maybe focusing a little bit more on the car ahead of him, trying to make a judgment as to where he will eventually catch that car, having to breathe the throttle, not able to go flat out through turn 9 and 10. Now on that final rise up into turn 11, you just get the car in. I mean, he's closing down to the back of the car, but you can see the slight struggle he has, having to wait all the time to feel the grip, feel the bite from initially the front of the car to say the front tires are in contact and they are gripping the racetrack. And then when he gets on the throttle, you don't get this transition for the back end of the car beginning to slide. And there they well, coming through the quicker of the 2 versions of the S's. And on this lap, certainly the Nissan has closed down the car ahead, and now onto the pit straight as we go back down to turn 8.
And we have a look at the Jaguar, which is the Emil Frey developed Jaguar, which has replaced the damaged Aston Martin for the Emil Frey racing team. Good to have the Jaguar back on track. It's a quick look in the background of that shot. You saw the Vita 4-1 BMW. Just looking to see how, if at all, the progress of that car is panning out after its early stop that got it out of sequence. The 26 is now up into, yes, 3rd place overall. So interesting, having it, I was looking further down the timing screen, it's crept up to 3rd. So Bernd Schneider leads from Alexander Scriabin, but this car now is in 3rd place. So it's partly there because of being out of sequence, but is that the clever strategy, and is it going to be up at the pointy end come the end of the race? We're going to have to wait another 4.5 hours to find out, but this could be a really clever roll of the dice by that team.
It's an interesting option the team have taken, certainly given themselves track position at this point in the race. We're just now into the 2nd hour of a 6-hour endurance race. An awful lot more could take place, and sometimes teams do roll the dice, do things that are completely off the wall. I mean, we sort of were uncertain about the pit stop when it came. We thought maybe there was a problem. No, it was confirmed that this is a predetermined strategic move, and right now it's an interesting concept. Anyway, it's nice to know that you're running in relatively clear air, running, well, the best part of 9/10 of a second away from the pace of Bernd Schneider, and he's got Nicky Katzberg behind him in the McLaren. He's just taken over the seat of that ART McLaren. Interesting to see Nicky Katzberg, who's very familiar with BMW Z4s, if he can make any impression. He certainly knows the strength of the BMW and its weaknesses, and he'll try and get his McLaren as soon as possible ahead of car 26. 3rd place BMW.
So Schneider leads the way. Alexander Scriabin has taken over number 90. He runs in 2nd place. Stefano Colombo still shown as the driver of the Vita 4-1 car because it would have been a very short first stint. So put fuel in it, get him back out. So he'll be at the wheel of that. 4th is Mike Parisi. 5th is René Rast. 6th is Hubert Haupt. It's great to have him back in racing. He was in the Gentleman Trophy in FIA GT earlier on in the season. But Hubert Haupt, who has a career going back to 1987, racing the late 80s, early 90s DTM. He's 6th. In 7th place now is Bas Leinders in number 3. In 8th place is Nick Katzberg. In 9th place you've got Enzo Eder, who's taken over from Marcus Winkelhock. And 10th is the Pro-Am leading McLaren, David Dermont. This is Mike Parisi you're looking at in 4th now. Just catching up on some other second drivers because they're worth watching. Steph Dusseldorp is at the wheel of the Hexis car. Adam Carroll is at the wheel of the Gulf Racing McLaren. There's a big cheer to my right in the box, I promise you. 13th now is number 72. Sergei Zlobin has taken over from Mikhail Alyoshin. In 14th place is Anton Ladygin, who is in the Pro-Am competition. And 15th, Maxime Soulet, having taken over from Mark Henrici. And having said all of that, up over the line comes the fight for 6th place. You got Hubert Haupt here, just ahead of Bas Linders.
You can't even see the BMW behind the Mercedes, such as the bulk of the Mercedes, but what an effective race car it's been. Bas Linders had a thought about it into turn 17, wisely didn't have the track position to make it stick. So again, having to do all the hard work coming through turns 2, this long turn 2. Slower car on one of the Ferraris. And then the tightening apex that makes turn 3. Bas Linders looks to have a little bit more grip, front-end grip with the BM than the Mercedes does. Oh, sorry, this is the Jaguar we saw going slowly. The Jaguar is pulling off, and that looks like it's the end of the day for Lawrence Frey. And the unique XJKS 8, whatever. Yes. Oh. Big problem, big shunt.
That's Fabio Babini. Well, that means that there's no chance that is going to be the winner. Remember that AF Corsa team was looking for 3 in a row. Fabio Babini is not very impressed with the Marshals' efforts to engage him.
Not only that, I mean, he went off, looks like, on the entry or approaching turn 13. Not at turn 13 before it. Whether it all went wrong in turn 12, whether that was an assist. Well, there you can see it. Just it is. Where was there? May have been another car involved. Certainly, you can see bodywork.
Yeah. That's a big hit, isn't it?
I suspect there's been contact between 2 cars, and it's fired the Ferrari off into the barrier where the safety vehicle is now approaching from. But there's bodywork on you can see on the right-hand side of the track on the inside. So an incident, big incident for the Ferrari, and we don't know whether that was a single incident, whether it was a mechanical reason, failure or something, but a big hit to the left front of the car.
And come what may, that's going to mean a Nissan driver wins Pro-Am, because Fabio Babini, first time out with the team as well, is, I'm afraid, the man behind the wheel when the car comes to grief. He'd just taken over, hadn't he, for the second stint of the race from Nick Homerson. Said the Homerson-Machiel's dream of 3 titles in a row comes to an end. Big disappointment there. But I just wonder, with all that debris lying around, whether or not that might even prompt a safety car. We shall see. Very rare do we need them at Formula 1 venues, but if there's bits of sharp bodywork on the track, that is good enough reason, isn't it, to get the safety car out, get everybody bunched up, and if we do have a safety car, all the strategies get thrown up into the air once again. This is the battle still between Haupt and Linders, and then behind you've got Nick Katzberg, who's benefiting from all of this by being able to lap a little bit quicker, so it's going to be a 3-way battle before much longer, I think, soon.
Seeing a yellow flag in Sector 3. McLaren dives down the inside. Nicky Katzberg getting ahead of one of the BMWs, or the BMW that was running previously in 3rd. So Nicky Katzberg's done what he's had to do.
As the 3rd place Vita 4-1 BMW with still Stefano Colombo at the wheel of it. Now, how's he fetching up lap time wise? 2 minutes 0.4. He's losing a little bit of ground against the leading Mercedes, but he's on the same sort of pace as Alexander Scriabin is with the 2nd place Ferrari. The Jaguar, by the way, has just slowly made its way down the pit lane. We're on lap 44, and it's going to be in the early 60s when the next significant pit stops are to be found, I think.
They're interesting that everybody slowed down on the lap where that Ferrari accident occurred. And certainly the leading cars dropped from the 57s and 58s they were doing down to a 2 minute, and that's what you were required to do as the BMW finally makes its way into the pit lane, and this is going to be its 2nd stop of the day out of sequence. We saw the benefit that it enjoyed getting up initially to 3rd place, then dropping the last lap to 4th when Nicky Katzberg and the McLaren got through.
Okay, so lap 44, its 2nd stop, and it comes, and the team ready. Vita 4-1 has not had, by its high standards, a very good year at all in this championship, and Mikael Barton's team will want to end the season on a high. Greg Franchi, I think, is going to take over. Look, the man in the green helmet, former champion.
Blue sky.
Yes.
We've got blue sky.
I thought you were going to sing, then.
Well, it's the first I've seen of it really today. But just looking around, suddenly the light has lifted, and it's actually returning to the kind of weather we enjoyed in qualifying on Saturday. So that'll be a relief for everybody in the pit lane. They'll be able to stick to the strategies that we've got. We're not going to see something, certainly, in the next few moments that's going to make a major strategic realignment or reappraisal as we are on board with the BMW coming down into turn 5. And just sitting there, nothing you can do, just wait. This battle has been raging now since these 2 cars made their pit stops.
staying on board with Bas Linders as each car, and there you can see the tyre change for Stefano Colombo's car in the pit lane. I'm just keeping an eye on anybody else that might have damage. I'm trying to work out who else, if anybody, was involved with Fabio Babini's Ferrari. But for the moment, there's no evidence of anybody else with damage. Stefano Colombo's car then, Greg Franchi, I think it was, that took over now, leaves the pit lane. That's Hans-Guido Riegel in the Haribo Porsche heading this pack. And now, look, Haupt, Linders and Katzberg have got themselves together 6th, 7th and 8th. Ignore the white BMW because that's one of the back markers.
No, that's what the back marker should do. It should be aware of the traffic coming behind. It's quicker car, it's quicker traffic, gets out of the line and it just loses track position because the Porsche, well, he managed to get alongside, but you've got these 3 cars all battling for 6th place.
Now, Hubert Haupt may be a bit race rusted, but you wouldn't think it. He was one of the mainstays of DTM for Audi, for Opel in the late 90s, and then in its second incarnation. There is the Haribo Porsche with Hans-Guido Riegel down in 29th place. And of course, they haven't yet put their demon into the car in Richard Westbrook. That's Michael Bartels in the woolly hat, not looking hugely impressed with life, is he?
No, I think Michael was letting off some steam. There's something he's not happy about. Look, you can see the body language, and Michael clearly agitated as he's done. Whether it was to do with one of the wheel changes, whether one of those went poorly. Certainly, he was in having a word forcefully.
Yeah.
And when Michael's forceful, it's a full-on force 10 force.
You know you've been forced.
You've been forced,
yes. You've been Bartels. So the 26 BMW will get back into what you might call its rightful place at the end of this next lap. We'll tell you what it is when it crosses the timing line. Hubert Haupt is still under pressure from Bas Linders then. And Mark VDS Racing Team that came oh so close to winning the championship last year would dearly love to win it this year. Hubert Haupt in the Mercedes has taken over from Andreas Simonsen, and then Luca Ludwig, Klaus Ludwig's son, will be the 3rd driver in that car. So it's rich on talent. 188 BMW, Michel Albert and Bernard Delhay going a lot better than they did at Spa. Remember, that car expired 3 laps into the race from memory, but here it's going okay. Number 16 Enzo Ida getting stuck there behind the Porsche. We go safety car. The safety car is being deployed. Now, if that's because of all the damage for Fabio Babini's accidents, it's taken a few laps for that decision to be made, but the safety car is being deployed nonetheless.
Indeed it is, and there's no weather reason for the safety car to be employed. The only thing we can think of is that there is issue with the barrier down around turn 13, and that may need some repair, possibly because it was a heavy impact. There is the front of the Ferrari. You can see that was a major impact. I mean, that car, I dread to think what the barrier looks like, and that's what the front of the Ferrari looks like. And it is being, unceremoniously dragged away. Principally, the safety car, I think, is to get that car removed to a safe place behind the barrier. And you can see, look at that poor thing. Can you imagine what that poor car's feeling being treated like that?
As if being duffed up to begin with wasn't bad enough.
The dollar bills, the euro notes, the pound notes are just being torn up as you see it being towed away like that.
The safety car to recover debris on track. The teams and indeed us are being told on the timing screen, so it is the debris on the circuit.
It's interesting they've waited over 10 minutes to make that judgment. If it was there, it hasn't suddenly appeared. It must have been there, but anyway, let's say that better late than never. And with carbon fibre and the fine little shards that it splinters into, I'm looking very dark. Very dark indeed as we head downhill into turn 8. Now, whether that's the onboard camera and whatever they've got on the screen of the BMW, but that's darker than I remember it for some time.
Now look at this, 1 or 2 people diving into the pit lane now in order to put some fuel in and then rejoin at the back of the Crocodile, because you'll lose less time by doing it this way. So quite a few. Steph Dusseldorp has come in, for example, for Hexis, and an increasing number of people making these splash and dash type pit stops because they won't lose that much time under the safety car. I think 44 is in. It is, yeah. So number 44 Cesar Ramos will bring the car into the pit lane.
I mean, this is one way that they can possibly resurrect all the damage that's been done in the first hour by unforced errors, and then of course that pugilistic move and Alvaro Perez. But it is a driver change. Interesting. It was very short. It was a very short stint.
Right.
Very short stint indeed.
Now how the jigsaw is being pieced together. Contact between cars 50 and 23 under investigation. 23 Stephen Kane in the Dunbrek Hoshino Nissan. That was the other car, presumably with Babini.
It would have been. The Nissan is a big, strong, solid lump of car. How the contact occurred, we haven't been able to see that. But whatever it was at high speed. The Ferrari had a high-speed contact with the barriers. The Nissan appears to be relatively undamaged, so I'm assuming that it must have been a rear contact to the Ferrari that sent it spearing off into the barrier.
Into the pits has just come Adam Carroll, into the pit lane has just come Hubert Haupt, in has come David Dermont, so quite a lot of the drivers out of the leading 20, say. Significant cars coming in to get some more fuel in, which they can do now under the safety car. So the team engineers and strategists who had a 4-stopper in mind also had up their sleeves a 5-stopper, which gives you a bit more flexibility. You can easily switch from one to the other. Now we're going to look at a minimum of 5 stops for most of the teams, I think, because if you try and stay to 4 under the safety car, I'm not sure it's going to work for you anymore. So Schneider leads the way. The gap is 21 seconds over Alexander Scriabin, who's a rapid ex-Ferrari challenge racer. Mike Parisi is 3rd, and René Rast in 4th place.
But when the safety car returns to pit lane, that 21-second advantage will be a single, probably second.
Yeah, much less, won't it be? Hubert Haupt, I think, has given way in number 19 Mercedes, so that cycles now through to Luca Ludwig. So Schneider, Scriabin, Parisi, Rast, Leinders, Katzberg, Ida is the top 7 because of Hubert Haupt making his pit stop. And there goes Luca Ludwig. They're also the number 5 McLaren, the David Dermont, Koen Wouters, Frederick Vervisch car. If they've done a driver change, it will be Wouters, I suspect, now into that car. So Fabio Babini, we know, out of the race. We've seen the damage to that car. And let's have a look at exactly what happened. Look at the largely black Ferrari, penultimate car in shot. Behind him is Stephen Kane. And the Ferrari gets a tap. And that is an enormous impact into the barrier. Lucky it didn't go over. It bounces its way into the gravel. The Nissan spins, but that was a huge hit.
Looking at it, the Nissan was on the outside of the track on the left-hand side. Ferrari seemed to come across thinking there was going to be clear air, and there wasn't, and that was a massive impact.
Well, you can understand why there is debris on the track, can't you? Because of the huge impact from the Ferrari against the barrier. Fabio Babini driving for that team for the first time. Whether he'll be invited back, I don't know, because it did look as they did, as John said, move across a little bit. But Fabio Babini is a very experienced racer, but perhaps trying to work his way through traffic distracted him a little bit.
Well, I mean, there were 3 cars, and 2 of them made contact, and it was an avoidable incident. And particularly if you are the car that gets tagged on the tail, which is what occurred when the Nissan's nose and the left rear of the Ferrari came into contact. Cars at that point of the racetrack doing probably 230 or so kilometers per hour, best part of 140 miles an hour. So it was going to be a big impact. And as you saw, the Ferrari got well and truly airborne. Even the Nissan had to rotate before it managed to get itself pointing in the right direction. It would have just suffered a very slight impact on that left front. But let's have a look again. The Ferrari comes, it simply drives down on the Nissan, and as if the Nissan wasn't there. Wasn't clear. The Ferrari was not clear of the Nissan, and consequently, well, we need to have a look at it again, maybe, and get a slow motion version of it. But the Ferrari was in the middle of the racetrack. The Nissan was on the left, on the side of the racetrack, and the Ferrari just came across the front of the Nissan, at which point that's where the contact occurred, and that's what caused the Nissan to spin. But ultimately it threw the Ferrari off rapidly into the sand trap. So let's look again. The Nissan is coming down, always coming down on the outside on the left hand side. There you see the Ferrari beginning to turn. Now whether that turn was caused by impact or contact, or whether that was Babini turning in and then driving onto the top of the Nissan, certainly Stephen Kane, no doubt, will have an opinion about it as well. He will have felt that I was there doing nothing wrong. I was on my line. I couldn't go anywhere more offline to the left because I would have been off the racetrack. And there is part of, is that part of the Nissan as well, or is that part of the Ferrari? I can't really tell looking at the bodywork, but you can see a lot of bodywork still on the racetrack, and the marshals will want to get that all cleared as quickly as possible. Although it is offline, nevertheless, it only takes one little shard to get flicked back onto the line, and that can lead to a tyre getting cut and whatever else follows from that.
Because what they're still trying to do is get everybody in one long line, and then it becomes safe for the marshals to actually venture out onto the circuit. But the problem is, with people pitting, the order continues to be broken up, doesn't it?
Yes, it is, and you may well find that people will continue to pit, but at least if they get the chain of cars, the bulk of the cars fundamentally following the safety car, then there's a better chance for the corner workers, the marshals, to get out with blowers or certainly brushes and get that damage to the racetrack, and certainly the bodywork damage that's on the racetrack, get it cleared and do it safely, because corner workers or marshals are put into jeopardy when, there we see them now, I mean, they're just all over it. Bits and pieces, lots of Ferrari bodywork for sure. I mean, that was a heavy impact. That's about as heavy as we've seen a car all season.
But the other question is just slightly above that shot, if you like, and that is what damage to the barrier, because certainly it's a bit banana-shaped where the Ferrari hit it, but has it damaged the supports, the posts behind it? It may be that it's a lengthy safety car period for barrier repairs as much as cleaning the circuit.
I think, unlike other circuits in around the world, I think the quality of the safety here at Nürburgring is very, very good indeed, and those barriers will be stoutly mounted, and even though they will have taken an impact, I don't think we're going to see what we've seen at other events where the barriers were getting breached. The impact was not that kind of damage, and also these cars, unlike some of the LMP2 cars, which are quite small but very strong carbon fibre units, they have been seen to breach barriers around some other circuits around the world. In this case, the barrier has taken a big hit, but I doubt we'll have to see any replacement of the Armco at that part of the racetrack.
The Kessel Ferrari yesterday had its big off at the first corner. That gave us a something like 20-minute delay as they had to put the post back in behind it down in turn one. So
it just depends. I mean,
it depends on the impact, doesn't it?
It depends on the relative angle of impact of both incidents, and whether it was the front of the car as it was in this incident, or whether it might have been the back of the car down into turn one, whether there's much more energy with the bulk of the mechanical weight of the car.
So this is a long safety car period, and the people on the pit wall that had worked out their strategies are now having to redo them. We'd worked out up here that the next significant lap will be lap 64, because that's when you could expect, for example, the Gulf Racing McLaren back in, followed soon after by Mark VDS Racing. But now it's going to be thrown up in the air quite markedly, and so we'll have to rework these strategies once the cars go green, because you need a live green flag stint really to stay on top of it. And the Vita 4-1 BMW, quick word about that car, 19th it is after that pit stop, out of sequence as we say, but Greg Franchi having taken it over, former champion, and 19th, but it's also a lap down. Now, where is it in the queue relative to Bernd Schneider, the race leader? And is there any chance whatsoever of Franchi on the restart to this race being able to get himself up and past Bernd Schneider? Staying on the lead lap is absolutely critical in all of this. Right, there is the line of cars, look, coming down to turn 8. Second in the queue is Greg Franchi, so he on the restart needs to be on his toes and try and get that lap back. The Jaguar, by the way, is out. We saw it going slowly. It collided with the Haribo Porsche, and that is why the Jaguar is going no further in the race.
Well, I mean, the BMW, if it thinks it's going to get past Bernd Schneider and the Mercedes, I think he might have another thing coming, because that car has been the class of the field, never challenged at any point in the hour and, what, 3/4 we've been involved in this race. Let's keep a little look and see what's going on. This
is the replay. The safety car collects everybody. Now look in the background, because there is the BMW that sees cars slow ahead, dives up the inside, overtakes the leading car. The safety car is trying to wave that Ferrari past, and then it can pick up the race leader. That's why everybody had slowed. That's why suddenly Greg Franchi thought, oh, I'm in with a chance here. I can get past some slow cars, realised what he'd done, and then handed the place back to Schneider, and in so doing went a lap down.
Well, it was a strange move to make, because at this point everybody was under safety car conditions anyway, so why he thought he could make a pass on a car that happened to be the lead car and get away with it is a bit strange.
Well, let's have a word with James Ramsey of JRM, because his car was involved in that incident with Babini, and James is with Jack Nicholls.
James, what did you make of the incident with the Ferrari?
It was very clear Stephen was on the outside into the corner. The Ferrari cut across, clipped the front of him and went into a spin. We saw it on the TV. Stephen actually came straight on the radio and said he'd been hit by the Ferrari. It just turned into him and he had nowhere to go. His track position was such that he was either hold position or put the car into the wall himself.
So that gave you a bit of a spin. How's the race going otherwise?
Sorry?
Has that caused any damage to the car? How's the race going otherwise?
The car's okay. We lost the two front right dive planes, but the aero balance is still okay. We got stuck in the pits earlier on and lost about a minute with all the traffic. Another hard race, but we'll keep going.
Thank you.
Long way to go.
17th that car is now, so a long way to go, but it's on the lead lap, so all is not lost.
No, I mean, James Ramsey was sort of, you could feel slightly disappointed by what occurred, and clearly, I mean, confirming what we had assessed the incident to be all about. And Stephen Kane just had nowhere to go, and he wasn't required to go anywhere. If a driver drives it over the top of you like that, well, the consequence is going to be such.
So in the queue, the car behind Schneider to look for is going to be number 90 Ferrari, Alexander Scriabin. But who does this really bring back into the mix? René Rast, I would predict, because he is going to be much nearer now to Mike Parisi's McLaren. Fourth, number 13, René Rast.
But that car, that Mike Parisi in the ART McLaren, has been a quick car, so as quick as René Rast is in an Audi, that ain't going to be an easy car to find a way around. And Mike Parisi right now, currently in third position, I mean, we're all in the safety car context, so there's no pace to be compared. There is that car, and followed by René Rast. So the Fields just makes its way around. I mean, how long do you think the safety car might last? Could be another 5 minutes.
In this lap.
Oh, it's in this. Okay,
it's in this lap. So yeah, no, we're going to go back to racing. So well done, Marshals, because it is now going to get the race back underway. And what can that BMW do on the restart? Because there, Greg Franchi needs to try and unlap himself. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but that's what he needs to do.
Yeah, but what Bernd Schneider needs to do is suddenly back. Well, he hasn't. I thought he might have backed it all up, but he's not. He's now come through the chicane hard on it, and the BMW trying to remain in touch with the back. But in fact, he himself is going to get caught, and it's going to be an interesting challenge coming down, because the Mercedes in third place is rolled over the back of the BMW and is coming up and is getting alongside. So Greg Franchi's chances or dreams of leading this race have gone.
Absolutely, because up the inside goes the Mercedes. That is Luca Ludwig who goes through. That puts him up in a 19th place. So straight away things shuffle in the order, and now Bernd Schneider can get back into that rhythm he'd established and just serenely motor off into the distance.
A winning machine.
It's been said before, you know.
He is a winning machine.
He keeps on winning. There, 35 Nissan, which is the car that Lucas Ordonez drives, and he's pitching for the Pro-Am Championship. Wolfgang Reip at the wheel of it. That car at the moment, though, is way, way down in class, so that's going to be worth watching as the race unfolds. You can't double-stint drivers, you can double-stint tyres. How you divide up the maximum driving time is down to the team, but Ordonez, when he gets behind the wheel, is going to fly. That is for sure. So, this is lap 53. 4 hours and 11 minutes. And still a bit of our lunch to go. And at the moment, it is Bernd Schneider leading by a notional 4.5 seconds. But come the end of the first racing lap, problems. That is the Adam Carroll, Rob Bell, Tim Mullen, McLaren. Adam Carroll at the wheel of it.
Looks all right.
He's lost a wheel. He's lost a wheel. The wheel is in the gravel at turn one, and Adam Carroll's car on 3 wheels has got a long lap back to the pits.
Well, it ain't coming back. I don't think that car's going to be able to drive all that way back. As we look again at the Ferrari and the damage that was done to that car. But Adam Carroll stuck out at turn 2, having, when he recently had that driver change when Rob Bell jumped out and Adam Carroll got in.
So it is a lost wheel for number 69, and the wheel is in the gravel at the first corner. The car is stopped on the road. That will need to be moved out of harm's way. It's bouncing over the curve there. Mike Parisi, number 11 McLaren, fights on up towards the end of the lap here, coming into the Coca-Cola curve, carves up the BMW.
Well, I mean, the BMW actually had a run out of the chicane. Mike Parisi was a bit wide on the exit, and almost got himself alongside, but Mike Parisi was able to hang him out and maintain that position. In fact, the BMW's lost out, the Audi's coming down as well.
But Parisi there, he's on the back look of the second place car. This is for position. Ignore 77 because that's now a lap down, back into the hands of gentlemen racers. So second and third, blue Ferrari, white and red McLaren, absolutely nose to tail. This is the one to watch now. Alexander Scriabin versus Mike Parisi.
But don't forget Rennie Rast. If these two get embroiled in a battle as they are, it is Rennie Rast who's directly behind, and he will be sitting there rubbing his hands in a metaphoric way, watching to see whether they actually get involved in contact, and he can then take a position without challenge, or just run up behind them and hopefully work his way the more difficult way around the two McLarens.
There's car 11, that's Mike Parisi. So Alexander Scriabin, come from the Ferrari Challenge, runs well in this company, but he's being hunted down by the McLaren. The Jones Mercedes is a head look as well, number 22, another of the Pro-Am cars. Godfrey Jones at the wheel of it at the moment, taking over from his brother. Second, third, and very nearly fourth then as well, because Rene Rast, as we predicted before the restart, is trying to close up, and then behind them as well, only another 6 tenths back, is Bas Linders. So there's the Audi, and there is Bas Linders, but he's mired in traffic now. He's got to get past the slower BMW and the slower McLaren, and now trying to get past him is his teammate, because Nick Katzberg is right up behind Bas Linders.
Almost side by side as they come through turn 11. All very tight, but Bas just about gets it done. But the fellow BDS BMW loses out. Now looking to come alongside down through turn 13, gets it done cleanly, and the two BMs are going to be back nose to tail.
Yes, as they've spent, as you've said earlier, much of the race. Stefano Comodini in the white BMW is the one trying to get out of the way, but also drive his own race, because he's battling with the Nissan that's behind him in the hands of Wolfgang Reip.
And Reip was all over him, but the BMW wasn't prepared to concede. So a little battle that goes on, or is going on throughout the field, but here's the battle that really I'm interested in, and I'm wanting to see what Rennie Rast can do as battle for second and third place. Oh, a little bit cautious.
And Rast up the inside, look, he's going to mug Parisi here if he can. He's going to be on the outside line for turn 2. Can he go all the way around the outside?
Well, that's what he was waiting for, the traffic to come into play. Now he's on the outside coming into turn 4. Goes the long way around, almost getting by 2 cars, side by side, contact with Mike Parisi. No problem there, that will not be an issue for the stewards. Good racing for those two drivers, principally because of a slower car causing the Ferrari to back up the field. And now Rennie Rast has moved up 1 place into third.
Yeah, he's got to go defensive, but he has to dive past the McLaren there, number 5, which is now a lap down. So he does, and he puts that car ever briefly between him and Mike Parisi, but Parisi follows him through. Godfrey Jones also now making his way past Koen Wouters, the Belgian musician, side by side. This now for third place, down to turn 8. Rennie Rast ahead of Mike Parisi. He's managed to find a way through, but he hasn't shaken him off yet. And where in all of that is Bas Linders. He's dropped back. Scriabin is the next target for Rast, but for as long as he's defending from Mike Parisi, he can't yet clear off away from the McLaren and do much about the Ferrari. Linders working his way through that S, the Michael Schumacher S. There is Wolfgang Reip, still trying to gain ground as well. Linders working his way through traffic, and Rast is absolutely flying now.
He is, but he's not going to get it easy. Mike Parisi really felt he got trapped by that slower car into turn 1, which set off the chain of events that allowed Rennie Rast to go bravely around the outside to get ahead of the McLaren. And now Mike Parisi looks to try and return that favour. The McLaren looks of good pace.
Kessel Racing Ferrari spin in the background, look.
Was that contact, or was that just dropping a wheel off the outside? Looked to me like it was maybe just dropping a wheel. Oh, and that Clombers, now he's going to have to come in the pit lane now anyway. Was that a tyre problem that caused that incident? Looks to me like that left rear tyre may well have a problem. Is he going to come into the... Yes, he's in the pit lane also. So Nissan in and the Ferrari. Did those two cars touch? The Nissan and this Ferrari? Because they've both come in at the same time. We didn't see what caused the... It's hard to tell whether that's a left rear issue on the Ferrari or whether it was a consequence of contact.
Cesar Ramos in the Ferrari, Wolfgang Reip in the Nissan, coming into the pit lane. But yeah, we'll need a replay of that to see whether there was contact. But either way, the Kessel Racing dream of winning the championship is getting further away, isn't it?
It is. It's almost, look at the, just looking out round skywards, and to see we get keeping this really black background to the race, but hopefully that's staying away. In the meantime, Rennie Rast is not getting to relax. He's got Mike Parisi. There is the Ferrari in, there is the Nissan in. I just wonder whether those two cars, did they have contact, or is it just coincidence they've come in at the same time? I suspect there may have been a contact that's caused the Ferrari to go off track. And door open on the Nissan. Let's see
refueling it, right out.
I thought that there might have been right rear damage to the Ferrari. Nothing that we can see.
What's going on with the Nissan? Because there's nobody taking it over. Ferrari for the garage, a bad sign.
Yeah, I mean, there is damage to that car that we can't see from the camera in the pit lane, and I wonder what was the cause of that incident. Was it contact between the Nissan and the Ferrari, or was it just coincidence that they're both into the pit lane at the same time?
But that's your Pro-Am Championship leading Nissan, and it's not going anywhere, is it?
No, it's out of schedule as well. This is not a scheduled pit stop.
But there's nobody in it, I don't think, or is there? No, it's an empty car, and so Lucas Ordóñez's dream may well be ebbing away. 35 is right, Pizzera and Ordóñez.
He's been off the racetrack. Yep. Also, there's grass being pulled. Now, whether that set off the chain of events with Cesar Ramos, I suspect it did, because it purely couldn't be coincidence that these two cars so closely together came into the pit lane at the same time.
So with all that grass, it'll be overheating in part, but want to get that out of the way. So this is, again, two championship leading cars, one in Pro Cup, one in Pro-Am, both in the pits after an incident together on the same lap. Pendulum continues to swing in favour of Max Buch within the championship, doesn't it? And in Pro-Am, now Alex Buncombe will become the man to watch. There is Mike Parisi. He's still fourth behind René Rast, but Rast, look, has pulled away and has now caught up to the second place Ferrari in the hands of Alexander Scriabin. This, in the pit lane, is a look at the Nissan's dramas. As 35 is up on its jacks. It has now got a driver. They put new tyres on it. They've cleared as much of the field out as they possibly can, and that car is going to rejoin, but again it's in danger of going a lap down, which they cannot afford to do. New boots on.
It was all a little bit confusing because we saw the car sitting there, no driver on board, no driver attempting to get on board. And I don't know whether the driver wasn't prepared or just simply confusion, but we see the car getting the last of the tyres, the left rear, as the lead car continues lapping currently in the low, 1 minute 57.1, and that's over a second and a half faster than the second place Ferrari. Of course, René Rast and Mike Parisi in third and fourth place, running similar lap times to the second place Ferrari, so therefore they're not really cutting into that advantage.
Ben Schneider, incidentally, has done a better lap than Gertz. So let's have another look at the replay of the incident that caught out Cesar Ramos. We saw the spin of the Ferrari, but have a look at the very top of the screen. There's the spinning Ferrari. But the Nissan had already gone off, I gather. But that's the Ferrari spin we've seen. Ah, there is the Nissan, yes, rejoining.
Yeah. I mean, the Ferrari spin may have been a reaction to what the Nissan was doing, but there didn't appear to be any incident between the two cars, so the Nissan went off on its own volition, and there was an overreaction apparently from the Ferrari, but maybe so
there. Now let's have another look. Top right of the screen. Look for something. It's already gone.
You can see the
sideways coming into view.
Ferrari sideways.
Already had its drama.
So where is the Nissan? We can't really see it on board. It's already, the Nissan's already off the racetrack. There it is, you can see the dust.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how the Ferrari ended up going off, principally without anybody else around it, is unexpectedly surprising.
And one for Cesar Ramos to answer, I suspect, although I don't think we're very popular within Kessel Racing's garage. Every time we go there, it's to find out about further dramas. Let's go to Nissan instead and hear Wolfgang Reip's opinion on what happened. Of course, he was ahead of the spinning Ferrari, but Wolfgang Reip was driving number 35 Nissan. Let's try and catch up with him now, because he's out of the car. 35 is back in the race, albeit with time lost, and we'll have a word from him as soon as we can do so in the pit lane. As in the meantime, Ben Schneider continues to lead. Scriabin, Rast, Parisi, Leinders, Katzberg, the top six. 25 is Ludovic Badet in the BMW. Right, we found Wolfgang Reip, and let's find out exactly what happened to him. He's in the pits with Jack Nicholls.
Wolfgang, tell us what happened.
Well, I had a Ferrari behind me, and in the fast right before the chicane, I let it pass, but I was outside and I let the inside for him, and he just pushed me out of the track. I'm more than 200k. That's it.
And any damage to the car, or is the car okay?
directly stop into the pit before to do a step. But it looks like no damage.
Cheers, Wolfgang.
Thank you.
Not impressed being edged onto the grass at that speed, is he?
Not at all. I mean, we didn't see the entire story on the replay. Unfortunately, we just saw the Ferrari losing control. Obviously, what had taken place before that was the Nissan getting squeezed and pushed wide. The next thing we saw was the Nissan actually basically on the dust from being on the grass, and Wolfgang right not entirely happy, but it's never like this in Game Boy, they tell you.
You can have virtual damage, as we established in commentary at Silverstone, and that was a virtual scare for sure.
I mean, the virtual damage is not the same as the real thing. I tell you what, when it happens for real, it does focus.
You've never had any damage in a racing car, John?
Never.
No.
Never. Not that I can remember.
People have told you about it.
I'm sure many others would remind me.
Back into the race. It's 44 Ferrari then, so Cesar Ramos brought it in, but the car is now down in 39th place, and as they might say in virtual racing, that's game over as far as the championship is concerned.
Certainly puts a new perspective on the options. We've just got 4 hours, just under 4 hours of the race remaining, and this battle going on still. You can see Mike Parisi all over the back and joined in turn by Baz Leinders, who's come into this battle. So Baz, having lost track position, is back up at this battle going on for third place.
Now, Rast, Scriabin, Parisi, Leinders, because we've had the change for second, are all covered now by something like a second and a half of one another. Tremendous battle. This is third, fourth, fifth you're looking at. Rast has now scarpered, but Scriabin has got the BMW. Now, isn't it interesting in this second stint how the Baz Leinders Mark VDS BMW is looking far more competitive? Parisi up the inside now, hard on the brake, brakes as late as he dares going into turn one. He's through, he's wide, he was up a place, he's down a place, but he's got the inside line for the next corner. Alexander Scriabin gives him racing room, and Mike Parisi, an experienced driver, hustles the McLaren up the inside line, and Baz Leinders wants a piece out of all of this as well. Can he find a way by? Yes, he can. He buys the ticket for the inside, way up over the curb. Scriabin just about defends. Leinders here is really pushing, and so too is Parisi. They're almost 3 wide now.
He's got a good opportunity to get a move down the inside into turn 5, but just can't quite get the track position. And Mike Parisi defends, having made a judicious move down the inside into turn 1, and just about held on to the position. And that's what gave Baz Leinders the light to say, I can make myself maybe third, maybe certainly not where I currently am, lying in 5th.
Down to turn 8 then. Parisi up to third. Scriabin fourth. Won't be long, I suspect, before Leinders finds a way past him. Alexander Scriabin, who's a quick am, really, goes strongly in this car, good in the Ferrari challenge, and back into the pit lane is coming the Castle Racing Ferrari. So I think the day, the race, certainly the championship dream is officially over now. There is in 6th place, number 4, Nick Katzberg. You're riding with Baz Leinders. Ahead is the blue Ferrari in the hands of Alexander Scriabin.
It's all getting very tight, coming through turn 12, and Baz Leinders knows that, and down to turn 8, we got one of the McLarens in the grapple.
We have, and that's out of the Pro-Am competition. Alejandro Gonzalez it is. That's the one that Philippe Eng started and did great things with, like we saw at Monza.
Absolutely.
I mean,
a really impressive young guy.
Yeah.
And there's always a difficulty when you're in that situation. But look at Baz. Can he find a way as he comes up to turn 17? He knows he's got to wait. His best chance, and he's going to have to take a bit of a punt as the 44 Ferrari, probably for the last time we're going to see that car in a race. Still really can't put a move onto the Ferrari, just in that drag from turn 17 down to turn 1. Hasn't got what it takes, and he can't even get close enough to have a look. Maybe a late break and take his chances and running wide in turn 1.
That is the number 2 Audi in the gravel. It is Nicky Melnhoff at the wheel of it. It's at the last corner, and it is, as you can see, well and truly beached. And Nicky Melnhoff has got a bit of previous for putting cars in gravel, and I'm afraid that if it can rejoin, we'll just lose it another big chunk of time.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to wait until a tow vehicle can come and pull that car to safety. Will that actually trigger another safety car intervention? Because they don't want drivers racing. That is a part of the racetrack. If you get it wrong in 17, that's the trajectory you're going to take. So they may well... We've got yellow flags at Sector 2 and Sector 3. So drivers are required to respect that flag. We've seen drivers today being penalised for it.
Snatch vehicles there, can see out of our window that the snatch vehicle is at the Audi, and this is how it all happened, John.
Yeah, so comes out of the chicane. Oh, that's what it was all about. Did he get an assist? He did get an assist. And the Porsche tagged the right side, and Nicky not at fault on this occasion.
Maxime Soulet was the Porsche driver.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't sufficiently far up, and it's when you're not fully alongside coming into turn 17, the car ahead is always going to squeeze. It was an avoidable incident, ultimately, because both drivers could have saved it better than we've just seen.
Number 25 TDS BMW has had a spin and lost time, which he can ill afford to do in Pro-Am, and this is why that was Ludovic Badet getting it all wrong. The chicane, skates through the gravel, finds the escape road. Could have been a lot worse, that.
It could have been a lot worse. I think he just got the right rear wheel. I mean, actually, barely. I thought he might have got it on the white line, and that might have been the cause of the car to suddenly snap sideways, but I think it was doing it before he even saw the white line. But he did find the bit of racetrack that has got tarmac on it to get back onto the track and not really suffer too much damage in terms of time loss.
Nicky Malmhoff's Audi being dragged out of the gravel up in the last corner as you're looking at the race leader, Bernd Schneider. He set the fastest lap of the race. So the man who seems to get quicker the more he retires from racing is the quickest man in the race thus far, and the advantage he's got over René Rast, and don't for a minute think René Rast is a slow driver, is nearly 20 seconds. Third is Mike Parisi, fourth is Alexander Scriabin, Bas Leinders is still behind in fifth, and Nick Katzberg sixth. Seventh is Enzo Ida, in eighth place is Sergei Slobin, ninth is Maxime Soulet, and 10th is Adam Christodoulou, heading Pro-Am for Black Falcon in the Mercedes.
Quietly got himself into a good position. But just to go back to Bernd Schneider, how much must it upset all those young, professional, charging, ambitious racing drivers when a man in his, let's be kind, early 50s is out there giving them a master class on how to develop a 6-hour event. Hope I haven't spoken too soon. Oh, by the way, he just threw in the fastest lap just to really, really irritate them.
I was saying earlier he done it with Verstappen guts, so just to underline the point, Bernd Schneider, the man to beat. He's got the track to himself as well. He's just got over the timing line in splendid isolation. The only car near him is the recovering Mark Malmhoff, who's back on track, and the next car through is 18th and a lap down, so he's way clear of anybody else.
Yeah, and the sun again coming out, and the black cloud that was hovering around the bottom of the racetrack, it's blowing off into the distance, thank goodness. So as we get through, it's coming up to 2 p.m. in the afternoon here at Nürburgring, and just over 2 hours of this race have been run as Mike Parisi again. You can just see how cautious he was. He wasn't sufficiently far to take the corner, but he wasn't sure whether the BMW was going to actually say, well, come on through anyway. So just being, I suppose, intelligent about not being irresponsible.
That BMW, remember, Greg Franchi, is a lap down and running in 19th place overall. So Schneider to Rast remains 20.5 seconds. Parisi is third. Scriabin is fourth. Still keeping at bay Bas Leinders. Again, it comes back to what we said earlier on about how difficult it is to overtake. Bas Leinders has got the speed in him as a driver, and irrespective of whether the team feels it's good enough grunt or not, he's there in fifth spot. Katzberg is next, not on the tail of the team patron. Down towards turn 8 comes Mike Parisi, and remember, he's trying to lap this car.
And in theory, Greg Franchi should allow the car that is currently running in third place an easy pass. In North America, in this time of the racing, GT racing, you've got to make your own life, you've got to make your own passes. But part of the etiquette in European racing, certainly in all forms that I've been involved with, is if you're a lap down and the leading group or a car in that lead group is coming up, you try to assist that car to get through, and you can do it so easily. All you do is coming up through turn 17 here, or 13, just lift off a couple of meters earlier, let the BMW, or let the McLaren, I should say, as we're now saying, and that's finally intelligent driving from Greg Franchi.
And this is Leinders attacking Scriabin in the background. The Ferrari defends. Bas Leinders right on his tail as they work their way now out of the final corner, up over the line. This is where you'll see how the Ferrari with its aero stacks up against the BMW. Of course, the Ferrari trying to get away from Leinders and also lap Greg Franchi ahead. A flash of the lights from Scriabin. He's going to put a lap on Franchi. and therefore there's going to be a back marker possibly between them, or is there? Because Leinders dives up the inside, he's done it, he's not going to get caught out by the traffic. This is Bas Leinders at his best, taking really brave, opportunistic methods to gain ground and stay with that Ferrari.
Well, I mean, motor racing is a bit like a storybook. You've got to read what's on the track. It's not on the page, it's on the track. Bas Leinders saw what was happening. He realised that there's an opportunity for him to get some benefit out of getting past the BMW, the Vita for One BMW, which he's done, and he's drawn himself even closer now to the back of the Ferrari in 4th place. But as we know, the Ferrari has got good grunt, it's got good straight line speed, and for all the downforce that you have, if you're getting out-dragged here on the run downhill and you can't get into the braking zone and look to try and get alongside, it is frustrating. You just got to chivvy away, worry the Ferrari, put your car on the mirrors, force the driver to look backwards rather than looking forwards. Get his concentration into your control.
Try and force that mistake out of him as the race now works lap 64. So it would have been round about now that we could have anticipated the next round of pit stops, but for that safety car period. So that's going to elongate this next stint. Over the timing line has just gone the race leader. 64 laps are done. And you're looking there at the Ferrari that's currently running in 4th place. Bas Leinders 5th. Again, on this part of the circuit, falls away just a little bit from Alexander Scriabin. Ferrari through the chicane towards the completion of the lap. Leinders closing up under braking. He can't find a gap there. He's quite near enough. And we saw a lap ago that the Ferrari is much better in a straight line here. But Leinders was really good on the brakes. What can he do this time around? Katzberg riding shotgun in 6th place as they go now down to turn 1.
The Ferrari's still got too much in a straight line. Bas Leinders puts the car on the right-hand side of the track just again to force the driver to look at his mirrors. The more you can do that.
And there, number 25 BMW, which is currently 3rd in the Pro Cup, working its way past the number 5 McLaren, which has lost out quite massively after the first stint. That's a lap adrift of the BMW, but the Nissan behind is worth keeping an eye to, Jan Mardenborough. So it's between these two now in Pro-Am, with the dramas for car 35 that we've seen making that long pit stop. This is the battle for Pro-Am honours, and Alex Buncombe in 32 has 51 points in the championship, 42 to the Henry Hassin Ludovic Badet BMW. The BMW is currently 3rd in the class, which would give it 61, and the Nissan 4th 66. So it's still Alex Buncombe's Nissan with Jan Mardenborough at the wheel that's going to be the stronger within that category for the moment.
Yeah, Mardenborough had a little look, but wasn't quite committed to doing it again. With the McLaren and the Ferrari so close into turn 5, Jan Mardenborough sitting back thinking, this is my opportunity. This is going to get a bit messy. These two cars undoubtedly will have some form of contact shown soon. Run down into turn 8, one of the overtaking situations of areas on the racetrack, but Ferrari not close enough to be able to do so, and Jan Mardenborough just sitting back and accelerates out of turn 8, really sort of having to wait for the cars ahead of him to get their momentum going before he can get them back onto the throttle. Sort of a struggle through turns 9 and 10. We go back to this battle currently for 5th place, and the two BMWs running in tandem, Nicky Katzberg in 6th and Baz in 5th. Lights flashing from the Ferrari to the lap Porsche to get out of the way. We're coming through. It's a train, not a 1-car, it's a 3-car train.
That's the front Pereira, Eric Dermont. Porsche getting out of the way. You're on board with Bas Leinders once again. This is turn 1. Burst of acceleration, a lift into turn 2. There's the Porsche. The last time you saw it, it was in its garage. Prior to that, it was on fire. So this is a major result, but it's still circulating. It lost the best part of that first hour, but at least it's in the race now. Bas Leinders turning his way out of turn 4. They run wide there, of course, using all the available room down towards turn 5. Mike Parisi still running in 3rd place in that McLaren, but falling away from Rene Rast, and a bold effort there. Number 6 Oliver Jarvis goes up the inside of 72 Sergei Slobin, and that puts him up into 11th place.
Yeah, Ollie really took his heart in his mouth to make that dive down the inside, but he made it work, and that's a position. You see the Hexus McLaren trying to follow the Audi through, and it does do so. But the Ferrari, oh dear, so tight. Ferrari out of position for turn 4 and then loses out to the BMW. And again, there's an illustration of a driver not thinking the situation through clearly enough, trying to regain it, but say, oh, Porsche goes on a BMW.
That's Leinders.
Where's that happened?
You're on board with him. He's at the Michael Schumacher S's, so climbing uphill from turn 8, and Baz Leinders all over the grass.
Well, Baz, why? I mean, we saw you running closely behind but there was no clear reason that we could see. I mean, an unexpected drop, if that was the case, from Baz Leinders. And that's now split this battle that we were seeing with the two BMWs chasing the Ferrari. And now it's going to be left to Nicky Catsburg to uphold the honours for Marc VDS. So he will now try to get the lasers on the back of the Ferrari and reel it in.
It was here last year that Marcus Powell had crashed and cost them a really good chance of the championship. Now Baz Leinders has made a mistake, as he did at Silverstone in traffic. More headlight flashing. Greg Franchi trying to find a way past the Porsche now. 3 3/4 hours remain. There is the recovering Leinders. He's only lost 1 place, but crucially he's lost 8 seconds against his teammates.
Yeah, it's track position is the big loss. And I mean, also on top of that, has he done any damage to the tyres? When you spin, you can flat spot it. But I mean, it doesn't take Nicky Catsburg very long to catch up to the back of. In fact, Nicky Catsburg, surely he's overtaken the Ferrari. I mean, the Ferrari goes really defensive, and that's aggressive defending, because obviously having to overtake the Mercedes, he would say legitimately, but I think that Catsburg would say, well, I think that was a bit unfair.
Marc VDS ready with tyres if they need them. It'll be interesting to see if Catsburg can get past the Ferrari, bearing in mind Baz Leinders couldn't. He sat there for many a lap. Catsburg is right there and challenging.
Absolutely, but Catsburg closed up to the Ferrari, I mean, literally in the space of 2 laps, from being, 3 seconds behind to being right on the gearbox. And I would say that Nicky Catsburg realises that if I can catch and put myself in position, I will make the pass. If I don't make the pass, I'll get stuck. My momentum will be gone, and then I'll be following the Ferrari's wheel tracks.
So can he find a way through? Can he be released from behind Scriabin? This is for 4th and 5th in the race. Remember, Baz Leinders down to 6th after that moment. And can Catsburg now do anything at all about that blue Ferrari up ahead of him? He's almost in the same situation Leinders was. He's done the catching, he gets so close, and then sits there.
And that's the difficulty. That's the difficulty he's got. He's got himself closed up to putting himself into position. Now he's in it. The momentum is seemingly beginning to fade away. So the BMW running at the pace that Scriabin is in the Ferrari. So Catsburg slightly closer into turn, holding a better line through turn 17, comes out of the corner side by side. It's going to be a knuckle-to-knuckle drag down this pit straight. But the BMW is on the inside. He will have the advantage other than the Ferrari, and it can't make any difference. So good bit of driving from Catsburg, but Scriabin allowed that pass to happen. He was wide in turn 17. Now, the minute he was out in the dirtier part of the racetrack, the BMW was on the clean bit and got the benefit off the corner, and they just went side by side, eyeball to eyeball into turn 1. And Nicky Catsburg said, "Thank you very much. I like it. I'll do that again if I get the chance."
Well, he did a better job of that, dare one say, than Baz Leinders, because it didn't take him that long to get past the Ferrari. And now look, he pulls away. So you get this situation, it's almost like single-seater racing with wings, where you get stuck behind traffic. If you can get through, you can pull clear, but it's the getting past that's the hard part. Into the pit lane is coming number 32, Jan Mardenborough, in the car in the box seat to win Pro-Am for Alex Buncombe in the championship. Meantime, let's have a look at what else is going on track, because you've got Greg Franchi still hustling on in the BMW, still flashing his lights at the much delayed number 34 Porsche that's in 42nd place, 25 laps down, and won't get out of his way.
Indeed, but that's the problem. You find yourself in this position. You're having to deal with cars that are a lap or more down than you, that are slower in a lap. We know the BMW is a competitive car around the Nürburgring, but there are areas where the Porsche will just simply outpower the BMW.
That's Catsburg. Next target, Mike Parisi. So when we get a clear flying lap time out of the BMW, we can see what the chances are of him catching the ART Grand Prix McLaren. 44 McKessel Racing Ferrari, by the way. It's a bit like Rasputin, that car. It's back in the race. Whatever they try and do to it, it won't die. It is still going. It's in 38th place and feeling very forlorn, but it's still being dragged round by Daniel Zampieri.
I mean,
there's more abuse ready for that car.
That car has been, I don't know what you can say about it. Anyway, the big interest for me right now is the BMW goes off.
Now that's 25, which is the other car Badet and Hassid that could win Pro-Am, and that's its second excursion in a handful of laps.
Yeah, up at turn 11 again. What's going on up at turn 11? It's a nothing corner in real terms. Maybe a mechanical issue. The car's stopped.
Indeed. Well, if that's that, pendulum swings Alex Buncombe's way, doesn't it? Up the inside goes 35, Nissan. That also is delayed, of course, after earlier dramas.
And out of the car, it's over.
It is. That's Ludovic Badet and Henry Hassid's dream of Pro-Am over. Ludovic Badet switched from Ferrari to BMW this year, and I'm afraid whatever it is that stopped them, it's a significant stop, because that is the end of the hope of winning Pro-Am.
Not been good for some of the contenders in the various categories this weekend or this day, has it?
No, it's been a bit self-destructive. They've got their own problems, spins, drive-throughs, then mechanical issues for some. More pit stops cycling through. Car 7 just coming down the pit lane at the moment, which is Stef Dusseldorp. So in he comes.
Just keeping an eye on that battle now that Nicky Katzberg got ahead of Scriven's Ferrari. 5.2 seconds on the lap that he got ahead of the Ferrari between himself and Mike Parisi in the final of the podium positions in third place. So we're going to keep an eye on that 5.3 seconds, 5.2 in fact, to see whether he can run down the McLaren. If he gets the momentum and he doesn't get too many cars that are back marking, that he's got to find a way around as he runs up behind the back of a Nissan. And this is always the issue coming onto the quick bit of the racetrack. The Nissan takes its own line and its own time, and now Katzberg tries to slipstream the back of the Nissan through turn 13, and really just losing ground as the Nissan begins to power away. Hopefully tries to think about something up the inside. Can't do it into the chicane, but can he do it into 17? He's going to have a look down the inside, thinks the better of it, but getting again positioned to come off 17 the way he did when he passed the Ferrari. But the Nissan closes the gap and gets the line.
That Nissan, remember, is the car of Lucas Ordonez that after its earlier delays is now 4 laps down, so I think Ordonez is out of the mix in the Pro-Am class. Now let's have a word with Jelmer Berman, one of the drivers of car 3. Baz Linders is trying to work his way through traffic. Let's have Jelmer's take on life with Jack Nicholls.
Jelmer, it's busy out there, isn't it? And Baz in a lot of battles.
Yeah, for me it was a bit busier than expected. With the start, I was the only one in the grid boxes, which they told us to be in the briefing, but the guys in front of me weren't, and I was looking, am I wrong, are they wrong? But when I looked down, if they were in boxes too, it's stupid, but then the lights went off, so then I lost momentum, and then all the cars are coming left and right, and then, you know, they come from everywhere, and then it's very difficult to keep your position, you know. So you drop back, and then it was a fight to get back to the front, but speed was good, I think. So I think we went back to P8 or something, then had a good pit stop. We were P5, P6 afterwards. And now Bas is in the car, he's doing a good job, I think. So we have to see. I mean, still a long race. The Mercedes is too quick. It's unbelievable. For sure we cannot catch it. So from a driver's championship point of view, I think it's going to be very difficult unless they're unlucky or we're lucky, or, you know, like I said, still a long race.
Was there an issue that caused Baz to spin?
Actually, I haven't seen it because I was doing another interview. I just heard it, he did, but I don't know what happened.
Thank you.
Thanks.
The flash of the headlights there. Number 16 Audi powers through. Enzo Ida gets ahead of Greg Franchi, who really did benefit. He won the championship from having Matthias Ekstrom and Timo Scheider with him at Spa. The outright pace of Greg Franchi is not really there anymore, I don't think, in this car. 18 in strife, that's Klaus Hummel, and Enzo Ida will nip up the inside. You've got battles amongst back markers, people being lapped, and the race leaders and cars on the lead lap all circulating together here with Jan Mardenborough in the Nissan at the back of the pack. In fact, it's now Alex Buncombe, I should tell you, because he's taken the car back from Jan Mardenborough, 32, after its last pit stop.
Enzo Ida did a good job again, reading what was going on through the chicane. Up into 17, he was the third of those 3 cars, and that's that's the replay of what occurred up at turn 11. Now there was a smoke coming from the back of the car, which no doubt was the issue in the first place, and the contact with the barrier was almost sort of incidental to the reason for retirement. There was something clearly wrong with the car.
Moved that photographer, didn't it, who was stood right up against the barrier. Pro Cup standings, Mercedes leads, Audi leads McLaren, and there you've got the recovering Nick Katzberg recovering in the sense that he's trying to make up for the time lost when he was stuck behind Alexander Scriabin. You can see how Pro Cup looks as the graphic scrolls through for you. What you need to know, though, really is that half a minute good up the road is Bernd Schneider, looking almost unstoppable. And you've just heard what Jelmer Berman says, that car's too fast and they need some bad luck to affect it, because although Bernd Schneider and Max Goetz can't win the championship, Max Buch can. He came into this race 2 points down on Ramos, Rigon and Zampieri, and so now he would be the champion if things stayed as they were, ahead of Christopher Mies and Frank Stippler. They'd be a point ahead of Goetz and Schneider, and then Berman, Martin and Leinders would be next. So whatever the other teams need to do, they need to do something quick to try and do something about that Mercedes pace. What can they do to stop that? The team situation, that takes a bit more unravelling. We'll come to that in a moment or two, but for now, there is the race leader. But I can't see, unless this car has an incident or a mechanical problem, and it had neither at Spa, I can't see it being stopped.
I mean, the way the car is running, and it ran virtually trouble-free in Spa 24, and it's been absolutely, rock solid with these three drivers behind the wheel, plus HTB Motorsport preparing the car. I mean, this is as good as it can be in GT racing. Having said that, there's still 3 hours and 33 minutes of this race remaining. We're not even at half distance, and we're talking about a car having a walk in the park for 3 hours and 33 minutes. A lot can happen, and part of it will always be the consequence of where you meet traffic and how you filter your way through that traffic.
Very crude maths would suggest that by dint of having 2 cars within the top 6, Marc VDS Racing is set at the moment for the team's trophy. Of course, HTP Motorsport that runs this car has done fewer races. Well, that hasn't affected things in terms of the Drivers' Championship, but in the Team's Championship, which scores slightly differently, then that does put them on the back foot, as well as being a single-car team. So Marc VDS may not be able to get the Drivers' Championship, but looking strong as far as the team's competition is concerned at the moment as well. In an ideal world, he'd win both. The Hexis McLaren, incidentally, has got broken suspension after contact with number 25, the TDS BMW. So maybe that smoke and that bit of contact with the barrier that we saw with the BMW had been triggered by contact with the McLaren, with the McLaren of Hexis just before we got that camera shot. So that's partly why Steph Dusseldorp is in the pit garage, and also why that BMW is out of the race.
And also remember that car was involved in other incidents much earlier in the race, notably with the Ferrari Zampieri. So they had a contact on turn 3, and then the penalty was repaid when Zampieri hit the back of the McLaren and spun it round. But there is the 3rd place McLaren of Mike Parisi, and he is actually, well, the gap was down to about 4.5–5 seconds. Then suddenly either Mike Parisi or Nicky Katzberg lost another 3 or so seconds. The gap now back down to just over 7 seconds. And Nicky Katzberg, it quite simply may just be traffic and where you are on the lap. So the lap times of these 2 cars pretty much matching one another over a period of, let's say, 10 laps.
And traffic, as we say in every Blancpain race, is this perennial problem. There's so much of it, even though we're kind of now down to 40 of the 50 starters. We've lost quite a few, haven't we? The mortality rate's been pretty high so far.
Yeah, but I mean, Mike Parisi runs way wide coming out of turn 6. But of course, on a circuit like Nürburgring, as we see the Nissan coming in to make its change, on a circuit like Nürburgring, there really aren't any major straights, and there are a lot of medium to slow speed corners. You never really get that kind of rhythm that you say, let's get at Monza, where it's a longer lap, or Spa-Francorchamps. Even at Silverstone, for example, you get an opportunity. Paul Ricard with that long Mistral straight, even though they put a chicane into it, slow them down before they get to Seine corner. There's a rhythm to the circuit, which is a different rhythm to that you have at Nürburgring. And it's this circumstance where you get cars grouping together, and then everybody loses momentum and nobody can overtake, and it takes one item or one issue to break that up before everybody can then get through.
Mike Parisi is about to catch the Curie Ardennes Porsche ahead of him, the Daniel De Gruyter Christian Kelder's car. Class winner here last year. Not really touched on the Gentleman Trophy too much, but within it, that Porsche is a long way down. In fact, it's the last of the cars still circulating in that category. So it's really struggling this year compared to last season.
Every time you say this, it really brings a tear to my eyes.
I'm not doing it deliberately, I promise you, but it's just, I'll get it out of the way. It's not a Porsche day. Now the McLaren
It's not been a
down to
Porsche
turn
year.
one. No.
Just watching again the McLaren, that sort of little bunny hop that we've seen. And Mike Parisi under braking into turn one. Probably not entirely comfortable with the way the car behaves. Probably feels that if he didn't have that issue, he could be a little bit more committed, therefore a little bit later onto the brakes into turn one, which of course makes the point of trying to pass a car into turn one that little bit more confidence inspiring.
Ferrari going through shot is the one that leads Pro-Am at the moment. Number 71 in the hands of Victor Scheiter, the former German Formula 3 racer, turned Legends racer, turned ELMS racer, now in Blancpain and going strongly. Second in Pro-Am is 32, back with Alex Buncombe at the wheel. And then third, and actually this deserves a bit of a cheer because the car's been so anonymous all season, it's number 43 BMW, run by Royal Motorsport, Roberto Ravaglia's team, the great Roberto Ravaglia, and it is Michele Ceruti and Stefano Comodini, just the two of them, that the car is third in class. And 458, the red, what else but 458 Ferrari, just ahead here of Scheiter, a car that missed qualifying after damage in practice yesterday, and it is GT Course that runs the car, new team, and thankfully he's back on track after a big amount of work overnight. There's Alex Buncombe, a long way back, isn't he, in terms of track position from the class-leading Ferrari, like half a lap adrift, lots of gravel there on the road, so no wonder people go over the curb to avoid that. And then behind Alex Buncombe is Stefano Comodini. That's Enzo Ida, 7th overall in the Audi. People running, of course, on different laps now, so it's a very jumbled order on track. But Alex Buncombe, the way that things are going, by my maths, is going to come out on top here and score victory in the class.
Well, currently in 14th position, and still over half race distance to go, and just keep out of trouble. We know how strong Alex Buncombe can be.
There you go, backs up my maths. He would be the class champion from Kirill Ladygin and Victor Scheiter, and Lucas Ordonez would be third, and his co-driver Peter Pizzera would be fourth. We've got, coming into the pit lane, Alexander Scriabin, who was of course running in second place a little while ago, and Bas Linders coming in as well. So Ferrari in and BMW in as well.
An opportunity for Baz to, or the car, it wouldn't necessarily be Baz in the car, Baz is just about jumping out of it, but for that car to overtake it, if they can do it in this pit stop. They came in a few seconds, 5 or so seconds behind, and the problem with the driver change with the Ferrari, not really getting the smoothness that you'd like. But the Mark VDS will be hoping for that car to move. It came in 7th place, and Scriabin would have been in 5th place. So possibly a pass as we see side-by-side action. Mike Parisi goes past the McLaren at the exit of turn 17. And one of the Mercedes, I think that was the Jones Brothers car, also trying to follow through.
So that is, for those two cars, a second stop. And in comes the leader. Bernd Schneider then comes in number 84 for his second pit stop of the race.
BMW have got it done and taken the position.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there's a bit of organised or disorganised chaos with the Ferrari pit stop. Looked like wheels are bouncing all over the place. There is the leader in. The Ferrari have got it all back together. They're going to come out directly behind the BMW. So it ought to be Maxime Martin, who, if nothing else, is mega.
Absolutely, he's one of the best things about the Blancpain Endurance Series. The best part about one of the best things about GT racing.
Mike Parisi's in as well,
and he's going to fly in number 3 BMW. Bernd Schneider has brought the car in. Of course, this stint that we've just had elongated for the teams because of the safety car and the fact they weren't using as much fuel. But we should now be able to go to round about lap 112 for many of them, as Schneider will give way, and Mike Parisi to Andy Soucek in there, the ART Grand Prix McLaren in the background.
Yep, Andy Soucek, I'm looking forward to seeing in the McLaren. I was impressed with him in Monza, and we're going to see Maximilian Buch in the Mercedes, which Bernd Schneider has handed over. Done a brilliant job, can only say that. It couldn't be any less effusive in my praise for a hero, I have to say, a living legend.
I suspect he might be back in the car before the end, so we can wax lyrical again about Bernd Schneider. Now, while that car is in the pits, Rene Rast has a chance to try and make some hay here, but from such a big deficit, it's not going to be easy. And this now should give us Max Buch in the car, shouldn't it? It does. Number 84 with 75 laps done. Max Buch heads out on track. So just under 3.5 hours remaining. We've not yet had a normal Blancpain round, and we've still got another one to go, effectively, in terms of distance.
Tell me about it.
This is from the man sitting down.
Doing Spa 24 was easy because we had natural breaks in the broadcast every 3 hours. So
Andy Soucek about to go in the McLaren. 23 is in the background as well. Stephen Kane was the man behind the wheel of that most recently, so I suspect Kazuki Hoshino, the former Formula 3 and most recently Super GT racer from Japan, is going to take over that car. And what have we got? 3 hours and 24 minutes of the race still to run as more fuel goes in, and the busy mechanics, just the two of them allowed to do the tyre changes. That's gruelling work, isn't it?
You've got to be fit. I mean, I was watching another race series recently on television. In fact, I was listening to my old boss, Roger Penske, at a forum last week in England. And for NASCAR, they look to professional American football players that aren't good enough to make the grade. These guys are so strong and they are so athletic, and they're on bonuses for their pit stops. If they do a really sharp pit stop, they get a financial bonus. And these guys are in the gym. They're like rugby players would be in England or in Europe. Yeah. They are physically massive. And they have to be. If you lift a NASCAR wheel and tire, it probably weighs about 25 kilograms. I mean, they are very heavy.
Yeah.
And these guys just lift it on one hand, flick it on, pop, 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 5 nuts on, gone. And, the way you get better in this form of racing is sharpening up your pit work. And if that's what it takes, if you've got to go down that route to get people who are not maybe, let's call them kindly, weekend warriors, but are fully professional team members, they actually need themselves to be physically very strong and actually very agile and fit.
Fascinating to hear that. So are we going to see them in Blancpain in the next few years? Well, the guys that are doing it now certainly have to be fit, and they've got a few more pit stops to work through yet. So their work with the wheels and tyres is far from done. There is the man that leads on track. It is René Rast, ahead of Nick Katzberg by just under 11 seconds. Don't want to say in a sense it's a shame the Mercedes is so dominant, because behind there are some good battles, but when you've got the race leader way out in front, it does rather overshadow the battles behind. And what we can see from our commentary position is the number 25 BMW on a flatbed being brought back through the paddock, and that definitely says season over for the Thierry by TDS racing car. Leader in, that's Rast, who knows his way around the Nürburgring. He's done plenty of races here, going back to the Polo Cup, in the Carrera Cup Deutschland, in the Super Cup, and of course in GT racing more recently.
And that wasn't the Polo with the hole in the middle?
No, his car was never with the hole in the middle, never damaged. No, it was always in mint condition.
Oh, sometimes we do.
You've got 3.5 hours
yes.
This year. Keep with it.
Anyway, René Rast, good stint from the German driver, and absolutely committed and professional in every aspect of his motor racing.
Absolutely, he is a very, very good driver. I think he was a little bit miffed at first not to be part of the Audi DTM squad, because I think he felt he'd done enough, but as we've discussed in the past, his lack of knowledge of cars with aero rather went against him. That's why they go for Formula 3 drivers. But Audi recognised his ability. He helped them win last year's Spa 24 Hours. He gave up the opportunity to race at the Hungaroring in the Super Cup and missed 2 races there, crucial for his championship, in order to stay at Spa and win. He still won the Super Cup, and Audi has repaid him with a season in this, an FIA GT, and also he races in the GT Masters, the German GT Championship as well.
Just looking at Maximilian Buch, currently in 5th place. Last lap was a 157.4. Best lap for that car still with Bernd Schneider, 56.4, so within a second of the best lap at almost, not quite, almost half distance. So again, consistency of performance and driving from now all 3 of the Mercedes drivers in car 84.
Frank Schnippler will take over from René Rast. Frank taking this very seriously. He's another driver that could win, and I say he's taking it seriously because normally on this weekend, take last year as an example, he doesn't just race here, he also nips around the mountains and goes and races in historic races at the Spa 6 Hours. He shares a Jaguar E-Type. Well, this year he said, actually, no, I won't bother with the E-Type in 6 hours around Spa. I'll just concentrate on 6 hours of the Nürburgring. So he said, yeah, I'm getting old, you know, I can't do 2 6-hour races in a weekend.
That would be a little bit too much, particularly going from here at Nürburgring. Although it's only about 100 kilometres, 150 kilometres up the road to Spa-Francorchamps. I mean, it was eminently doable. But why wear yourself out driving an old E-Type?
Because he's a great enthusiast, that's part of the reason.
Yeah, but I mean, priorities. If you're driving for WRT Audi, believe me, E-Types are for Sundays and Sundays.
Well, he did it last year, but not this. He's committed to Audi, he's committed to the Nürburgring. The car has rejoined, and Nick Katzberg now leads. Now, this is number 90 Ferrari after his most recent pit stop. Matteo Bobby is behind the wheel of it, so stand well back.
He'll make it go, I bet.
Absolutely. It won't always be on the black bit, but it'll go.
Absolutely. Go. I mean, look, keep an eye and see, particularly if we are in a traffic situation.
Matteo Bobby started the season off in British GT and ended up with a fair few dents on his car, to say the very least. And having been running the sort of satellite Vita 4-1 Team Italy, I think he's now parked that notion and has come to race this weekend with Nesta Motorsport. So you've had Alessandro Pierguidi in the car, you've had Scriabin, now Matteo Bobby is behind the wheel. In has just come Laurens Vanthoor, who got number 1 on the pit stops up into second place, but will slide back down the pole as everybody else cycles through. Maxime Martin is going to be the next driver to look for as he lights up the circuit. And Nick Katzberg in number 4 leads the way.
Keep an eye on our good old mate Richard Westbrook. Seemingly he's come into the pit lane. I think it is all the way down 23rd.
Yeah, just taken over, hasn't he, from Mike Sturzberg, so that's going to be a car to watch. But no, I won't say it's not been a Porsche weekend. He's going to make me cry again, but he's got a lot of work to do. Let's rephrase it. There's the leader, Nick Katzberg. Max Buch is going to be second over the timing line if the BMW doesn't pit.
But Maximilian Buch is lapping 1.3 seconds a lap quicker on that last lap than the race leader Nicky Katzberg. Well, of course, Max Buch has just taken over that car 3 or so laps ago. So fresher rubber and, of course, a much fresher driver in the car for the first time as Katzberg comes out of turn 17. Let's see what his last, or this current lap, he's concluding 1:59.4, so he lost a little bit of time in that last lap. Maximilian Buch will be coming across the line shortly. Last lap 56.8. It was a very strong lap at this point of the race. 18 minutes before we get to the midway point.
I'm intrigued to see when Katzberg pits, because number 3, the sister car of Bas Linders, did an extra 8 laps in this stint, which has included the safety car, whereas others, such as the leading Mercedes, did an extra 5. So it should be in another 2 or 3 laps time that you start to anticipate number 4 BMW, but can they stretch it even longer like number 3 BMW did? We're running out of sequence anyway, so there's no problem about having the 2 in the pit lane at the same time. Nick Katzberg, I suspect they'll want to maximise. Henri Moser will go next, but he's not as quick as Katzberg. He's quick, but not as quick.
Well, Buch on that last lap, 1.4 seconds quicker than the race leader. So the gap, of course, because of the offset of pit stops, 43.2 seconds between first and second. But when Katzberg comes into the pits to make that stop.
Let's have a quick look at the Gentleman Trophy. That's being headed by number 53, the Gorini Pernod Thirion Sport Garage Ferrari, ahead of this year's champions, Jean-Luc Blanchemin, Jean-Luc Beaumelic and Patrice Goélard. And then third in the class is 52 from Sport Garage, Eric Cayrol, the vastly experienced French touring car racer, Bruce Logereau and Justina Azcarati, 2 Frenchmen and a Venezuelan. That's the side of the banjo in third in the class, and you can see how it's rather Ferrari dominated. Poor old Porsche way down the pecking order in the class.
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that comment.
I thought it might get a reaction though, even though you didn't hear it. We're on lap 80. Nick Katzberg leads the way, and I still think we're going to be another 2 or 3 laps away from his next pit stop. He'll probably prove me wrong in a minute, because as I look up, is there going to be a BMW heading down the pit lane? There is. He's in this time. So that means he will have done 80 laps. Yeah, he's taken it 4 laps longer under the safety car. So lap 80 he comes in, and if they're doing 38 lap stints, which is the desire, then it is going to be lap 118 when we next see that car. Out gets Nick Katzberg, done a good job. And of course all these teams can only do their very best. What they can't do, what they can't affect, is the pace of this car, because metronomically it just pounds on. Doesn't matter who's driving it, it's just quick and it's reliable and it's incident free. And the other thing, John, and we talked about this at Spa, is that it's not just brilliant on the circuit, it's not just got brilliant people behind the wheel, but it's all run so well from the pit lane. You never seem to hear of anything to do with an infringement in the pit lane, or you never see a fumbled wheel change or a stall in the pit. Everything just works.
Yeah, but I mean, when you put together a team, you need to put together something that is cohesive, where everybody has got the same aim in mind. This is not single-seater racing where once you're in the car, you're racing for yourself. right now this team is racing for the Drivers' Championship for Maximilian Buch. And because the three drivers are fundamentally very closely matched in terms of lap time, that's only one part of the deal. The rest is making sure that you don't spend time off the racetrack in the pit lane that is unnecessary. So the metronomic model, if you want to call it that, is the model that we're seeing from Car 84, Mercedes-Benz, Maximilian Buch.
There's four back on track then, and Marcus Paltler in fact has gone back behind the wheel. I was thinking it might be time for Henri Moser, but they put Paltler back in for his second stint. As we said early on, you've got to be careful in doing your driver computations not to go over this maximum of 2 hours and 20.
I mean, would you assume, because that car made a late stop initially, it was an hour and 15, wasn't it? I mean, that was one of the last cars to come in.
Yeah, now.
So this is going to be a relatively short stint because they've got 2 hours 20 they can do maximum.
That's right.
So it's going to be, well, it's certainly going to be a shorter stint than his first stint was. So, I mean, the reason they've done it, I suspect, is to try and maximise the performance that they believe that Paltler can get out of the car. Then Moser will get in and do his bit and then ultimately revert back to who's got time left.
And probably try and keep Katzberg in to the end because he's the quickest of those three drivers. Work backwards, put your quick man in at the end. There's the third place car, Victor Shahitar back at the wheel of 71. This is the Ferrari that he shares with Anton Ladygin and Kirill Ladygin.
But Frank Stippler,
yes,
stalking him down in the hills around the Nürburgring, the forests with their wild beasts. Many of them exist, they say. And they're all race fans, apparently.
Indeed, yes.
Especially in the Nordschleife.
And they've all got Wurst in their hands, and they're all enjoying themselves. There is Stippler out of the chicane, way up onto the curb. And he's really pounding on, is he, in pursuit of the third-placed Ferrari. Well, Nick Katzberg has just done a ripper stint at the wheel of number 4. Let's hear from Nick Katzberg in the pit lane with Jack Nicholls.
Nick, you don't look too tired, having just got out of the car. How was it out there?
To be honest, it was pretty tough. I mean, it's really struggling with the tires. They don't last very long, so I have to keep focusing on not wearing the tires out too much. Also, the brakes is a factor, so I've been struggling, but I see everybody else is struggling as well, so I'm quite happy.
What's the strategy with the number 4 car? Because obviously Marcus did a very long first stint, and you did another long stint. You did another long stint as well. What's the strategy there?
I don't know if I can say too much, but I think we're going for 5 stints, so we'll see what happens.
Thank you.
Right, 5 stints, 4 stops. That's what most people want to do. They don't want to make extra pit stops.
Oh,
big spin.
That was a driver error, I would imagine. Again, I mean, a massive spin for the McLaren, and it keeps rolling and rolling backwards. You should put the brakes on when you're rolling backwards because it does stop the car more quickly.
Jan Gody in the wheel of it. It's the second ART McLaren.
Look at the damage on the near side. That car's had a massive whack. Was that the cause? And maybe it was. Maybe that's the reason why.
The Joneses.
Well,
the British family. Morgan Jones is at the wheel, was at the wheel. David Jones' son.
Below, yes, down the inside. Mercedes way on the left, just swings across. You know, sorry chap, you were out of my mirror eye line. Well, in fact, the Mercedes was way to the left, the McLaren way to the right, and the Jones boy made the commitment, and there is a residue of liquid, and I think that might be more than water. It looks a touch of oil to me.
Yeah, car 12 losing fluid, it says on the screen. You can't see it. Losing, I think it's lost fluid, and the Mercedes has to be hoiked out of the gravel.
So in Sector 1 we've got a yellow flag. Everybody must respect that. They certainly know about it. They were told about it in the driver briefing. Goes in one ear, not the other most of the time. I mean, driver briefings are not for racing drivers. We know everything.
Now BMW number 3 pushes on, and Maxime Martin is now at the wheel of it. He had done a lap in the 57s, then he got caught in traffic and his lap times went up a little bit. Maxime is in 6th place behind Andy Soucek. Now there's a good battle developing between those two in terms of time because the gap's coming down. The one that's really leapt up the order over the last round of stops and I think it's out of sequence, and this is the reason why. 71 Ferrari. Victor Schaitar back at the wheel.
Yeah, we are just looking at it, suddenly in second place, but also doing very, very comparable lap times to the race leader, only 0.2 of a second away on that last lap. I mean, that's not just being out of sequence, out of position. That's a strong lap from that car.
It is. I mean, the lap times are good, but he's got up into second place in the last few laps, largely on pit stops. But there it is. He's going strongly.
Albeit you're spot on, but if he ain't doing the business behind the wheel, as he is, that was a genuinely quick lap.
Indeed, and it's his personal best. And he got Frank Stippler up into third then, still hunting him down. But Stippler lost 0.4 of a second last time, and we know that Frank Stippler is very good.
He is. Now, that may well have been Frank was being absolutely purer than pure, and when he came to that first sector and saw the flags, he probably did it by the book. Frank's that kind of guy.
Yeah.
He's not going to bend the book or do it. He will do it precisely as you're asked to do. That might have caused maybe 0.4 of a second, just lifting off that little bit earlier, rolling into the corner. Maybe the Ferrari was a little bit more testing the water to see what you can get away with. We don't know. So let's watch and see if Frank Stippler comes out of turn 17. Was 1.3 seconds behind on the last lap.
And this time around, the gap, 1.2.
So getting back up to speed. Here was the incident with the Mercedes and the McLaren, and the track is now clear. We've got greens all around the circuit. Ferrari looks good, stable, exit out of the corner, not being aggressive on the throttle.
Don't look, John, don't look. You won't like it. You won't like to see a Porsche in trouble.
Breaks my heart.
Okay.
Absolutely, I'm going to have a word with my friends at Porsche. This is not what I have been a lifelong fan to see.
Breaks Richard Westbrook's heart as well, because we have not been able to see the best out of Richard all weekend, and ignore it in a sense, this car now, because it's going to lose so much time, it'll be out of contention. But it would be nice to see Richard being able to go at proper pace. It's not often that you see any Porsche, but certainly not the Haribo one, with mechanical maladies, but we've got them today.
I mean, Richard's in danger of getting away early from the racetrack, possibly getting back home for a baby change, a nappy change.
I don't recommend it.
Well,
I don't recommend it. No. Debriefing, Richard. It's the only way forward. To develop the car, you must stay another night and debrief.
A little elbows being pushed one way or the other. The Nissan splits the BMW and the Porsche coming down into turn one. Just simply quicker. Now the Ferrari also thinks, saw how that was made look rather easy. And he actually has got his way past the Porsche as he goes into turn two, and maybe thinks about going around the outside of the BMW, but looks up the inside and gets into position. And I mean, it's not a battle for the lead, but it's clean racing and everybody's doing their bit.
That Ferrari is a lap down on the Nissan it's chasing, so those two cars are in the same class, but they're a lap apart. But 123, the Team Ukraine car, has now got Raffaele Giammaria at the wheel, and we know that Raffaele is very, very quick, former Porsche racer in GT terms, but very good single-seater racer. And he was a big rival against Richard Westbrook at Donington at the start of the month in another GT series. Richard had his first ever Ferrari drives in the rival car in the same team to Giammaria.
What a traitor. I mean, a Porsche driver going across and racing for the prancing horse.
Well, driving a Corvette in the States was one thing, but a Ferrari is quite another.
No. The dollars, my son, the dollars.
Over the curve goes Giammaria. He's running in 19th place at the moment, but as I say, he's a lap down on the Nissan. But what is significant is that he's got himself, I think I'm right in saying, ahead now of the 43 BMW, which will give him a place back in class as we approach the halfway mark of this race, with the lead gap, Max Buch to Victor Schaitar, who is doing an out-of-sequence long stint in second place, just under 40 seconds, but he's doing a very, very good job. And Schaitar, second overall, versus Buncombe 12th overall, is the top two in Pro-Am.
Well, we heard Nicky Katzberg say how tough it is out there, and believe me, it is tough all the way through the field. Sun again is breaking through. We're almost not totally bathed in sunlight here at Nürburgring as we come up to this midway part of the race. Tyres, brakes, and you can add in drivers are taking a hammering. And I mean, once the tyre has gone over its optimum performance curve, which probably comes relatively early in the tyre's life, then you just got to be careful. Everything you do, the entry into a corner, application of brakes, application of throttle, progression, not slam, is how you're going to make them all live.
News from the pits, Hexis out of the race, accident damage given as the official reason. So we've lost the Hexis McLaren. Probably puts the tin hat on a rather underwhelming season in Blancpain, sadly.
Very disappointing. I mean, effectively what you might call the factory McLaren team, but private team sponsored by Hexis with Alvaro Perez as their driver. And it's not gone well. And I don't know why or how to explain it, because Hexis are nothing but an extremely professional operation.
No, it is a big mystery. And Philippe Dumas, the team manager, every time you see him, has a frown on his face these days, not like last year. So it's a very different world in which he's operated in 2013. Meantime, BMW number 3, Maxime Martin, running in 6th place, lapping last time in the 58s. He was getting closer to Andy Soucek, but he's now stuck in all of this traffic, look.
So it's always an issue coming up around turn 11 into turn 12. Got past on the inside of the left-hander, then gets a good run off turn 12. Up to maximum speed, flat out through the kink, about 240 kilometers, maybe 250 at best. And then that short run up to reasonably heavy braking. And the brakes don't get a great deal of recovery from the end of the braking zone into the chicane, then into this tightish turn 17. So the brakes are always running just about at their limits. No long enough straights to allow them to get that heat soak away from the discs and the calipers. In fact, the whole wheel assembly, it heats up from the heat of the carbon fiber discs.
75 Porsche, winning car here last year, 11th on the lead lap. So that's a thumbs up, John, isn't it?
That's a double thumbs up.
Yeah, okay. Maxime Soulet at the wheel of it. Sorry, tell you a lie. Xavier Marson now at the wheel of it. They've done a driver change when I was looking
well, Xavier Marson certainly will drag the performance. Let's look in the garage. And is that the Joneses?
It is. Team Pyro running the car. Faces.
Yeah, well, I don't know whether the liquids came from the McLaren. I suspect they did with the damage to the side pod. That's roughly where one of the radiators would be, or certainly some of the effect on the cooling will be based. Having a look around the right front, there's the damage to the bodywork. And is that catching on the wheel, or has there been suspension damage as well? It doesn't take a huge knock when the cars are so pivotally balanced as they are entering a corner. So even a small impact could cause a fairly major spin. But that did look like Mr. Jones didn't really know the McLaren was there and just swung in like a sea anchor and clobbered the McLaren. And well, a fair bit of liquid going on.
So we've got Max Buch then as the race leader. In terms of whether we're going to have this as 1,000 Ks or 6 hours, most teams working on the premise it's going to be 6 hours. And go on.
No, I just want you to point out that there is the Porsche driven by Masson, who is currently in 11th place. That's a positive Porsche story, and we were letting it go by.
It's very positive. It'll be more positive when he gets past that Audi and gets in the top 10. Harold Primat is ahead of him, 0.8 of a second, and Alex Buncombe comes up the inside, and this is going to be a place change. 11th goes Nissan, and down to 12th goes Porsche.
Good overtake. Alex Buncombe read that one very well indeed, and just got again a good run out of turn 17. Masson trying to look away around. This will try to undo. I think slightly caught unawares by Alex Buncombe's pace, and certainly caught unexpectedly into turn 1 with a really good racing driver overtake. Xavier Masson from 11 down to 12th place. Frankly, the Nissan has just got too much pace for the Porsche this season. But Masson is no doubt going to continue on. This is going to be, no doubt in my mind, a car that will finish inside the top 10, because we haven't even reached mid-distance of the 6-hour race. Now we're just a minute and a half away from that, but we're still a little bit more racing to go.
It's been a long old season for the teams. They've done 825 racing laps coming into this round, because we've had 3 3-hour races, the 24 hours of Spa, which is a fabulous event. If you've never been, then make sure you go in the future, because it's a wonderful event. It may not have quite the pageantry of Le Mans, but it's a proper enthusiast's event, and if you like GT cars, it's just the place to be. And now, after 24 hours of Spa, another good circuit and another format. 6 hours, new concept for the championship this year, this 6-hour 1,000-kilometre race. And it's certainly a very good notion indeed. As Alex Buncombe tries to work his way up into 10th place now, and he's got past the Audi, dives up the inside, coming into the chicane, picks off Harold Primat. Through he goes.
Well, that Nissan has got serious performance because he got past the Porsche in very much the same way. He just had the momentum, caught the Porsche, passed it into turn one, and then doing the same in the Audi coming up the back straight. So what's gone on? And Nissan has a problem in the pits. Is this a rear tyre issue?
At 71, remember it was out of sequence.
Yeah.
So Shaitan now doing his third stop, I should say, and drops down the order. So he will fall closer to the Pro-Am class opposition as that car rejoins the race now.
Buncombe in 10th place.
At the 3-hour mark, now the race leader last crossed the line after 2 hours, 59 minutes and 46 seconds. So it's going to be officially after 3 hours of racing, 89 laps that will be done.
Just to round up the Buncombe story, he's 20.3 seconds behind Anthony Kumpum in the Audi in 9th place. That's a fairly tall order, and if he can make any inroads into that in the remainder of this stint, we'll just keep you advised of that to see whether Alex Buncombe can make further progress. Certainly the last two overtakes have been pretty impressive. Last lap was 1:58.6.
Now the race leader, who at the end of this lap will have done 457 kilometres in just over 3 hours. So that tells you how much we're going to get within 6 hours of racing. Leads the way, and it is 84 Max Buch then at the wheel. Bert Schneider having set the fastest lap of the race in this car. However, don't forget, Frank Stippler, number 13 Audi, runs in second place. And in third, you've got number 4, Marcus Paltela, ahead of Andy Soucek, ahead of Maxime Martin, ahead of Matteo Bobby. 7th is where you find Edward Sandstrom. In 8th place is now Anthony Kumpen. There's the second place car, that's Frank Stippler. And as he makes his way up towards the Michael Schumacher S, the Jones Mercedes has officially been retired, and its team manager is being summoned to the race director. So I suspect there is a little bit of grumpiness about the way that the incident occurred. Stippler here trying to work his way through traffic. Another flash of the headlights. The EA Sports car flashes its way now out of turn 12, the Warsteiner Kurve, and pounds downhill once again. Stippler using all of the curve there, inch perfect.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you would expect from Frank Stippler. But third place, Marcus Paltala, I've just been keeping an eye on his times. And apart from the race leader, Maximilian Buch, who's just on a 56.9 on his last lap, Paltala in the BMW is putting in very, very strong laps. 1:57.3 was his last lap, and he's been quick, he's been getting greens, which means personal best in each of the 3 sectors consistently.
Coming up over the timing line is the third and fourth situation there. The BMW third, Marcus Paltela at the wheel, and then in 4th place behind is Andy Soucek. And then you want to see the 5th place car and see whether Maxime Martin is getting any closer, because last time he did lap fractionally quicker, but only by 4/10. And Paltela is getting away from Soucek. BMW third, McLaren is 4th, and Maxime Martin is a further 12 seconds behind. There he is, going into turn 1. So that is the 5th place car. Even Maxime Martin, who is normally able to work wonders, is struggling to chip away, really, at Andy Soucek's advantage.
Well, and not only that, the sister car to this, Paltala, is actually, Maxime Martin's last lap was his fastest lap so far, 57.1. So he is getting now the lap times from that car, which we had anticipated. It had been Paltala who had been marginally quicker over the previous 2 or 3 laps, but Maxime Martin, 1:57.1. And he is looking now again to find mechanism to get closer to the tail of the McLaren of Andy Soucek.
That's your Pro-Am leader, that's Alex Buncombe, who so far has done the lion's share of the driving. And it's good to see Alex going so well after that monster hit he took at Spa. He's been a winner here in the last month or so at the old timer, the historic Grand Prix, driving in 1950s Jaguars and other such delectable machinery. Alex, very versatile driver, so he is leading and he's on target, quite some wood to touch, to be the Pro-Am champion. in the number 32 Nissan. It runs in a different colour scheme, of course, from the sister car in the team. It's one of the LJRM cars now in a different team, as it's second in the class there, 71 after its pit stop. Kirill Ladygin at the wheel of it, and of course now drops back to second in that class, but Kirill Ladygin doing personal best in sectors, going strongly.
Yeah, doing a good job, again, just getting personal best, middle sector, and good lap time, 157.7 was his last lap, so he's running very much at the pace of those cars. Ooh, a bit squeaky there.
That's for position. That's the teammate, Sergei Solovin, ahead of Kirill Ladygin, 13th and 14th overall, but Ladygin wants to make his way up the order, get past his teammate and try and go after Alex Buncombe. How the world changes for a racing driver, because Kirill Ladygin in a Ferrari began his racing career as a double Lada champion back in Russia.
Someone's got to start somewhere, and don't knock a Lada. A nation has survived in those brilliant cars.
Very true indeed. And then third in the class is Mercedes, because Klaus Hummel, having taken over from Adam Christodoulou, who took over from Steve Jans, is currently third in Pro-Am in the Black Falcon Mercedes. The Pro Cup Mercedes is just ahead of it, in fact, 15. So you've got Pro and Pro-Am Ferraris, and then you've got upper place last time, number 19, there is Andreas Simonsen, but 18 is the one that's third in Pro-Am, and is running just behind it on the road down at the Turn 8 hairpin. Well, we're now into another Blancpain race, effectively. We've had 3 hours, only another 3 to go, and I reckon the first 3 hours have gone pretty rapidly.
Let's hope the final 3 hours go as rapidly. I think we saw an awful lot of action, some of which was unintentional, some of which was, let's say, penalised for over-enthusiastic driving. But so far, it's been an interesting race that's been dominated by the Mercedes 84 of Buch, Goetz and Bernd Schneider. But behind that, Frank Stippler, the McLaren of Mike Parisi and Soucek, no, that's Paltala, I beg your pardon, for third place. Paltala, Soucek, and then Maxime Martin. Second through fourth, I don't think is safe. Any one of those 4 drivers is in a position.
That's 35 then, back into the pits. This car, having lost laps early on, really out of the hunt now. It will keep going and it will get into the points in class. It may salvage something yet back for Lucas Ordóñez. Alex Buncombe leads the class, and for Ordóñez to take it, he's got to be second, and I don't think he's going to do that, so it's a very, very tall order.
Yeah, and the difficulty getting that left rear, didn't seem to want to free from the hub particularly easily, but back out. Beauty of being where Nissan are on the pit lane, they're at the very end of the pit lane, so they can literally get on it, and 50 kilometres in the speed limit, pit lane speed limit, is forever.
52 is the car there leading the Gentleman Trophy, and it has got ex-Formula Renault racer Bruce Roger-Roux at the wheel of it. This is the car that he shares with Justino Escarate and Eric Cairol, run by Sport Garage, which even a week ago didn't have any drivers for either of its cars. Well, they're now 1-2 in the class, so they managed to find 6 decent pedallers. There is Roger-Roux, who never really broke into successful single-seater racing in the way that internationally he had done in native France, very quick in the French Formula Renault Championship, but when he came to international racing in the Euro Cup was rather overshadowed a little bit and has to go back home and regroup. But he's a quick GT racer, good gun for hire as it were, and he's the man then leading the Gentleman Trophy class at the moment for the under 30-year-old drivers with limited experience, or indeed the older drivers, the bronze-rated drivers. And so the Sport Garage Ferrari leads its class happily from the sister car, 53 of Leonardo Guarini, but there's 52, right on the tail of number 2 Audi. Remember, that was in the gravel a while ago. Nicky Melnhoff put it in the gravel. He's still behind the wheel of it.
Yeah, and Nicky's having down in 27th position, having to be slightly defensive. The Ferrari looks to come down the inside. This time Nicky gives ground and lets that car get through. I would imagine he didn't do it out of choice, but he's out of sequence so far down the field. So really, it's just a matter of going through the motions for the Austrian, and disappointment for him.
Marcus Paltela up over the timing line in the BMW, then runs in third place. There, second in class for Sport Garage, it's 53. That's Philippe Thirion at the wheel now. Senior racing in the ELMS in prototypes in Formula Le Mans, but he's joined by Leonardo Guarini, ex-Lamborghini Trofeo racer, and Olivier Pernot, who drove at Spa, but who doesn't do that much racing these days. He has a very successful events management company and race preparation business, specialises in the Trophy Andros, the ice racing category. But Philippe Thirion, the man behind the wheel, is a long way back. He's lapped by Marcus Paltela. As you might expect, the much quicker Paltela dives past the gentleman racer. There's a minute between the top two within the gentleman trophy, even though they're out of the same squad.
Yeah, but Marcus Paltela, he waited. He saw the Ferrari was not going to be the quickest car out of turn 4. Got himself into position and just simply out-accelerated the Ferrari because he was in a better line and had got better grip and traction off the corner. And again, that's part of what in these endurance races you've got to work out. You're not doing a 10-lap sprint around the Nürburgring, you're doing a 6-hour endurance race. So, you know, losing at half a second, waiting for a slower car to be clear that you can get past isn't an issue. Now, it'd be an issue when you get down to 10 laps and there's a safety car deployment, and then you're given a 3-lap run to the flag. That would be an interesting little sort of end to the season, wouldn't it?
Absolutely right. There's the car that's third. Sorry, not third anymore. Was third, but has just had a pit stop and dropped back in Gentleman Trophy. Treble 1 is the car. It's the Paolo Andreassi, Pablo Palladini, Gaetano Ardagna Ferrari. But that's now way down in class. 3-6-8 it is now. So it's fallen back a long way. Behind is the Stars and Stripes Pro Speed Porsche of Charles Espenlaub, Charles Putnam and Joe Foster. Down towards turn 1 goes probably the fastest highlighter pen in the world. You can't miss it in that livery.
Can't say it's my colour of choice, but hey guys, you know, when you pay that money you can have it painted whatever you like.
Whatever you like. Number 90 Ferrari, which was running strongly early on, remember. Now Matteo Bobbi is at the wheel of it. You go from highlighter pen yellow to a blue Ferrari. Good to have different colour schemes, I suppose. And there it is 6th, and ahead of it
still running. You can't keep it down.
The Rasputin Racing, Kessel Racing Ferrari.
Unbelievable. I mean,
it's 31st.
I mean, that car had severe damage, and they've got it back again out on track. I mean, great testament to the mark that they could do that.
And Daniel Zampieri is behind the wheel of it, number 31. There's 458. Now, this is third in class, which is a fair effort, bearing in mind they missed most of yesterday's running with damage. This is a car run by GT Course. It's a new team, largely for people that want to race in the VLN or the Nordschleife. So there's Alexander Maxwell, Christian Colas and Pierre Eret, who's probably the more famous of the three internationally, having done quite a lot at Le Mans over the years and in the Le Mans series as well. But this car yesterday morning was hit up the back when it came out of the pit lane rather slowly and waywardly by the Kessel Racing 44 Ferrari. It didn't help either, and the amount of damage done to 458 meant that they had to go away and get new subframe and build in a new engine and a new gearbox, and they've only had the car for 10 days.
Well, maybe they signed one of those deals with the manufacturer that they would take a certain amount of parts at a fixed price, and then bits they don't use, you know, there's so many deals that you can do. But it's not ideal, a brand new car, to have it so severely damaged. But more importantly to me is the work done by the teams to get these two cars fit and ready to race, certainly in the case of qualifying yesterday, the Kessel car. And then here they are. One of them was damaged severely this morning, or earlier in the day, and it's back on the track again.
Indeed so. And for 458 to be third in class, that's no mean effort. 75, Xavier Marson still pounds on. He's just put a lap there on number 43, the BMW back in the hands of Michele Cerruti, who has been racing this year in Formula 3 in the European Championship, but go back 3 seasons. He was a winner at Monza in Superstars, the largely Italian-based V8 touring car category. Now, we've got 2 hours, 47 minutes to go. It's time for a catch-up from the pit lane. I think Jack has been on patrol. What news, Jack?
You mentioned earlier on Hexis were out with damage. That was because Steph Dusseldorp was at the wheel trying to lap a gentleman driver when he was then attacked himself. So they went 3 wide into turn 11. Dusseldorp was in the middle and the contact forced the Hexis car out of the race. Also the number 35 Nissan we saw in the pits a few moments ago, they think all their problems are sorted. They were having problems with the rear left wheel after that incident way long ago, but that was a scheduled pit stop to hand over to Peter Petzera, but they have had 2, I believe, unscheduled pit stops since that accident.
And that has really cost them any chance of the championship for Ordóñez, hasn't it now? So, big drama for 35. Something else that's been in the back of my mind as well that needs investigation, but I think largely we know roughly where we are with things at the moment. Max Boot leads the way, Stippler second, and there is the Porsche, Xavier Marson, who can't get away from Michele Cerruti. down towards turn 1 and lower down the order. Third in Gentleman Trophy, Patrice Goëllard is keeping at bay the 51 Ferrari, which has got Francisco Guedes at the wheel at the moment. Car 20 is the champion of this year, as I was mentioning early on. You heard before the race started from Patrice Goëllard. They won the championship at Spa. They won their class when they were joined by Fred Bouvet, former overall winner. But 51 going very strongly indeed here. So Francisco Guedes getting right up onto the tail, former Ferrari Challenge racer. Now, having had that passion for the Ferrari brand, doing some rather longer races, and coming into Blancpain this season, and these two cars very evenly matched. Patrice Goëllard, who is at the head of this little battle, vastly experienced driver, been racing for a good 3 decades, if not more now, in just about every GT or sports car category known to man. The pit lane's getting very busy. There's a BMW coming in with a lot of damage on one side of it. The Castle Racing Ferrari is coming back in as well. These two Ferraris pound past the pits once more, and they do so completing for them 92 laps. The race leader has done 95. There's the BMW you just caught a glimpse of, which has got a bit of damage down one side of it. I think that was the car that's lost ground early on with puncture. Castle Racing's Ferrari back in again. It's got a gold card account in the pit lane. It's been in that often now, but with drive-throughs. It's now had 7 pit stops. Most people have done 2. So you can tell that they're struggling. And poor El Castle that started the year so strongly and quite emotionally with a win at Monza. Remember that Monza race? Ferrari won all 3 classes. That was the best day for the Ferrari as a brand all season. The leader has gone by and done 96 laps. Frank Stippler still runs in 2nd place in Audi number 13. 96 have done, what are we looking at, 112 onwards really, I think, before the next significant pit stops. With all due deference to Kessel, the car that's 31st is no longer significant, and they're not going to score points in the class and the championship either for them. They're going to be in the top 10 in order for points to be scored. 33 for a win in this race, this double distance race, new for this season within the Blancpain Endurance Series. Michaela Cerutti, look, has unlapped herself from Xavier Martin. She's 19th. And the Porsche runs in 11th, but we've had a switch around between those two, and that's bad news for the Porsche driver, because if a back marker can get past and unlap and actually break away by 2 or 3 lengths, it rather shows that you're struggling for outright pace, which I'm afraid to say is something that's been prevalent about the Porsche all day. The gap between 2nd and 3rd is 2 seconds. The gap 1st to 2nd is now nearly 50 seconds. There is just nothing anybody can do, seemingly, to stop this Mercedes. It was the real fear that the car would run away and hide, and it's actually happening. It's just so dominant, and unless it has a problem of some sort, it's very hard now to see anybody doing anything about it. And Max Buch, therefore, is on target to win the championship. He came into this 2 points back of the Ferrari drivers. You've got a car that is with a good balance of performance. It's got lots of grunt, and it's well suited to this circuit. It's got 3 good drivers at the wheel. It's got a very good team running it in the pits, and you add all of that together and it is very strong indeed. The next Mercedes that you find is down in 15th place, the Black Falcon car with Andreas Simonsen at the wheel, but HTP, possibly with the benefit of having Ben Schneider on board as a Mercedes factory driver, have unlocked something in that car that other teams have not, and it is just the benchmark car as it was at Spa. So strong, and it goes to show what difference a good team and a good combination of drivers can make. Not saying that Black Falcon is a bad team, but it did indeed score a class win here last year. But HTP Motorsport, just the benchmark Mercedes team, as we now work lap 98 for the race leader here in the Blancpain 1000. Let's have a look back at some of the earlier dramas in the race. Ferrari, Porsche battle in classes. Up front, though, it was Mercedes versus Ferrari versus McLaren at turn 1. The flaming Porsche of Eric Dermond was in the pits by the end of the opening lap, but actually he fared a little bit better than 1 or 2, because approaching turn 5, suddenly there was bodywork in the air and there were cars off the road, bouncing into the barriers, and a lot of damage done. That wasn't the only drama on the first lap, because there were more spins and there was more damage as well, and Andrew Danilov limped back with damage. The Dennis Anderson Insight Racing Ferrari was off the road as well. Baz Linders busy in the early laps of the race, trying to work his way up through the field. A punctured tyre for Claude-Yves Gosselin in his BMW Z4 as up front it was Max Goetz who just built up a very comfortable advantage. Battles raged on lower down, and it was Alvaro Parent versus Daniel Zampieri that was the first real talking point. There was this bit of contact as Zampieri tried to turn across the front. He got his own back, but it cost him. A drive-through penalty was the result for that. Then, because he also crossed the white line at the end of the pit lane, a second drive-through went the car's way as well. Driver changes at the end of the first hour and 10 minutes for the majority of teams. Max Goetz gave way to Bernd Schneider. Then this monster accident for Fabio Babini, very nearly rolling as the Ferrari cannoned off the barrier. Contact with Stephen Kane in the Nissan. A smashed Ferrari smashed the dreams for Louis Machiels and Nick Commerson of taking a third title in a row. A big spin for Zampieri as the Ferrari, for Cesar Ramos rather, as the Ferrari spun coming out of turn 13. And with yet more damage, the car was wheeled away. The team hard at work to try to get it back into the race. Up front, the Mercedes of Buch, Goetz and Schneider led. The Jones family Mercedes was in strife as it got involved with the number 12 Jan Gaudi McLaren. The Mercedes has been retired. The fluid-leaking McLaren also out with a busted radiator. In the sunshine, late afternoon, we've got just over 2.5 hours to go here at the Nürburgring, this first Blancpain 1000, and the hardy fans continue to watch this mouth-watering field of GT cars continue on their way. We started with 50, we're down to 38 now, with damage, with mechanical problems, and as the race is on lap 99, we're looking at being 6 hours rather than the 1,000 kilometres, which would be the intention. It's going to be round about 900, just over 900 Ks, I would suspect. That we may have another safety car period. You never know what can happen. To be fair, safety car periods in Blancpain pretty rare, because normally by running at a Grand Prix circuit, if a car is off in a dangerous place, you can use the little access points and the perimeter roads required at a modern-day F1 circuit in order to get a snatch vehicle to that car and get it out of the way. However, we did have debris on the track, and that was why earlier on in the race we had to have the safety car period in order to sort that out. There's 84, which is Max Buch leading the way, and he now leads by getting on for half a lap over Frank Stippler in second place, and then for third Marcus Paltela, fourth Andy Soucek, fifth Maxime Martin, sixth Matteo Bobby. And the way that things stand, it's going to be the championship for Max Buch. Even though he didn't do the first two races, he turned up at Paul Ricard and ran strongly there with help from Elon Day, and then of course the big haul of points from Spa. You get points at 6 and 12 hours as well as 24, and it was a very good weekend for Buch. Co-driver Max Goetz has done his stint. He's in the pits with Jack.
Maxi, you're destroying this a little bit. Is it easy?
Not easy, never is easy, but we have a good car. We have a great team. They did a great job until now, and the car's running very good.
You must be confident even if a safety car comes out, for example, and your lead shrinks, you can still build it up again.
Yes, yeah, we expect some safety car in the beginning because a lot of drivers are on track. A lot of can be happen, and it's happened. So yeah, we decided to stay out. Some cars come in to do a pit stop, but for our strategy it wasn't possible to do. Yeah, Mo and Maxi Buch is driving. He do very good lap times. I go in the car at next, so we will see.
And then will that be your last stint, just you and Bernd to go?
Yeah, it will be my last stint, and then Bernd is going in the car, Bernd Schneider, and then in the end Maxi Buch, and hopefully he win in the end.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that would be the best way to win the championship, wouldn't it? To win the race and be the man behind the wheel as you take the checkered flag. So that's the strategy. And as he walks into the garage, Max Goetz goes past the now retired Jones family Mercedes. That is 84, the HTP Motorsport car. Bernd Schneider, having won here in the 24 hours, wants to win the 1,000 kilometres as well. An extraordinary season, and his extraordinary CV continues to expand.
Absolutely, and the one thing I can categorically say is they've not lucked into this position. Remember, we've still got 2.5 hours just over that of racing, but they, as I mentioned earlier, have made it happen. They've got a great balance of drivers. They prepare the cars superbly. I mean, these cars are fundamentally a customer SLS FIA GT3 spec type Mercedes SLS, and they just make it work. There's no such thing as, oh, this happened to be in the right place at the right time. It is a professional team employing professional people, and as Matt Goetz said there to Jack Nicholls in the pit lane, It isn't easy. The trouble is they're making it look easy.
Nothing goes wrong with this car, seemingly. We talked about early on how well everything is put together, on track, off track, the car, the team, everybody just gels. And there's the evidence of it.
Yeah, I mean, a part of that is that people talk about bad luck in every aspect, sport, life, whatever. Bad luck is something that in many, many circumstances you've got control over. And what a team like HTP are able to do is they've got the financial stability to change parts at a life rather than saying, well, will it get through? Or reliability is something that is in the control of a team, but the team needs to have the proper fundamental budgets and people in it to understand. So you don't overrun the lifing of an item, be it on an engine, a gearbox, a transmission, suspension, whatever. And that's why historically we've seen some teams consistently win and other teams win, let's say, inconsistently. But if you haven't got the budget in the first place, then it's very difficult to actually put into effect what I've just been saying.
It's also a good circuit for the car, the Nürburgring. Remember last year in Blancpain, I know it was a 3-hour race, but we had a Mercedes second overall, right on the tail of the winning Porsche and winning the Pro-Am class. So it was the best showing for the cars all season. There's 32, Alex Buncombe back into the lead of Pro-Am. And as he turns his way through the last corner, let's go and have a word with his team manager, because Bob Neville is in the pit lane, and so too is Jack Nicholls.
Bob, things are looking good for Alex.
Yeah, Alex, it's a fantastic stint from him. He'll be finished in a minute, up to 9th, I think.
And that'll secure him the Pro-Am Championship?
Well, we need to finish in the top 4 for him to win it, I think. So it's what, 2.5 hours yet to go.
And but a little bit more difficult for the 35.
Sorry?
A little more difficult for the other car.
Yeah, the other car has had a problem on the left rear, which has meant a couple of 3 stops. So it's currently in 8th place, but that's not good enough for Lucas to win it, I don't think.
Some of your drivers, the GT drivers, have been phenomenal this weekend. Wolfgang in qualifying yesterday, for example, their improvements have been phenomenal.
Yeah, I thought that was particularly impressive. I think it was Bernd Schneider, wasn't it? And Bas Lenders, and then Wolfgang. I mean, that was incredible.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah, Jack.
There is Bas Lenders' car, Maxime Martin at the wheel, right on the tail of Andy Soucek. Now this is the battle for 4th place. We've done 101 laps, and 4th and 5th are now covered by 0.252 of a second. We know that Maxime Martin is the special one, and he tries to get up alongside the McLaren, which he does, but he's then got the outside for the next corner.
Well, Andy Soucek almost opened the door and said, well, come through, Maxime, I'm not going to battle you, but then suddenly he found himself in position to control turn 4 and back at the races. Maxime Martin saw the opportunity, the McLaren overran the apex, and that was where the opportunity came, but of course the McLaren, and it's still the McLaren running way wide on the exit of turn 6 to the run down the hill. Maxime Martin clearly has got the pace, but is he going to be able to make a move stick? Because he did get alongside, technically he got in the lead, but the McLaren was in the right place at the right time and consolidated that current 3rd place.
Coming uphill then, through the Michael Schumacher-esque, avoid the gravel, so ride the curb. You've got there Maxime Martin on the back of Andy Soucek, now towards turns 11 and 12. The Warsteiner curve is turn 12, and then the speed builds on this final part of the lap, and Martin tries to get up the inside. Doesn't happen there.
Lot quicker off turn 11 than the McLaren was, and I mean, it isn't an ideal place to try and make a pass. You'd have compromised your speed onto the straight, and I would have thought that McLaren, had it been overtaken, would have been able to get back again on the run-up. But as it happens, Maxime Martin realised it wasn't. Oh, the Ferrari again! But this time at the pit lane entrance. No, he didn't spin in the pit lane entrance. He probably spun coming out of the chicane and spun across the pit lane entrance. I mean, that car has been punch-board and countersunk so many times today. I mean, it's got to go in the record books.
Zampieri was at the wheel. His latest drama puts him on the grass then. Carries on as Soucek comes through now 4 tenths up on Maxime Martin. who will no doubt try to break as late as he dares, going down towards turn 1, try and nick back some of that time. Tighter line through the first corner. Andy Soucek in the ART Grand Prix McLaren running in 4th place. Ahead of them is Marcus Paltela doing a really good job in 3rd place in BMW number 4.
I mean, you can see the BMW clearly has got more bite as they go through turn 3. McLaren isn't able to get the car into the apex in that low-speed corner. That's where Mike Parisi is losing all the time, and that allows Maxime Martin to get right close to the rear wing of the McLaren. But again, Parisi's putting the McLaren in the bit of the road that Maxime Martin wants, and consequently the pace is being controlled by Parisi.
They go down towards turn 8. The race leader, by the way, has just got over the timing line. That shows you how far back from the lead these two cars are, even though it's a great battle for 4th place. The leaders then are on lap 104. And as ART Grand Prix drivers and team look at the monitors, Soucek runs in 4th place, but only just because Maxime Martin is very determined to find a way past on screen on the Pro Cup standings, but they might yet change.
And look at the car under braking at Soucek. Right on the limit again, this sort of front-end punch. Maxime Martin again looks to try and take turn 12 away from Soucek, but not able to do it. He's a little bit closer this time though, so he may think about it through the curve, but the gap again on 3-4 car lengths opening up all the time.
They're heading up towards the chicane. Again, the frustration for Maxime Martin. He's done all the catching, but now it's so difficult to find a way by. And again, in certain parts of the circuit, he's stronger. Is this one of them? He thought about the inside line, but Andy Soucek was wise to what was coming. He's able to move across and cover the line. They both run wide there, using all of the curb.
I mean, the guy looking at the McLaren, I mean, it obviously has got a lot less grip, but it's under braking that it looks particularly tricky for Soucek to keep the car in control. But you can see just how much he's able to stretch the gap, the advantage on the straight bits of the track. But here into turn 1 and all the way through turns 2 and 3, the BMW will be back right all over the rear of the McLaren, and hopefully he's going to try and think. Turn 3 looked like an opportunity about 2 laps ago. McLaren again not able to hold the line to make the apex, but still gets a straight line. But again, look at the gap closing on the exit as the cars accelerate. That's just simply grip from the BMW and nothing to do with horsepower.
Flash of the lights from Martin, which is a bit cheeky because it's a genuine fight for place, this, for 4th spot. But you could argue that were he to get past, he'd be able to pull away from the McLaren, but Andy Soucek can defend quite legitimately that 4th place. Maxime Martin behind him as they come downhill once again, approaching turn 8, hard on the brakes, set the car up for the right-hander. Soucek seems to go deeper into certain corners than does the BMW. Is there a gap coming out? No chance. Uphill now, the drag uphill is a lot steeper than it looks, this, and as they come now up towards the Schumacher S, we've got the McLaren staying ahead. Maxime Martin is running there behind him in 5th place. Alex Buncombe, by the way, has just pitted, so the Pro-Am lead's going to change as we look at the fight for 4th place. It's Mercedes, Audi, BMW, McLaren, BMW in the top 5, and this is 4th and 5th.
And Andy Soucek, when he gets out of his car, I'm sure will first thing he'll say, no grip. And you can see it all around the racetrack. The BMW in the corners has got the advantage, but it can't do anything about it once it gets into the straight bits of the track. And he's particularly coming out of turn 12 and also coming onto pit straight, not able to use his advantage and get into position. Now there, we're coming out turn 17. He ought to be able to get onto the tail of the McLaren. He does do so, but from here down to turn 1, that gap stretches from what is maybe 2 car lengths, 2.5 car lengths, down to about 4. You can see the car just ebbing away all the time.
Down towards turn 1 they go, and as we ride with Maxime Martin, he's got the McLaren ahead of him. This could be the lap on which he gains the place. Let's ride with him.
Right, so into turn 2. Again, turn 3 has been the bogey corner amongst a number of corners for Soucek. Martin, this time the McLaren again, it's running wide, it gets alongside, but can he get enough of the BMW's nose ahead? No, he can't. Makes the cut back now, come up and get alongside the McLaren under acceleration on the run down into turn 5, but can't really do anything about it. Still has to concede to the McLaren into turn 5, but it's happening. Eventually it's going to be Maxime Martin will find a way through, but Andy Soucek is probably driving a car where he knows he's hanging on by just anything he's got. Under brakes into turn 8, runs wide, another chance, but Maxime Martin slightly caught unawares of the McLaren running that bit wide, wasn't prepared, couldn't take advantage of it. then up through the fast turns 9 and 10. Here's the downforce coming in. That helps offset maybe the lack of low-speed mechanical grip that Souček appears to be suffering, certainly under braking. The car has looked uncomfortable for the driver. Then again, Martin had a few looks into turn 12, couldn't get it done this time, isn't attempting to do it. His next opportunity is going to be through this curve, turn 13, but McLaren just pulls away, and frustration for Maxime Martin. No way he could do anything here to the chicane. All he could try to do is get a good run out of the chicane and again rebuild the process at the end of turn 17.
Bas Linders watching the pictures. Henri Moser is the other driver there on the pit wall from car 4. Don't think we've seen him behind the wheel yet. The fight comes over the line. McLaren ahead, look down again towards turn 1, 105 laps done. Maxime Martin was 3/10 back when they came over the line. So frustrating for him, this. He's done the hard work, he's caught up, but now he just cannot find a way through. As soon as he gets past, I put money down that he's going to pull away, but Andy Souček doing everything absolutely right, defending where the BMW is stronger and pushing where the McLaren is stronger. Now let's go to the pit lane. Let's hear from Bas Linders, because he's watching this great battle. His car is involved and Bas is with Jack.
Bas, we're watching the car struggle to get past the McLaren at the moment.
Yeah, the McLaren is approximately 1 second slower than us per lap, but apart from the straight line, they always have a little bit more speed. So, but we are boxing now, so hopefully we can pass them in the pit lane. So it should be okay. The race is still 2 hours long. Et Marc, tout nous manque et on essaie de ramener une coupe.
Thank you.
Message from Mark van der Straten, I think. So as the game has been given away a bit there by Bas Linders. Andy Richardson, who's the engineer for this car, he wants them to box this time, so get them out of the traffic. So rather than sitting there behind Andy Souček and not making progress, get another pit stop out of the way, try and be clever on the strategy.
Absolutely, that's what those guys are paid to do. They're not sitting there just on the pit wall thinking it would be great here. The race is sitting, swinging their legs. They're there to work, and part of that work is you've got a car stuck behind a slower car. We just heard Bas Linders say it's about a second on average a lap slower than the BMW. When the window opens and the opportunity comes to take it, then do take it. Get Maxime Martin in, whether it's a change of driver or not, we don't know. We'll see that when the pit stops come. Again, Maxime Martin getting frustrated just with some of the back markers getting... Oh, he comes in anyway. So this is the opportunity that Mark VDS are going to try and make for them, not only to get onto the podium, but to try and put themselves into a much more competitive position outside of the leading Mercedes.
So that's a shorter stint, because rather than running to 38 laps, which is the ideal, they put the car in a bit early, as you heard why, to get him out of the traffic. There will be a driver change. You can double stint tyres, you can't double stint drivers under these regs. So it is going to be Jelmer Berman back into the car. Martin out, Bas Linders on the pit wall, so it leaves you one option, doesn't it? That Jelmer gets into the car. Jelmer, whose dad, Herman Berman, was a very quick GT racer in a Marcos, going back a good decade or maybe two now.
Applied with Marcos or a more modern
metal one in the Core Urza owned era of the
Marcos used to be made from marine plywood.
That's right, yeah.
For those that don't know.
In the halcyon days of Jem Marsh and the company's creation. Jelmer Berman in. Bas Linders looks pensive, doesn't he, as he watches the stop.
Oh,
and that's
dear.
a problem for 51 Ferrari, which is parked by the side of the road. It is Felipe Barreros, and he's going no further.
And he's got a radiator punctured, I suspect.
Yeah.
And I would imagine probably on the verge of all the coolant has vanished, and what's left is simply steam. As the BMW is off the jacks, Jelmer Berman takes the car back onto the racetrack. It will be on the racetrack, but it's in the outer lane of the pit lane, although it's a 50-kilometre speed limit until you get to the end of the pit lane. That outside lane is part of the racetrack.
What I think we're seeing from VDS now is they're going to have to do this on 5 stops. They've got 4 as the ideal, but I'm not convinced that even allowing for 1 more stop, they could go to the very end of the race. I might be wrong, but I think we're looking at 5 now.
Well, let's look at it this way. One of the BMWs stretched it to an hour and 15 minutes, which, if you multiply that by 2, is 2 hours 30, but we've got 2 hours 22 of this race remaining. So they can make this stint last hour 15, which they did on the opening stint. They might be able to, I mean, you don't know what there could easily be another intervention, safety car intervention. It's going to be a very close call, and it's a question of whether they have got principally the fuel, as Souček now, Jeremy, gets the nose cut off by the BMW. all a bit congested down at turn 1 as some of the leading cars are coming through, the lap cars. Marcus Paltala, Andy Soucek. This is the battle for third place. It seems Soucek having to fend off the attention to Maxime Martin. Now he's the one applying the pressure to Marcus Paltala, who in his own right is battling with the Mercedes as they come down into turn 5. But the Ferrari, look, you can't put the thing down. It keeps jumping up and biting the ankles of something, usually another car.
It's now had, I think I told you, 7 pit stops. And there's the Richard Westbrook Porsche as well, the Haribo Porsche back into the race, and Richards at the wheel. This will be fun, won't it? 44, Daniel Zampieri versus Richard Westbrook, 2 drivers who are decidedly Albert's mother that they're a long way down the order and out of contention, with absolutely nothing to lose.
And
now.
Richard gave him a nice little hip and shoulder there,
yes,
just as he came out. Didn't touch him, but just the back end of the Porsche flicked it a little bit. And the Ferrari, you had to see as Richard on the lights flashing furiously to let him get through the Mercedes. And frankly, the way this Ferrari has been running all afternoon, I wouldn't want to have it behind me at any point.
My Anorak Pocket would like to go back to the saga of number 3 BMW, and having had another go at some numbers, if they go to lap 144, and I reckon the flag will come out on lap 178, they might, they should, in fact, get away with it without another pit stop. So I think they're still running pretty much to plan. We've got Zampieri 31st and Richard Westbrook is 34th. There are 3 laps between them, so it's a shame that it's not a proper battle between these two.
I mean, Richard did what he had to do, but the Ferrari clearly is the quicker car, and it's also been driven in a fairly combative manner by all 3 drivers. It's been the poor thing. You want to put it out to retirement after this race. It couldn't take anymore. This is the battle for third place. Marcus Paltala and Andy Soucek. Paltala in the BMW and go through turn 2. The McLaren looks better chasing than it did being chased.
Yeah, you're right. Yes. There's Marcus Paltala and Andy Soucek getting closer and closer. The gap at the start of this lap was 0.7 of a second. Maxi Pook still leads the way, and we know there's another cycle of drivers to get through that car. They have done 2 pit stops, whereas our leading 3 stopper, number 1, but one of those pit stops was a drive-through, so that doesn't really count. Edward Sandstrom at the wheel of it. Frank Stippler is in 2nd place, doing everything he can, but he's just not as quick as the number 84 Mercedes, and therefore that gap is widening. Now, number 4 BMW being caught by the McLaren. Is there any chance that they can play a game or two here, delay the McLaren to try and help number 3 jump ahead on the pit stops? Dangerous dice to roll, but it's a possibility, but I'm not sure. Given the pace of the number 4 BMW, they've very much been running their own races early on in this. Remember, 4 was ahead of 3 for the majority. Whether it will be sacrificed, I'm not quite sure.
I think that's a fair call, because just looking at the last lap of Paltala, running in the 59s, now that might have been due to the traffic that they were in, as likewise so was Andy Soucek running in the mid-59s, whereas others around them, Stippler, middle 58s, and in fact even slightly slower lap from Maximilian Buch in the lead car, 57.9. You never know. I mean, Baz Leinders plays his cards close to his chest, and if there's an opportunity to do something to put the second of the 2 Mark VDS BMWs into a better position, bearing in mind it's gone slightly out of sync on the pit stop, you never know. You just don't know. Stippler in the pit lane. Frank Stippler has come in there as he drives down, so it is now Paltala 2nd, Soucek 3rd, and Bumpy in the Ferrari in 4th.
So down the pit lane comes number 13 Audi, and that's going to have another driver change to go back potentially to Christopher Mies, who was very quick at the start of the race in that car. So Marcus Paltala's last lap was a 58.2, Soucek a 58.3, going quicker, and Jelmer Berman quite a long way back in terms of track position, 8th after that most recent pit stop. There also into the pit lane has come Klaus Hummel in the Pro-Am 1 contest. Steve Jans, I think, is going to get back into that car, having started it. Black Falcon run by a Brit, Sean Breslin. And that is 44 Kessel Racing off the road again, and it prompts John to say...
Is it all over finally?
No, I told you, it's like Rasputin, you can't kill that car.
How do you go to turn 5, goes off on the exit of turn 5, drives the car through the gravel trap, down the grassy bit of the inside of the racetrack, back on, and he's back in the races again. Well, you can't put a good man. Oh no, sorry, you can't put a good car down.
That's it. Let's have a look at how he got there. Was it self-induced?
Yeah, he was just a wide, caught the edge of the grass, side by side, and the car snapped one way, then the other way. And you know, because we're on a FIA Grade 1 Grand Prix circuit, you've got half of Germany to run off before you ever get into anything that might be seen as a hard barrier. So he gets away with it, and no, the car gets. I mean, the poor thing.
Yes.
The poor thing. I mean, if that was mine, I would never treat it like that.
For sale, one Ferrari 458, one careful owner. The three drivers have been rock apes, but the owner has been really careful.
Well, that's amazing.
That's 13, that's Stippler. And that car down in fourth spot now. But no, that Ferrari, it's just extraordinary. If it does retire from the race, it's going to be the most innocuous thing. It's bounced off barriers, it's bounced off cars, it's gone through gravel, it's spun, it's done all sorts of things. And he just can't put it down.
Well, this is a 6-hour race. It's normal Blancpain endurance race is 3 hours, which is a relative sprint. But for many of the drivers, I think no one has actually told them that they are doing back-to-back Blancpain sprint events, and they're just driving it as it would have done in a 3-hour event. The cost is going to be that making a mistake is going to be a big penalty. As we watch this battle again with Marcus Paltala and Andy Soucek, it's amazing. I mean, the more I look at it and think, how good is the McLaren looking now, but how rubbish did it look when it was being pursued?
Yeah.
Strange, it's very odd that.
Now, we're not far off the next round of pit stops, I would suggest. A couple of laps for the leader, possibly. We know that number 4 went a long way early on and therefore goes further through each stint of the race. So you've got, at the moment, 84 Mercedes dominating the race. Teams are getting ready. For example, there is Antoine Leclerc getting ready to take back from Andy Soucek, and that car in third place can't find a way past the BMW, so it may well box in the same way that Maxime Martin boxed in order to try to jump ahead of that McLaren.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple arithmetic for the guys in the pit wall to work it out. And Antoine Leclerc, it is cooler outside than it might look on camera. Temperature probably only about 11-12 Celsius. Lovely day, lovely afternoon. I mean, it could have been pouring, could have been even snowing at this time of year in the Eifel Mountains as the McLaren comes into the pit lane. Andy Soucek, and I'd like to hear his comments, and if Jack is down there to ask him the struggle that he had keeping the Maxime Martin car behind him, and then the fact that he was able to challenge Paltala in the sister car, and it all looked, relatively speaking, much better. I mean, the lap times in both those two battles with the BMWs weren't hugely different.
In comes the McLaren, and Antoine Leclerc has to go for a run now to catch up to the car.
He almost overran. He almost got a bit of oversteer running onto the car. I thought, actually, because the soles of your boots, not all of them, they're not always rubber soles. Sometimes they can be leather soles, and leather on concrete doesn't have a lot of adhesion. Wouldn't it have been funny if it'd gone down in his path to get to the car? That wouldn't have been funny at all.
You're mean.
I'm cynical. I'm mean. I know I'm mean, but you know, everything is so focused. He runs, and he almost got to a point where he overran the door of the car to help Andy Soucek out.
So now what we need to see is whether or not Jelmer Berman can come over the line ahead of the McLaren and leapfrog him on the pit stops.
Well, with Berman being out in the car, having done laps on fresh rubber, he's coming up through turn 13 up to the chicane, and he's probably got about another 18-20 seconds before he would pass the car, the McLaren, which is still only getting its rubber, so it's going to be an easy thing. BMW have worked it out, done a good job. McLaren have lost out, so he'll have to travel at 50 k's down the pit lane, quite a long way down the pit lane as the BMW roars past, and there it is.
Yeah.
Easy. What an easy way to take a position. You fight for an hour to get past, and just good pit work, you know, coming in at the right time, taking advantage, getting out. Jelmer Berman, clear air. Well, I mean, yeah, I love it.
Baz Liner was saying that they were a second a lap quicker than the McLaren, but they couldn't get past it. Take the McLaren out of the equation, you get that second a lap back. It all adds up.
Yeah.
So
not rocket science.
No,
that's what you know.
Andy Richardson, the man who devises all of the computations for that car, number 3, has worked it out well. He's put Berman ahead of a very hot and bothered Andy Soucek, Mike Parisi with him, and so Antoine Leclerc into the car as now Marcus Paltala comes down the pit lane. So we've had a BM and a McLaren of significance pit, and now number 4 comes in, I think, to put Henri Moser finally behind the wheel.
just looking at Andy Soucek, very flat. I mean, that was a hard stint for Andy. He had to battle to defend, then he was battling to try and overtake, and you could see him taking on liquids just to get something back into his system. No doubt having sweated heavily in the car, and Mike Parisi, who had done his stint before he handed over to Soucek, would have been just talking about some of the issues. We've seen some of the difficulties that the McLaren, that particular car, has had to deal with around the racetrack, especially under braking, where it's looked to me to be uncomfortable and unstable.
Sorry to interrupt you, John.
And just fundamentally not always having the performance in a corner that the BMW has got.
I was about to say, I reckon the leader should be in any moment, and he is. There he is, bang on cue at 113 laps, so 84 comes in. But don't expect anybody to really get ahead of him on pit stop, such is the domination of the car.
No, it would take something to go wrong with a pit stop, maybe a wheel or a hub not releasing, but everything seems to work so seamlessly for this team. So the door open, and Maximilian Buch, all 5'2" and a dripping wet of them, getting out of the Mercedes. Now, waiting to see that long camera shot. It's hard to tell just how the driver change is going, but obviously it's pretty easy as the BMW makes its way back out onto track. Unfortunately, finds itself behind the number 2 Audi. So let's look and see how long it takes for a refreshed BMW. Nicky Katzberg on board to get ahead of the BMW up the hill into turn 5.
There's the leader back into the race, and there'll be one more round of pit stops from round about lap 144 onwards, depending on when you've pitted on this stop, and then they can do that and go to the end.
Yeah, it'll be a shortish final pit stop, but I mean, again, oh dear me, dear me, dear me, that all could be. That's what you cannot control. You've come out of the pit lane into the battle of 4 or 5 cars, some of which may be in a battle, some of which are overtaking back markers, and you just. There you go, side slammed or whatever, but it's all through, it's all gone cleanly. So
that was Alessandro Pierguidi up to some tricks.
Well, I mean, he was certainly late on the brakes, diving down the inside. Maybe information from the pit lane said, be aware, there's a Ferrari on a charge, let it go, because it's not in the race with you at this point.
So the race leader powers downhill. Max Goertz back at the wheel of the car. Onto the dirt now goes Alessandro Pierguidi, doing what he is paid to do, and that is to drive the Este Motorsport car as fast as possible. So Goertz leads from Edward Sandstrom now in number 1 Audi, but that's a phony second place. It's there because he's yet to make his 3rd pit stop. Then you've got number 16 Anthony Kumpen, who's yet to make a 3rd pit stop, and so effectively in 2nd place now is going to be number 3 BMW Jelmer Berman, because he's got past Stippler as well. Frank Stippler did stay behind the wheel of number 13 Audi, and so we now have Berman effectively in 2nd place because this car has yet to pit, and so it'll fall down the order. But for the moment, Edward Sandstrom is 2nd on track. Sandstrom is another man who mathematically could win the championship, but he's a long way back with other quick cars ahead of him looking reliable. It ain't going to happen for the Swedish driver.
No, they're very phlegmatic. Swede, you know, very understated, gets in and loves his motor racing. Not a dynamic superstar as others in the series aspire to be, but he knows the car, he knows what he's there to do, and he's got that outside chance. And make no mistake, with just over 2 hours remaining, lots of things can change. We've had a lot of action very early in the race. We're now in the middle phases. Things have settled down. We do get these little odd moments where a rush of blood to the head and somebody does something daft, but by and large, we've now had all drivers, all the team drivers, do their cycle through, and it's now sort of preparing for the dash to the flag.
Yeah, 2 hours and 7 minutes to go, and another round of pit stops, and still anything can happen. I'm still trying to work out how on earth anybody can conquer this Mercedes. I don't think it's going to happen, is it? Because the car is just so strong. There's Edward Sandstrom, who runs 2nd on the road, and there behind is number 4, which is now a lap adrift after the most recent pit stops. It's got Nick Katzberg back at the wheel of it, but that car is going to gain the lap back this time through.
Yeah, I mean, the Mercedes is running so much within its own potential. It's not being stretched or pressed. So you're not putting the load into the wheels, the tyres, the suspension, the brakes, any part of the race car. So, and all three drivers are so polished within the whole machinery of HTP that, I mean, literally you could chamois the car off and take it somewhere, do another 24-hour race if you wished.
Now this is Frank Stippler versus the BMW Nick Katzberg. This for 5th place, and there's contact. So the Audi just about hangs on for the place. Nick Katzberg looks for a way by, can't find a way through. The Audi team is the only one I've spoken to that is having to factor into a pit stop a change of discs and pads. That surprises some teams, but because of the extra weight, Audi suggesting that they are going to have to change discs and pads in the last pit stop, and that's going to cost them 30 seconds. They factored it into the calculations already. They don't want to do it, but they fear it is going to happen.
Say that again?
They are going to have to do a disc and pad change, they fear, before the end of the race, and to do that in the garage adds another 30 seconds to the pit stop.
I mean, I can't imagine taking off red-hot carbon fibre discs, releasing the caliper. I mean, all right, 24 hours of Spa or Le Mans. I mean, it is tough on brakes, but that's taken it to extreme.
And it's surprising that they're going to have to do it, because most teams didn't have to think about discs and pads until the other side of 12 hours at Spa. We're only talking 6 here.
Yeah, but this is a circuit. This is a circuit where it's relatively a short circuit. Spa is a long circuit. It's got long straights, so the brakes get a good chance to cool down. The brakes here are in use constantly. There are the pads and there are the discs. And there we are preparing. Well, that is something I am surprised. Well, you know, is that a bluff just to sort of throw a wild card into people's imaginations, or is that genuine? I mean, the thing with here is you do use the brakes a lot. The trouble is the brakes don't get a lot of chance to recover. So they're just constantly, never losing to the build-up of heat. And but it's the actual wear. I mean, to wear a set of carbon discs out in a race like this, on a circuit like this, personally, I'm surprised.
It's not a regulation stop that they have to do. It is something that they may have to, but they fear they may have to.
Well, I mean, so if you feared you had to do it, would you not have tried to control the pace of the race? A different perspective. I know
maybe that's what they're doing.
Maybe they are.
So
but
they might get away with it, but if they do have to do that, the ideal time, of course, to do the discs and pad change is under a safety car, because you lose less time.
Sure.
And you get it into the garage where more people can work on it. So if you see an Audi head for a garage, that's the clue. But if they can get away with it, then they're not going to have to do it. They will try and go to the end and save that 30 seconds. You can't afford to lose a second, never mind 30.
No, not at all. I mean, it's just for me the concept that they're actually considering it, because they weren't able to handle the situation any other way. That's what surprises me. That, you know, I mean, it's okay. I know it's a tough circuit on brakes, but you know, there's things you can do to just simply brake fractionally earlier and don't nail it on the first application of the brake pedal. Let the car roll into the corner. I mean, it actually makes so little difference to lap times. It's an imaginary difference rather than an actual physical difference.
Different drivers will treat the brakes in different ways, I suspect. Of course, the data is such that you can have a look at how different drivers brake, where they brake, how much pressure they apply to the brake.
Very much. I mean, it's
you're starting with 10. Who do you think generates the most brake pressure? Who's the heaviest brake stamper out of the WRT Audi drivers?
Oh, it's a hard one. Go on, give me a clue. Give me a nationality.
Swiss.
Really?
And female. Ryle Frey. For her time in the DTM of stamping on brakes.
Well, that probably goes with the territory then, doesn't it?
Now, how about this? We've had, coming up over the timing line, BMW versus Audi once more, and this time through, it is a change for place, because now the BMW goes by, and Nick Katzberg gets himself ahead of Frank Stippler. They're in traffic, and they've also just gained 2 more places back, as Edward Sandstrom has pitted, Anthony Kumpen has pitted. So now Goetz leads Burman, leads Katzberg. It's Mercedes, BMW, and Frank Stippler's Audi in 4th place. 2 hours, 2 minutes to go, and let's have a bit more Audi news. Pierre Dieudonné of Team WRT is in the pit lane with Jack.
Yeah, it's a big scrap over 2nd place at the moment. You've just lost the position. What are you hoping for the rest of the race?
Well, we are a little bit unlucky because Frank got a slow puncture, which of course delayed us, and also it seemed that we will have to change brake pads on that car. So we'll will bring him in soon, and then it will be very difficult to, to stay in contention for the championship, because obviously the Mercedes at the lead is doing a very, very good race, and they have the pace. I think they are under control.
Why do you think you have to change the brakes? Because at Spa you changed them once in a 24-hour race. Here we're only 6.
Yeah, but this is a very, very hard circuit for the brakes. We knew it before, and we really need a braking performance to be competitive in this race. And unfortunately, we are at the same pace as the BMW, and the Mercedes is faster. That's the way it is. So we fight the hardest we can. And, I think it'll be very, very difficult to beat the championship. But we'll try. We'll try.
Thank you, Pierre.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, very honest from Pierre Dieudonné as always, and he said we do feel that we're going to have to make that pit stop. They've just simply worn out. Not changing the disc and the pad, it's just going to be a pad change, which is going to be a little bit quicker. The disc would have been a bigger problem. You'd had to release the caliper from the hub, and then that would have been not a 30-second job. So I'm still looking under the bonnet of that car. What's going on at the back of it? Now that's strange to see the engine cover up like that.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Is that a schedule? It's not a scheduled pit stop.
Yeah, it was kind of on schedule, but it's becoming a longer. I think they found something they didn't want.
Well, there's something clearly. I mean, that was the Ortelli car, but strange to see the engine cover up working around the back of either the suspension or the transmission area of the car, the brakes themselves. Anyway, to go back to the pad change, I didn't expect to see anybody needing to make a pad change, or if one was doing it, then many more would need to do it. That fluid coming out of the back of the Porsche, it looks like it to me.
Yeah, 48, the Pro Speed car, losing fluid.
And right on the racing line, on the exit, on to start, finish straight.
That car may well end up attracting the attention of the officials. Now it comes into the pits eventually after a slightly quirky way in.
Well, in fact, it was on the back straight we saw it, not on the pit straight, but I wonder if there's any fluid remaining in the car, be it water or oil, coming out of the back. It's difficult to tell which it is. Porsche oil and water radiators are at the front of the car and very vulnerable as a consequence, but it's still trundling its way down the pit lane. It's amazing how long an engine will run without liquids in it.
So down it comes, and is that going to be the end of that car, or can they get it back into the race? Number 1 Audi still in the pit lanes. There's the number 6 Audi in as well. Harold Primat has brought that in. So more and more cars now, as we get into these last couple of hours, starting to develop problems, aren't they? So now the sting in the tail is starting to affect things.
I mean, again, it's a function of what Pierre Dieudonné alluded to. This is a tough circuit for an endurance race of 6 hours. And just bit by bit, the stress of the event is creeping into the reliability of some of these cars. I mean, in the case of the Porsche, we don't know where the fluid came from, whether it was because of damage in an earlier incident being pushed back into the garage. I suspect that it looks pretty terminal when fluid's coming out of the back of a car, bearing in mind that the radiators in a Porsche are in the nose, unless it was coming all the way underneath the car and exhausting out the back. Certainly they're looking at the front to see whether that's a puncture, radiator, oil and water. It's going to take a bit of time to work that one out, I think, for the guys.
I was afraid to say it's another Porsche in problems, isn't it?
Well, you know, in this instance, there was a failure. It wasn't a Porsche failure. It was clearly an ancillary part supplied to the company, not something that Porsche made that failed. And I would say that would be on very good authority.
It's disappointing for the Pro Speed team. It's had a really disappointing season. The American drivers have been in and out of the championship. Their European tour, also did the 3-hour British GT race as well at Silverstone in late May. But that car, I'm afraid to say, looks like it may well be staying there, as the race now is on lap 120. Still working on the assumption that we go to lap 178. We've got an hour and 57 minutes still to go. Where's the next battle going to come from? Because up front, there's nothing that's going to stop the Mercedes, I fear.
But what just caught my eye, just as I was scanning the timing and scoring screen, my mate Frank Stippler running, I thought it was a 156 or 158. These screens in the commentary booth, I tell you, are dire. So a 6 looked like an 8 and an 8 looked like a 6. It's a 158. I got all excited that Frank was on a charge. Bearing in mind that one of the Audis is going to come in for a pad change, so maybe that was hastening his pit lane entry.
Well, his is the one they've nominated, isn't it? After his slow puncture, he's only 1.3 seconds back on Nick Katzberg, and he's lapped quicker in sector 1, so he is still pushing. And Soucek's car, now Antoine Leclerc at the wheel of it, 6th overall, and the Ferrari ahead is Kirill Ladigin. Remember, that's out of sequence, but that car is being caught now by the McLaren.
Yeah, and Leclerc has just gone quicker. He had a slow lap, but now he's back running pretty much at the pace of everybody outside of the leading two cars. Low 1 minute 58. And he is charging up to the tail of that Ferrari, runs wide on the exit of turn 1.
That 120 for the leaders. We've still got a good chunk of them on the lead lap. There, 71 is Kirill Ladigin, the Russian driver, and he was 9 tenths up, I should say, 1 second up on Antoine Leclerc at the start of the lap. The McLaren hustling on. That Ferrari is still another car to consider within the Pro-Am battle, because it runs on a different strategy compared to the other Pro-Am cars. It's hard to gauge its ultimate pace. We need to think about its stops, but it's still got a good chance of winning the class, and it's doing well overall.
Yeah, on the last lap, Antoine Leclerc took out over a second out of the advantage as we look down further, and these battles going on, mixture of leading cars and lap cars through turn 8, but it's the battle that we were just watching there momentarily with the Ferrari and the McLaren. The McLaren, well, fractionally and that quicker, a tenth of a second or so quicker on that last lap. Nicky Katzberg caught up in slow traffic.
That means that Frank Stippler is now right back on his tail, so the traffic has played into Stippler's hands a little bit here. He wants to try and follow Katzberg through and doesn't waste any time himself, so the last two cars in that line, BMW versus Audi for 3rd and 4th places. Stippler's slow puncture cost him time, and of course if he is going to have to, as the team fears, have that pad change, that's going to delay him yet further, but Stippler is pushing on.
Well, we know that the BMW with Stippler in the pits. In fact, he dives off at the last moment into the pit lane. So the German driver is coming in. Is this going to be the dreaded pad change?
It's got to be, because he's only done 11 laps since his last stop.
Well, I mean, if it is a pad where I've had the Ferrari again, I can't. But that's another one. Sorry, I've had wear out a set of race pads in a race car, and I also wore the discs out. Now it's a mechanical problem with that Ferrari. It comes down. Back. Was a toe there? It was a mechanical problem, but he got snookered. I mean, he got punched on the right rear. No wonder the suspension didn't like it and said enough's enough. And so that car stopped and out.
Jean-Luc Blanchimont.
Yeah.
They've already been crowned as the Gentleman Trophy champions, but I'm afraid they'd like another win here.
Well, they just get on about their business very quietly and do it in a very gentlemanly fashion. And to be knocked out like that.
Is that car, once they've done the tyre change, going to go on the jacks and be wheeled around and go into the garage? If it is, that's the brake issue rearing its head. So see what happens next. I talk about these being 2-part pit stops. The fuel and driver is part 1, tyres is part 2, but this could be a 3-part pit stop. No, they've dropped it down. Or have they? No, jacks are coming out. Yeah, it's going to be turned around, and this is your pad change.
Is it a pad change front only or front and rear? We don't know that. I think it might just be front only, because fronts would normally be the pads that would wear out more quickly.
Discs as well there, if they need to change those.
I would say at the minute those well, certainly the disc would be 300 to 400 Celsius. It gets much hotter under braking, but there's still a huge amount of it. But it will, carbon fibre sheds heat as quickly as it gains it. But let's put it this way, you wouldn't want to hold them in your hands without wearing asbestos gloves.
But look how effectively this is being done. There's no messing around. The mechanics know exactly what they're doing. They're straight onto the job.
Well, I mean, the way they're working, you wonder, are they doing more than simply a pad change? Because all you have to do is unclip the back of the caliper and slide the pads out. Well, that may be what they've done. Wheel back on. That wasn't a disc change. That was just simply changing the pads. And those pads would have been pretty hot as well. But what a good job by the team. I thought they did a brilliant job on the way that they choreography of their pit stop is outstanding. And it's on its way again. No.
It's very Audi, isn't it? I mean, you're used to seeing this at Le Mans, where the way they can do things on the car, it's a different team, I know, but it's all very Audi, the way the cars are so well designed, that that's done and it's back in the race.
Is that the only Audi that's going to need pad changes, or is it sister car or cars going to need it as well? It just seems to be the one car that has the issue.
So it's back into the race, and number 13, Frank Stippler, then will lose time. That extra pit stop they didn't want to have to make. It may affect the other Audis, we'll wait and see, but this is the most significant of them, because this has been consistently the fastest and the best placed Audi during the race.
With new pads on board, clearly his braking is going to be more efficient. He'd brake a little bit later than he would have been doing over the last sequence of runs. but it's never going to be anywhere near enough to get him back to the position that he would have been. Let's watch again down at the... Is this the incident we were watching? Or is this another incident? Oh, here we go. There we are. Well, it's a shame. A gentleman driver maybe misjudged that slightly, but the Nissan was certainly on a mission to make a pass down the inside. Too far back in reality, and of course once the Ferrari was committed to closing, and that's, what's that bodywork?
Well, that's the Nissan that hit it.
Yeah, but there's a loss of bonnet.
Yeah, presumably the impact has loosened clips and the bonnet's ripped off, so the bite a bit. Another pit stop for number 35. Now into the pit lane comes Peter Pitzera. So after the contact, I suspect he's loosened bodywork, and in he comes for a new bonnet effectively to be put on the car. He's lost the engine cover at turn 7, which is the kink heading downhill.
Yeah, well that wasn't, I was only about 3 corners after the initial impact, and the shock load into the bodywork and the pins that locate the nose to the chassis have obviously got popped. And the only good news is that they are at the end of the pit lane, and once this car has been readied, now whether there's a spare bonnet available to be immediately fitted or whether they're just going to tidy it up. And would they be permitted to go out without a bonnet on the car, assuming all the other bodywork is in a safe condition? Certainly giving the windscreen a bit of a clean. And if there is a bonnet, no doubt it's probably buried somewhere in the Bob Neville transportation, and got to get that out, and has been pre-fitted. Lots of teams go through these bodywork exercises of pre-fitting every part.
Let's hear though from Max Buch. His Mercedes leads the way, and he will do the last stint in that car. He's with Jack.
Maxi, everything's going to plan today at the moment.
At the moment, yes. No, it was a very good stint from Maxi Götz with the performance he showed. He was able to drive a big gap to P2. To the Ferrari, and also Bernd did a massive job. With a bit, bad luck, I can say, with the safety car was a bit frustrating because all the gap we had was gone. But anyway, we managed to maintain the gap, and I also could drive consistently faster than the others, so it was quite good.
We've seen the Audis having to change their brakes. Is that a problem for you?
Maybe at the end, no, yes, also.
Thank you, Maxi.
Interesting.
I mean, if I was his team manager, I would have said you gave away something you shouldn't have given away. Yeah. I mean, that kind of information is what a team doesn't pay a driver to share with us. Very, very honest of Max Buch to do so. But if you've got an issue, we've seen Audi had to show their hand. Now it may well be that the lead Mercedes, and that could be another dynamic that could see an interesting lead up to the finish of this race.
So if a Mercedes might have a brake issue, and we know that Audi does, then the question has to be thrown at BMW, doesn't it?
It may well be. We have to wait and see. Yeah, I mean, Nissan off track.
That's Alex Buncombe. Or it's Alex Buncombe's car. Jan Mardenborough at the wheel of it. It's Alex Buncombe's championship hopes you're looking at, really.
Down to turn 8. Now, that, again, is a big braking area. Our Nissan maybe beginning to struggle with brakes. Remember, first time we've had a Blancpain Endurance Series race, a 6-hour race here at Nürburgring. A 3-hour race, none of these items would ever raise their head. 6-hour race, suddenly it's becoming maybe it's not just one team affected, could be 2, maybe now. That was an issue that was a break. He's going back slowly also, and he just let that other car get through in turn 11. And Jan Mardenborough doesn't seem to be running anywhere near maximum.
Sounds like he's short shifting.
He is short shifting. I mean, it's difficult to judge him because the car ahead isn't actually pulling away. So there's an idea, in fact, so whether there was a problem or whether that was just simply an error from the young British driver. He doesn't go into the pit lane, so he's not concerned about what it was, but it did seem it took him a little bit of time. Maybe he got dirt, pick up on the tyre, so therefore he wasn't able to get onto the pace that he'd been at until he had the tyre surface cleaned up.
While this car may be having problems, so too number 35 we saw come in without its bonnet. The team manager of that has been told to go
and he's gone off again.
Immediately.
Down at turn 1, he's going to hit the barrier.
He's not any brakes left at all, they've just disappeared on him. He's in the gravel, and that could be the end of the race. And now, what does that do to Alex Buncombe's championship hopes?
I mean, it just came down into turn 1. and it appeared the car made little effort at all to slow down. We think that going into turn 8 on the previous lap that may have been a brake problem, but they're now clearly an issue, and this is a team that no indication that brakes were going to become an issue, and I just wonder now, will that drive many more people on the pit wall? Well, I mean, what a disappointment if this is going to be a long, can the car be returned to the pits? It's going to be certainly a couple or 3 laps at best for the car to be returned to the circuit. And I mean, whether there are any brakes, one of the problems is if you wear the brakes out. As we look at the other Nissan now being worked on in the garage, this is the bonnet being replaced, and from what looked like a very, very good afternoon for Nissan here at Nürburgring. One car, Alex Buncombe in the background there, you can see watching, but really his concern is going to be all about his car, which is currently nestling up against the tower wall on the exit of turn 1.
Okay. If 32 stays where it is in the gravel, the one in the pit lane has won. Lucas Ordóñez's car, for purely him, Lucas Ordóñez would be the class champion. If they can get 32 out of the gravel and still circulating, then Alex Buncombe's got a chance. But at the moment, 2 injured Nissans, one in the gravel and one in the pit box, are disputing the championship. And whichever one moves, I think, it's going to secure it. In fact, if 32, the black one off in the first corner of Jan Mardenborough, doesn't move at all, then even that gives the championship to Lucas Ordóñez. Peter Pitzera next in the championship shares with him, so he can't outscore him by definition. Then it's Alex Buncombe. We know his car's in the gravel. Then it's the Hommerson and Maciel's Ferrari, and we know that's out of the race. Then it's the Hassin Bade BMW, and that's out of the race, and nobody else can outscore from there. So it's going to be Lucas Ordóñez's title unless this car can get back into the race.
Well, father and son Buncombe are standing there watching on screen as we're watching as well. The concern would be if that was the brake that caused the incident, and you have to think it was. So let's look and see any sign of anything popping out through the wheels that would indicate, well, the back end slapped to put in. I just think he couldn't get the car slowed down. There you can see the discs, they weren't glowing. Okay, that was down in turn 8. So let's watch now. There's a puff of smoke out of the left front. They'll be coming onto the main straight. There's smoke, you can see blue smoke coming out of the left wheel on the brakes, and now the car just isn't slowing down on the grass. The concern is that if the pads have literally been worn out, that not only do the pads wear out, that the pistons get so far extended they can either get almost sort of twisted in the caliper, or worst scenario, you pop the whole lot out, which of course means you've got no front brakes, and then to get the car repaired if you can get it back to the pits. There he is making his way back. Look at the smoke coming off that left front wheel, but maybe isn't as bad as I'm making it. There we see Nissan getting prepared, driver change coming up.
Is it unfair?
Or is that the driver change going to the car that's in the pits?
Is it unfair to ask why, having been off the road at least once and clearly knowing there was a brake problem, he didn't pit and persevered?
I think probably he thought he had control of it. You know, there he is, Trunley still running around, hasn't made it back to the pits, he's still on track.
Let's hear from Alex Buncombe then. His championship hopes hang in the balance a bit here. How does he feel about it, Jack?
Alex, it looks like some kind of brake issue.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Just lost his braking down at the bottom hairpin, and then didn't come in the pits and went into turn 1 and ended up in the barrier, but it was extremely light, so he's been towed out now and he's just on his way back now. So I think it's just pads I think are gone, but I think it seems like the Audis have done the same, and I think everyone's sort of struggling on the brakes. So
were you aware they were going to be marginal?
Well, not really, because we did Spa and did 12 and a half hours in Spa, so we thought we'd easily do 6 here, but we're only 4.5 hours in and we're getting brake played. I mean, I'm not sure if it's more than pads or what, if they're just sort of low, or if it's like a brake problem, but we'll have to wait and see now.
So the car's being towed back now. What does it mean for your championship?
Well, we've wrapped up the team championship, but for me personally to win, I need 10 points over Lucas, so I don't know where I need to finish, probably in the top 5 in Pro-Am, so it's going to be a tall order now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's absolutely right. It does have to be the top 5, and that's assuming, of course, that Lucas Ordóñez doesn't score. They're trying to get his car back into the race, so it's going to be fascinating in the remaining hour and 42 minutes exactly what does happen next down at Nissan.
Well, it just goes to show that when you introduce a new element into an endurance race, and that by doubling the distance from 3 to 6 hours on a racetrack, that is suddenly casting up lots of issues and problems, which probably most people, Audi certainly anticipated it, and have now made that pad change. But certainly I don't think, from what Alex Buncombe was saying, that Nissan thought they were going to have a brake problem. But we are 4.5 or so hours into a 6-hour race, and just at the point we're at now, we're seeing teams having to seriously make assessments of whether a pit stop to change, be it pads, or even worse, if you've worn out the disc. And that would take a lot longer, because the disc itself is going to be caliper removed and the whole assembly. Let's look inside. As far as you can see, well, it doesn't look dire from what we're seeing. So whether that's just an illusion or way to get the wheel off, they're going to have to do the wheel change, then spin the car around. They're going to change pads on it. I assume that that's what they will do, as we saw Audi do. But they go through the process of refueling and tyre changing, then drop it down, then lift it up again, put the jacks under the car, or the trolley jacks, and spin it around. There we go.
Not being done quite as rapidly as it was at Audi. But in effect, the only car they're fighting is the one that's in the other garage. So that's the real threat as far as championship points for 32 are concerned.
A rather sort of bizarre situation that the two cars that are battling for that championship, there's fluid, and does that come from the brakes? Are both in the pits, having work carried out.
So Lucas Ordóñez, who drives the white one that's in the other garage, is 10 points ahead of Alex Buncombe, who drives this one. Their co-drivers are mixed and matched over the year, so none of the co-drivers are in contention for the championship. It's this car, Buncombe, the white one, Ordóñez. Buncombe needs to be in the top 5 in the class, and Ordóñez outside the top 5. Effectively, Buncombe needs to win it, and Ordóñez needs to be 5th or lower. And there's a bit more to it than just the discs and pads.
Is it a brake pad disc problem, or is it a loss of fluid? We saw fluid on the ground where the car was having its service, and whether that's a leaking fluid, they're going to take the bonnet off. Obviously, if they have to put more brake fluid in, they're going to have to bleed the brakes if there's air in the system, which there will be. There you can see the calipers that are going to be used to extend the pistons to enable them to take the old pad out and get the new pads in. I'm still concerned about that little bit of fluid that was around the front of the car. And it is... Well, there we are, working on the retaining bolts for those calipers, and then they'll remove the plates, pull the pads out. And I suspect there's fluid. You can see fluid there on the left side of the car. One of the engineers is refilling the hydraulic brake fluid reservoirs. There'll be a front and a rear. Dual system on all racing cars, that's a mandatory regulation. But where did that fluid come from? Had they actually let the piston get so far out of the caliper that it's popped it out? If that's the case, that's a much more difficult thing to repair, because to get the piston back into the caliper, there's a seal, and I mean, almost you'd be quicker to change the caliper than try to reposition the piston into that caliper. And there's work continuing along. Well, they now just trying to get a view from the pit lane camera, but engineers were pretty much covering it up.
That car has now fallen to 6th in class. If it finishes 6th in class, Alex Buncombe would have 60 points in the championship. Lucas Ordóñez, going into the race, had 61. So from that point, it is impossible for Buncombe to win the championship, and he's lost a lap on his nearest rival. He's lost 2 laps now on his nearest rival. So if that car, it needs anybody ahead of it to drop out and gain places. So there's no chance now of Alex Buncombe winning the championship unless people ahead drop out, and therefore Lucas Ordóñez, even though he's in the other pit garage, is going to win the championship because he had 61 points going into the race and Alex Buncombe had 10 less. And so from where that car is, Alex can't now score enough points to overhaul Lucas Ordóñez in the championship unless anybody else ahead of them in Pro-Am retires in the remaining hour and 37 minutes. So it's worth going back out into the race and trying to do it. But unfortunately, what we can't now do on the current evidence of him being 6th and 2 laps down is take the championship. There's nobody else other than those 2 Nissan drivers that can do it. But Alex Buncombe, from 6th or lower, cannot overhaul his teammate. That's that championship situation boxed off. We just need to see him get back in the race now.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a brake change, got discs being changed as well as the pads. But just interestingly, off camera from all that, his fastest race lap has been set on lap 115 by Zampieri in the Ferrari 156.3.
indicating that, you know, there's still a lot of speed and pace in the field. And the Ferrari, the car that's been almost, so but there, look at the pads, you can see there's not a huge amount of meat left in those pads, but they're not dire. But certainly it was sufficient to see the brake problem that Jan Mardenborough had, two parts of the circuit down in turn 8, then the following lap into turn 1, and all the work that they've done to get the car to be in that position, to lose it through having to change the brakes and also probably re-bleed the front brakes as they're in the process we're now doing. And Alex Buncombe just saying his champion, you see his face. He came with his family, his father's here, hoping to celebrate a victory in his category, and it's all simply going up and breaking fluid.
But like I say, if that car got back into the race and one or two of the other class cars ahead retired or fell back and gave him a position, then it's not over.
Well, I suppose it is never over until the flag falls. But at this phase of the race, the only factor that's going to throw a spike into all of this is if everybody begins to suffer from excessive brake wear and then are either the victims of something like that and they go off track, or they're driven into the pits to make a change. Nothing is over, as they say, until it's over. But if you take it at face value, Alex Buncombe's face, I think, sums it up.
But in an hour and 35 minutes, can a problem befall anybody ahead of him? The answer is yes, it can. Will it is a different question altogether. Now, while we've been looking at drama for Nissan, it is only fair to report on a modicum of good news, which is Kessel Racing, because who has done the fastest lap of the race, John?
I just mentioned it.
Daniel Zampieri.
I said that 5 minutes ago.
A star. Despite the fact the car is as dog-eared as it is, he's pounding on, and he's done the fastest lap, 26th overall now. So he too continues to push on.
And I think that was the point I was making, is that, you know, we think that this point in the race that, you know, everybody's into a rhythm. They're not really now, that their positions have more or less been settled, other than something unforeseen as we're now catching up with high brake wear. But there's Zampieri in a car that's been punchboard and countersunk goodness knows how many times this weekend, still is able to wrestle away the fastest race lap from the leading dominant Mercedes-Benz.
Pro-Am order then is number 71 Ferrari, Anton Ladygin leading the way ahead of 1, 2, 3, which is ahead on track but behind because it's a lap adrift, and that is now back with Andre Lebed at the wheel of it. Third in the class is BMW 43, having its best showing of the season as the season comes to an end. Stefano Comandini back at the wheel of the Roll Motorsport BMW. Fourth in the class is David Dermont. Fifth is Steve Jans, that's McLaren ahead of Mercedes, and then sixth, but in the pits, is Alex Buncombe's car.
Well, that was a bit of a shock. I mean, suddenly they watched coming round out of this is okay, that was a repeat. They're down to the hairpin now, but the first of the two Ferraris run way wide. The other one got alongside, and then suddenly the situation almost became an incident with contact.
So they live to fight another day. 123 Andre Lebed then, turning his way out of turn 11 and 12.
Sometimes you wonder about how much visibility do drivers of GT cars have, particularly bearing in mind that the majority of the cars in this field are left-hand drive, and this is a clockwise circuit, so all the corners are going to go to the right.
Let's head back to the pit lane for a moment and hear from the two Nissan Championship rivals, neither of whom are going anywhere. Jack.
Alex, it looks like your car's about to go back out there, but can you take the title?
I don't think so. We've lost too much time. I think we probably lost 5 laps, so I don't know where I need to finish to beat this man in the drivers, but no, you know, that's the way it goes. So
bad news for Alex is good news for you.
Well, no, we have to think for Nissan, we have to think for the team, and you know, it's very unfortunate. They were doing a great race, top 10, and you know, this is really bad for the team, and you know, we need to think more than as a driver, as a team, but obviously for my team standings, for my driving standings is good, but I need to think for the team as well, and you know, it's very sad to see both cars in the pits, and hopefully we can have a clean end of the race.
Thank you, guys.
At the moment, Lucas Ordonez 9th in class, which would give him 63 points, and Alex Buncombe is 6th in class, which would give him 60. because Ordonez, therefore, would take the title.
So the Nissan fitting well, and again, look, the Ferrari wiggles its way out of turn 8, and the Nissan with fresh tyres and now fresh brakes is able to get up alongside as they come up into turns 9 and 10 and takes the position away pretty comfortably.
Different Nissan. That's Peter Dumbrack in 23. That's the Pro Cup car. Peter 9th overall.
Certainly got good pace.
It has, hasn't it? And it's interesting to see, will it not be, whether that suffers, run by a different team, the same brake issues that the RJN car has had.
I mean, it all comes down to just simply how do you apply the brake. Some drivers apply an aggressive initial application, others are much softer. They let the car roll up into the corner, and in the case of the brake change that we saw in the Nissan, Jan Marlborough is a single-seater driver. By instinct, you'd imagine, more inclined to be last of the late breakers, because that's what you sort of do when you're a single-seater driver.
Audi number 13 has rather fallen away, of course, after its pad change, and René Rast at the wheel now in 11th place, but 2 laps down, so it has certainly cost them dear. Plus the not just time you take for doing that, but the overall time of the pit stop and driving in and out of the pit lane, so it all adds up. And the Audi challenge ebbing away, isn't it now? René Rast, another driver who came here with a possible chance at the championship, joining Schnipper and Mies. They came here 2 points back from the Kessel Racing Ferrari team, but there's nothing they can do now about the dominant Mercedes, which continues to lead. And apart from pit stops, where we've had obviously the order shuffled, that car has just been the dominant one throughout.
But remember back to Spa, where Audi were uncompetitive, but they just plugged away, kept going, and they've got that podium in the end. And what they're doing here, I mean, René Rast is now running down Dumbrack, I think, in 9th place. He's only 9.6 seconds behind. Lap times indicating that Nissan running, well, a second and a half a lap, oh, sorry, the Audi running a second and a half a lap quicker than the Nissan. So they are doing what professional drivers and teams do. They're out there. They know that if they give up now, they're never going to get anything. Things can change. I mean, it's unlikely they're going to get a podium, or unlikely that's going to put a different complexion on the championship, but nevertheless, you have to keep going.
Indeed so, and that will now be the attitude, one would think, at RJN for number 32 back into the race, the Alex Buncombe car. And it is Mark Szulzicki behind the wheel, another of the Nissan PlayStation GT Academy winners. So Szulzicki given the driving duties now, and we'll see what he can do to bring that car into contention at all. But I fear, having said that it's just lost another spot. Yes, it has. It's down to 7th in class, so life becomes even worse for Alex Buncombe. He needs 2 cars to drop out ahead, really, now. There's the leader, Max Goetz at the wheel. An hour and a half remains. And talking about having another stint for Bernd Schneider and putting Max Buch into the end, aren't they? But I wouldn't have thought they needed to do that. They necessarily wouldn't want 2 more pit stops. If they do put Bernd Schneider in, it'll be a very short stint.
Well, I suppose it would be nice for Bernd to take the checkered flag, as he did in Spa. I mean, the season that Bernd Schneider has enjoyed, winning in Dubai and winning Nürburgring 24, winning Spa 24. Well, in these events, it's never over until that checkered flag comes out. As easy and as gracefully as we're watching the lead Mercedes complete lap upon lap, be it Buch, Goetz or Schneider, this Mercedes has looked flawless all afternoon.
Yeah.
Only moment where they maybe were slightly concerned was that safety car intervention. Middle 157s consistently from Maxi Goetz. BMW in 2nd place, waiting for it to come across the start-finish line to see what the time gap is between 1st and 2nd. Just maybe thinking about the possibility if Mercedes did opt to, or were forced into making a pad change, as we've seen Audi do and now Nissan do also.
Just looking at 84's driver's door, slightly open, isn't it? It's not quite sealed in the way that the right-hand side door is, and it should be. Apparently they had dramas in the pit stop making that door close properly. I don't think it's going to be a big handicap, but the door just slightly ajar on 84. But even that's not affecting them in any way at all, is it?
No, but we've seen with SLSs on occasions, if the hatch isn't fully retained, that they have popped open.
Yeah.
and that would certainly be a pit stop that they would have to come in and address. And they just can't put old gaffer tape on it to seal it up. You don't do that with doors.
So how long does that car go before its next pit stop? I reckon it's got another at least 10, 15 laps maybe, if they're still trying to run to 38 laps, which is the ideal per stint. There goes 84 then. This is the last corner on the lap. It is lap 135. There are still an hour and 26 minutes to run. But as we've started to see people having dramas with brake issues, and then that in turn giving more problems by going off the road. What else does the race have to offer? The car behind is fifth, and it's Alessandro Pierguidi, remember, who chased the Mercedes early on. Well, he's still chasing it, but he's now a lap down.
Yeah, but he's been doing that for the last 15-20 minutes, and at one point he was flashing his lights at the Mercedes to say, well, look, I'm quicker than you. So Ferrari runs wide coming out of turn 2. We don't know quite what the cause of that was. Is that mechanical or tyre or, dare I say it, not a brake problem for a Ferrari. It certainly just went wide coming through turn 3 as we go back to Antoine Leclerc in the 4th place McLaren down at turn 8.
And behind him on the track is 13 René Rast, but he's a lap behind as well as track position behind, so sad to say that's not a proper battle developing. Meantime, down at VDS Racing.
Look at the size of those calipers.
Absolutely.
You wouldn't get one of those on your A4 when you're going for a service, would you?
So the BMW technicians ready for maybe the next stop for the Z4. See Jack's there trying to elicit whether they are needing to think about brakes as well. The news will be revealed in a moment, I hope, as the sister car, number 3, has just gone over the timing line, Jelmer Berman. It's interesting, though, that, as John said, maybe Maxi Goetz shouldn't have given away all that about the extra stop. Sorry, Max Buch shouldn't have given away the information about the brakes, but if they are going to have to think about them, when are they going to do it? Late in the race or at the next stop?
Well, information is something that teams pay a high price to have, and let your competitors know that you may have a small vulnerability. As we watch Antoine Leclerc pulling past some of the slower cars, followed by the Audi. Battle of these two Ferraris, they've been stuck together and battled for a number of laps. Porsche looks to go up the inside. Ferrari was about to turn in, but turned away sensibly otherwise. And there's another slow Ferrari. Now, what's the cause of this problem?
It's 458, isn't it? The car from GT Corse. But that car slowly making its way through the Mercedes arena. Number 13, René Rast, on the back of 43, Stefano Comodini. Looks for a way by. Comodini wants to get past 58 Porsche, which is Daniel De Bruyne. So you've got cars on different laps, all running together. Rast being held up a little bit by the Z4 BMW.
René Rast is chasing down Peter Dumbrek, and the traffic will stall that progress out, so looking to see where the Nissan happens to be as it Audi comes through turn 8, still waiting to get past the BMW. Looks to put the car up the inside into turn 8 and 9. Third place, Nicky Katzberg in relative clear air.
Now let's find out what the brake situation is for Mark VDS Racing Team, because Bas Linders, who drives car 3, can probably tell us the answer, and he's with Jack.
Bas, we've seen a number of drivers and cars struggling with brakes. How are you as far as brakes are concerned?
Normally not so bad. Car 4 we're looking at a little bit longer pedal, but brake wear should be okay, but we're gonna check in the next stop and then we'll see. It is a tough track on brakes. We saw the Audi already change brakes. Maybe we have to do the same. Not sure. We will see.
We think the Mercedes have to change their pads. Will that give you any chance to win?
Well, even if they change, you know, they have a big advantage, more than 1 minute. If they do it properly, you can do it within the minute. So we will see. I mean, we really want to win this championship, so we try and push, and we will see how far we get.
Thank you, Bas.
And Jelmer Berman is the man behind the wheel of the car. Push he is. He was quicker than Max Goetz last time around, but it's still a big, big mountain to climb. And even if a safety car were deployed, the Mercedes still has enough pace to be able to build up the lead once again. So they really need to hope there's something in this race somewhere that's going to trip up that Mercedes, but it never happened at Spa.
No, but Spa, again, is a circuit where the application of the brake wear is way, way lower than here. And other than very few teams that did actually change pads, Audi being one of them, of course, and discs for that matter. But this is turning out to be a real testing circuit for these GT cars over this duration. 3 hours, no problem. Beyond that, and it's not as if it's actually a hot day out there. The ambient temperature probably hovering around about, say, well, the low double figures. So if they've not got cooling to help the brakes, and just the wear factor itself is so high.
In splendid isolation, Jelmer Burman comes over the line. He's over a minute back from the car that he's chasing. His last lap was 0.3 quicker, so he's chipping away. You've heard Bas Lindner say they really do want to win this championship. He was being a little bit more modest yesterday when I spoke to him and saying, well, we don't really deserve to win it this year. We've had a bad season, we've had one win, we've not really been a proper contender, we've had all sorts of dramas. Last year we felt we should have won it, but you know, we'll see what happens. Now, I think, because they've come within a sniff of the title, he's a bit more committed to it. And the car second, and don't forget the sister car in third place. Real turnaround for number 4 this year. Different engineers, different driving combination as well, and the car far more competitive. Last year it was a little bit token, but this year number 4 has been a competitive proposition for the most part of the season, perhaps never more so than here. It ran at Spa early on, and it continues to be a proposition here, good for the podium. 71 Ferrari is leading Pro-Am, and leading by a lap. There it is, with Anton Ladygin, ex-Carter, now European Touring Car Championship racer, at the wheel of it. And remember, this car runs out of sequence, but it doesn't really matter anymore, I suspect, because the car that it was out of sequence with was the Buncombe Nissan, which is back in the race, albeit 7th in class and therefore out of contention provisionally for the championship. So it looks as though it could well be a victory here in Pro-Am for SMP Racing. A new team to Blancpain this year, and a very strong team as well, with this increased participation from Russian drivers and indeed Ukrainians that we've had across the championship this season.
Funny little message come up on screen. Cars 6 and 16 must respect track limits. Both cars are Phoenix Racing Audis.
Yeah.
That's keeping it in the team, isn't it?
Who are the drivers? 6 is Christopher Haase, he's 14th, and 16 is Marcus Winkelhock, who is 6th.
You couldn't meet two nicer young gentlemen.
Indeed so. 71 then, Anton Ladygin, up towards the end of the lap.
Comes in really early, hugs the curb all the way around turn 17. Some drivers hang out a bit later, then make it a more acute turn. But that's down to the individual driver's preferred style, and seems to be working for Ladygin.
Now towards turn 1 he goes, as he turns into the corner, going over the timing line is 32 Nissan Mushel-Zizki at the wheel. But unless people fall out ahead of him, then championship hopes for Alex Buncombe have gone. This Ferrari continues then to dominate Pro-Am. Been another race of high drama, hasn't it, with some of the championship contenders self-destructing. And as we saw at Spa, this clockwork-like Mercedes that leads the way dominates once more. There is 43 BMW, second in class, Stefano Comodini at the wheel. Michele Ceruti, the other driver of the Z4 BMW. It's a rather anonymous car, that. Virgin white livery tends to get overshadowed a bit in class, and this, again, the best we have seen of that all season. It'll be a fine way if they can round out the season with a podium, which they deserve after the trials and tribulations of a hard season across the Blancpain Endurance Series.
Antoine Leclerc currently in 4th place. He's not that far behind Nicky Katzberg. And I wonder whether Leclerc's got anything left in his tank to make a charge up to that 3rd place BMW.
Now towards turn 8 comes Comodini, the 3rd place car in the class. He's going to be back to Ferrari, 123 Andrei Lebed, Team Ukraine, chasing after the white BMW. So a really different look to Pro-Am in this race. Slightly unusual looking away to the Pro Cup, given that we've had a lot of the front runners in strife, but it just carries on from where Spa finished, doesn't it, with the 84 HTP Motorsport Mercedes continuing to hold sway. Sector 1, Mercedes quicker. Last lap, and the gap widened accordingly. So again, the gap is widening, Goetz to Burman. So there is Team Ukraine 3rd in Pro-Am. Russians head of the class, and Team Ukraine 3rd. And that Team Ukraine, as I said earlier on in the race, doesn't just race in this championship. There is Andrei Lebed, but also in the GT Sprint, Super Sprint Series that runs with Superstars. Winning at Donington a couple of weeks ago, and has done a very good job. And if you're wondering why it's a blue and yellow Ferrari, they're the national colours of Ukraine. So with Raffaele Giammaria as the real gun in that car, having done one of his stints, up towards the end of the lap it comes now.
Katzberg in the pits, so Leclerc goes up into third place. There's the BMW. Katzberg getting out. So 1 hour and 16 minutes, just beyond the ability of the car to go that distance. 1 hour 15 was like the best we've seen. So is this going to be another car that goes in, have its pads, possibly discs, but certainly pads changed? It's going to be interesting to see when they put on the wheels and tyres. Then they'll put the little trolley jacks under the car and spin it round. So it really is getting a bit of a game of poker here with some of these teams in the top 3 podium positions, to whether they will actually be forced into a pad change, which is something that never really seemed to be on the agenda.
They're going to do it.
There
the jacks.
Up it goes there. The trolley jacks go underneath.
It's only done a 27-lap stint, so clearly something was awry. And so this is the first chance we see a BMW showing its hand in terms of brake wear. Into the garage it goes. So 27-lap stint, much shorter than they want to do. But if the brakes are going, they need to address it. You saw how quick Audi was. Is it going to be as quick at BMW?
The trouble is, the space that the guys have got around either side of the car to work on it is very limited. It's taking the bonnet off now. Whether again they're also going to have to replenish some of the brake fluid, but certainly when the brake pads wear, then the volume of liquid in the brake cylinders correspondingly reduces. It's only when you fit new pads that suddenly the fluid levels come back up. But they want to keep a check on that to make sure that there is the appropriate amount of fluid in those master cylinders when the new pads are fitted. Everything looks to be okay. So bonnet goes back on again. Slightly convoluted way that the bonnet fits on the BMW.
Does taking that off also give them a bit more space around the wheel?
It might give them some more space as well, but an opportunity just to do a little bit more of a check around the front of the car. And of course, there's no limit on the number of people who can work on the car when it's in the garage, whereas on the pit wall or on the pit lane, they're restricted to 2 at any one time.
It's certainly a slower stop than the 30 seconds or so that Audi allows for it, but as long as they don't lose too much time, then they're going to be good to get back in the race. But I think they've lost a lap for sure now by this. Bonnet back on, wheels again back on, so the work's nearly done. But if this is how it's going to be for number 4, and they have to do the same work on number 3, it's going to lose them a lot of time.
They're struggling to get the bonnet, look, all the locating pins and hinges all in line there. The car now being pulled out. So satisfied that the work has been done, they're going to then put the hydraulic jack or the... There we are, car will come down. There we go, fire it up, and off it goes. Lots of rubber on the pit wall, pit lane, not the pit wall. What isn't on the pit wall?
Round of applause.
A round of applause,
for the engineers, but it cost them a lot of time.
Well, you know, keep up the morale, chaps. Don't say we were beaten by Audi and walk around with faces like a Lurgan spade.
Into the pit lane as Cameron Rast as well, out in number 13. There goes number 4 back on track. Nick Katzberg shown as staying behind the wheel of that car. So it's cost them quite a chunk of time, and number 3, Jelmer Berman, has just gone across the timing line, still dropping away from 84.
So let's look at the BMW pads. There are the calipers. See how far the pistons have extended. The concern is if they get too far out, they can actually, you can blow the piston out of the caliper. Not pretty.
Just going back on something that happened quite a few hours ago now. Remember, we saw Adam Carroll's McLaren parked by the side of the road with 3 wheels. Confirmation from the team that it was a problem with the wheel nut. It certainly wasn't finger trouble. So disappointing that we lost that car, but that tidies up that story of one that had run well in the first stint when Rob Bell drove it.
It did very well indeed, and it's unusual in a team like the Gulf Racing team to have something of that nature occur. Yeah,
the leader, and look who's
still
behind
being
him.
pursued.
Yeah.
I mean, this has been like this entire stint from the time the Mercedes came out onto the track. It's been pursued by the Ferrari. The only thing that's different is that there's no more flashing lights from the Ferrari, having no effect whatsoever. Alessandro Pierguidi down in 4th place. That's a lap down, 12 seconds. Well, it's not 12 seconds, you can see the gap. nevertheless, Alessandro Pierguidi doing a good job here this weekend. Maximilian Götz, lap times hovering around the high 157s, low 58s. And Maximilian Buch and Leclerc just on the 2 minute per lap. So nobody really, it actually is Alessandro Pierguidi who currently, along with Dobreck, are the quickest 2 cars on track.
Into the pits comes Jelmer Berman. Now, is this going to be for pads as well? If it is, and it's going to be a long stop like we saw for number 4, this is going to tumble down the order. So this could shuffle around the leading 4-5 positions here to an extent. Berman in. It's going to be a driver change first of all, but let's see what they do to the car. Having a look to see if they can assess whether they need to do anything on the brakes. If they can avoid doing so, they'll get the car back into the race. But I think the team may well be gearing up for that car. It came in on lap 106, it's come in on 142, so a 36 lap stint. That's actually on target pretty much. It's been a good effort by Jelmer Berman.
It's a very good effort. Let's see whether the team let him release that car.
And the car is, I think, going to be good to go once they've done tyres. We're being told from the pit lane there's no brake pad change, so that's going to save them some time, obviously, compared to car 4. It also keeps them in the hunt for a podium finish. Here are the new tyres, but we're being told that there are no indications of those little jacks being prepared by the mechanics. You can see the car is nowhere near the pit box anyway to swing it round easily, of course. It's a little bit further up the pit lane to give them some space. So as the team is just about ready to go, the car is dropped down, it fires up and away it goes. So car 3, no pad change, back on track. And we're also being told of some debris out on the track at turn 10. The last time we had debris on the track, we got a safety car. Depends how much debris there is, but this could also be significant with just over an hour to go.
Well, it's on a very quick part of the racetrack. It's on the exit of the Schumacher chicane. So if there is debris there, they may well want to, dare I said, safety car intervention. Depends whether it's something of any consequence or there it is, but it is, that's not going to go away on its own. So that may well see, certainly there'll be a regional yellow flag. Whether any marshal is going to be brave enough to run out and try and remove it, or whether they might feel it's the safest thing to just simply throw an intervention.
René Rast, I mentioned, came into the pit lane a little while ago. That was an unscheduled stop, possible collision with the number 11 ART Grand Prix McLaren, and it may well be that that has something to do with the damage, as this left rear puncture for the 458 Ferrari brings it slowly down the pit lane. So that's another possible candidate for shedding bodywork. It is in the pits with its puncture. There's the debris on the track. Let's see what develops out of this.
So was that the result of, or the consequence of, the carbon fibre bodywork on the racetrack? To left rear, the bit of bodywork looked to be on the left-hand side of the track. Can't always make 4 out of 2 and 2, but anyway, the fact that the car has come in so quickly after we've seen debris on the racetrack indicates that it's partly responsible.
And there is 35 Nissan plunging off the road once again. Wolfgang Reif at the wheel. And he gets back onto the circuit, but may well have shed bodywork through there.
Well, the next sequence of corners is in fact where the bodywork would be lying. So if something has been partially damaged, by the time you accelerate up the hill and into turn 9 and turn 10, that's where the piece of bodywork's lying, whether it's a bit of Nissan carbon fibre. From this angle, even hard to tell whether it's animal, vegetable or mineral.
It ain't moving, that's what it's not. And as that sits on the road, you're on board with Wolfgang Reif now. He makes his way through Schumacher S, and then up towards turns 11 and 12. Back into the race goes 48 Porsche. The Vita 4.1 BMW that we've ignored for a while was running 12th, and that looks like it's heading for brakes, doesn't it?
Well, it's certainly going to push back into the garage.
All right, let's find out about the Mark VDS situation. Car 4 did have a brake change, car 3 didn't. A man that will know the answer as to why is Bas Linders.
Bas, why did you change the pads on 4 and not 3?
We had some strange wear on the right-hand side of the 4 car. We don't know why. Maybe the cooling obstructed, or because left-hand side was perfect, right-hand side not. Maybe Nick had a small hit at one point. Maybe something got blocked, and that's the reason. We don't know.
So you think you're okay for the rest of the race now?
Should be. It looks good. I mean, from the start, I mean, although we were going quick, we managed the brakes. So we'll see.
Thank you.
Fingers crossed for him then. This car, after its most recent stop, has put Maxime Martin back behind the wheel, and it's running 5th. The Pro-Am leading Ferrari number 71 has just pitted incidentally as well. So let's see what develops with that car as number 3 pounds on in the meantime.
Maxime Martin doing what he knows best, and that's just drive the wheels off the BMW. In 5th place. Whether he can actually do anything in an hour and 6 minutes, it's going to be very close to whether it's possible to run to the end without that final sort of splash and dash or whatever it might be. Close call on the calculations. The only thing that could seal it is if we do have a safety car intervention, but the prospect of that right now isn't very likely. Everything is relatively settled as we see the lead car flashing its headlights, making its way once again through this lap traffic, but the Ferrari just absolutely would have nothing to do with the one. That was naughty. That was not being considerate to the leading car, and I think that we thought that Maximilian Goetz was going to be given that corner turn 8 to find the door being very firmly shut in his face. So that's a little note for the future for Maximilian Goetz, just to remember that not everybody's going to think that you are going to get the corner.
There's the race leader, mired in traffic still, saying be mindful of the actions of those around him. Number 2 Audi is the one ahead, Francesco Castellacci. That last stop for number 3 BMW, I think that's possibly enough now to get them to the end. It's going to be tight, but they could just about get to the end from there. They'll have to look after the fuel. They need to bear in mind the driver time. But I think, because I'm working on 178 laps for this as being the checker flag point, I think that will just about get them to the end, but we'll keep an eye to it.
Alessandro Pierguidi has just come into the pit lane amongst other cars, so the 3rd place Ferrari will drop down. We've not seen had any indication that Ferrari are suffering from excessive brake wear, and that just may be the combination of the Ferrari cooling setup, use by the driver. There's the car, was running in 3rd place, and had harried all the way through his stint the lead car. I mean, literally with never more than about a second and a bit apart.
You've also got the 2nd place McLaren in just ahead of it. You've seen the white McLaren on the long view of the pit lane. Antoine Leclerc has brought it in, so I wonder if that's going to have any brake issues as well. It's just,
well, apart from the ones that look unstable under braking. Yeah, I mean, I suspect because of that they probably won't, because I don't think the drivers are fully confident in being able to exploit full braking potential. They're having to be a little bit apprehensive when they use the brakes.
But that car, number 11, McLaren, has certainly outshone the rest of the McLarens in the race and was on the lead lap. So there's the tyre change for the Ferrari. Away goes the McLaren. So no brake issue there. No pad change in the pits for that car. Dispatched. Now, if they don't have to do it to the McLaren, but they might do to the leading Mercedes, that might just bring them a little bit closer to the mix. Might it? Andy Soucek back into number 11 on that 146 now that car will rejoin.
Yeah, good work by the Ferrari guys, get that car back out. I would imagine that now that people have been alerted to the issues with brake wear, the teams will be monitoring it if they've got the sensors on board to do so. And there is the Mercedes lead car, Maximilian Goetz coming in. 1 minute and 3 remaining. It'll be, well, 1 minute and 2. It'll be 1-1 before it goes out. So this might well be its final stop.
Should be. It's coming a bit earlier by 3 laps than I was anticipating. So it's a slightly shorter stint by Max Goetz. But if that's a brake problem, bring him in early.
And who's going to get in behind the wheel of the car? The Maestro.
Well,
we think.
We were told of a stint for Schneider and of a stint for Max Boom, and there's no point having 2 stints because that will lose it. So we need to find out.
The stage they're at, they should surely make it on the final stint. So who will they put in? Will they put in? It is Boom.
So he's going to win the championship. Let him bring it across the line. Ben Schneider will be the first man ever to win the Nürburgring 1000 Ks and 24 in the same year.
When was the last 1000 Ks of the Nürburgring then, Maestro?
Group C era.
Really? That was on the Nordschleife, wouldn't it? Yes, it would have been.
So back into the race in a moment will go the Silver Mercedes with champion-elect Maxi Book at the wheel. That door's still not shut properly. Doesn't want to shut properly,
No,
does it?
It's a small problem. There's something he's looking at, the gull-wing door. I hope he's got that latch.
Yeah.
He can shut the door while the two guys do the wheel change, but nobody else can assist him. No other mechanic can come and work on that door until these two have finished their work. It seems secure, but we've seen that happen on other occasions. Now, what are they doing? Are they going to spin the car around? Yes, they are. They are. Ooh, there's a spanner in the works, or a spanner into the front brakes change, isn't it?
It's a spanner I quite like, just for the purposes of hotting up things at the front of the field. So now, what is this going to do to the chances of, for example, number 3 BMW? That's the next best placed car, and of course number 11 McLaren.
And it's been driven by Maxime Martin,
yeah,
who will drive the wheels and everything else off it.
Okay, so they go to work. To an extent, they've got a little bit of time in hand, but not too much.
But also, they've got a bigger wheel arch. They're still working on that door, making sure it is fully locked. But the Mercedes SLS has got a bigger wheel arch. It's easier for the mechanics to get in there and remove the pads and the locking mechanism. As you see, who's back in the McLaren?
Soucek.
It is Andy Soucek. He looked really hot when he got out of it the first time.
Yeah.
He's going to probably feel much the same, but did a great job behind the wheel. It's not happening quickly, is it?
No. Even if, though, this car on its fresh pads has to take on this car on used pads, Mercedes, you'd still say, would have the advantage, wouldn't you?
There's no question.
Oh, Andy Soucek, best of anybody in the first sector of the entire race on his first flying lap. He means business.
Why not? He's a racer.
The caller have gone over the radio, waiting with that to possibly see the pendulum swing BMW's way here, because it now completes 147 laps. And look at this, it's going to be so close down towards the first corner. This is going to be the BMW to take the lead as they break for turn 1, because there they've done the same number of laps, and the BMW gains track position over the Mercedes into the last hour. And now we've got a nice little battle on our hands.
Don't get so excited, David. This is motor racing. It's professional. Take emotion out of it.
Well, the team look pretty happy with their work. Maxime Martin now into a rhythm, into a stint, on tyres up to temperature, needs to build up this gap. And what can Andy Soucek do? Because he's not a million miles down the road either. He's only about 25 seconds back, and he really is pushing on.
Oh, Andy Soucek is going to push on. Personal best in second and third sector, fastest of anybody in the first sector. So what looked to be extremely comfortable, and we've been talking about it all day, metronomic we've even used to describe the performance and pace of this car. And all of a sudden, maybe there's a trick in the tail in this final hour. 59 minutes remaining. Doesn't seem like 5 hours ago we were talking about this race getting underway. The chaos in the opening laps. It was nuts, absolutely nuts. Until they all got sense and realised we've got another 5 hours and 59 minutes to go.
Well, now they've got 58 minutes and a bit to go. So can they go nuts once more? Let's see what the race has in store before the very end. As down now towards turn 8 comes number 11, Andy Soucek. Would you want to drive that car? I mean, you've been studying it, you've been looking at the way that it's got this poise. It doesn't look the most comfortable of rides.
No, it's not, and it's never been that all year. You know, the way the car has been homologated, and then the various changes that has had to be addressed, the balance of performance, and a lot of things such as aerodynamics, raising of the ride height, and also changes to other aspects of the car's configuration, have taken away some of the inherent advantages that the car by design has had, and especially on the aerodynamics. And when you raise up the ride height, you cause big problems, and that's why we've seen the car look uncomfortable, especially under braking. And the car gets into this what I call bunny rabbit hop, and that's because the gap between the bottom of the nose and the ground, when the car compresses under braking, sets up that sequence, and it is not fun to drive. And you saw Andy Soucek when he got out of the car, bright red like a russet. Well, that's a russet apple, I'm assuming it's red. Been really had pushed hard, and is doing the same again.
Maxime Martin is being held up in traffic here, isn't he? Because number 6 Audi is in the hands of Christopher Hauser and won't get out of the way. And this is enabling now Max Book to close that gap once again. Martin flashing his lights, and he's every right to, because that car should be getting out of the way. While he's stuck there, he is getting Closer and closer, yeah, and then get out of the way, he says. Car 6, get out of the way. And I think Bas Leinders has been trying to get that message across to Phoenix. There's absolutely no benefit for the Audi to get in the way. And now Maxime Martin lines up the inside, takes the place. Well, of course, that delays the car. Bas Leinders is very, very unhappy because, in theory, it should be much easier now for the Mercedes to breeze by.
Well, you're going to think the Audi is going to open the door and let the Mercedes go. He'll not do it through turns 9 and 10, but up into 11 and 12, there's the opportunity to step aside and let the Mercedes take the inside line. Maximilian Buch doesn't get the opportunity, so there's no kindness or fairness been spared for either manufacturer. Remember, all three are German manufacturers. They're all battling for market share, but the Mercedes has got a good run off turn 12 and coming through 13. Now, can he put the Mercedes up the inside? The Audi goes to the right, the Mercedes goes to the left, and it is a change of position and a little bit harder, made harder unnecessarily, but actually at the end of the day it's all washed out. Overall, Buch has gained because I think that Maxime Martin lost more time behind the Audi than the Mercedes did. So net, it's gone to Mercedes.
The team manager of that car being summoned to the race control building immediately. Not quite sure what they can do other than just give the team a stern talking to, because the damage is done and now the places have been sorted out anyway as the car has been lapped, but the race director wants a word.
It depends whether the Audi was getting waved yellow flags, and if there's a regulation, which there is in other formulas, that if you ignore a waved yellow flag on 3 occasions consecutively.
As we look into the pit lane again, work going on. Let's have a little replay and see what happened coming up into the chicane. And the Porsche misses it. Oh, over and does she spin? Does the old pendulum effect of the 911 configuration? No, it doesn't. The engineers have done a great job down at Weissach, Stuttgart, Zuffenhausen, whichever. But drags a bit of gravel onto the track. Here's that gap. It looks marginally extending in favour of Maxime Martin. I mean, it's very, you're only talking about bits of tenths of second.
Sector 1, although Maxime has done a personal best, not as quick as Max Buch, who's just fractionally quicker. And as he comes now up through the Michael Schumacher S, I've got a feeling that Maxime Martin's on borrowed time here, because that Mercedes has been so good all day. It looks to me a bit inevitable that it's going to catch up and get through.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I think Maximilian Buch is a pretty special young guy, and we know what Maxime Martin can do, but Maximilian Buch is matching it in the car, and let's say that the Mercedes on the day is the superior race car here at Nürburgring. Nevertheless, it's a real battle between these two. Buch again closes up under brakes into the chicane.
This is your championship battle as well. If the BMW wins the race, it wins the championship. If that Mercedes is second to the BMW, then it's going to be second in the championship. And Bas Leinders knows that this counts now. That's going to be how it would pan out. The BMW would be victorious over Max Buch, and then in third, Götz and Schneider. So that is how things potentially would pan out at the moment. And in fact, that situation is not strictly true, because that was done just before Audi number 16, which was in the lead, made a pit stop, and they were then second and third. So now they're first and second, the same situation, but by a different points tally.
Well, Maximilian Buch is realising that he's got to do something special. He's not going to get it easy from Maxime Martin in the lead BMW. And the advantage that the BMW has is being matched and in fact probably exceeded by the Mercedes, and Maxime Martin will have to do everything in his physical possible to hold the Mercedes at bay. I've yet to see Maximilian Buch in a real drag it out knuckle fight with another competitor, but we might well see that in the remaining 53 minutes.
So the gap comes right down into turn 8. Mercedes inching up onto the back of the BMW. Maxime Martin has got to drive out his heart here for 53 minutes, and Maxime Buch flashes the light saying, come on, I'm quicker, get out of my way. You don't find an easy route past Maxime Martin, do you?
So what if you're quicker?
Yeah.
Pass me if you're quicker. You know, same old story. You know, you get the lights going, put the pressure on. Maxime Martin is not going to respond to that, but Buch is right to do it. I mean, keep the car in the mirrors, go one way, go the other way, try and distract the driver. But at this level, and these two drivers, there's not an awful lot of tricks that they're going to be fall for.
Coming up towards the chicane then, flip the cars through that very fast, softer motorbike version, the FIM approved chicane, and now up towards the end of the lap, 52 minutes remain. Can Maxime Martin fend off that Mercedes for 52 minutes? I know he's a star, but I'm not convinced he can.
It's a long way to go. A lot can happen. And Maxime Martin watching as Buc looks down the inside coming into turn one. He needs to be a couple of car lengths further down the track than he is to really try and make it stick, and then he's got to contend with Maxime Martin going defensive. He'll be allowed to make one defensive move. He's not going to be allowed to weave all over the racetrack to keep the Mercedes behind. And it looks like the Mercedes' best shot is going to be into turn one. But surprise, surprise, I suspect Maxime Martin is well aware of that too.
It's going to be under braking, and of course the Mercedes has got fresh brakes, whereas the BMW is on brakes that's done over 5 hours of the race. And in case you're thinking, wonder where the other BMW is to help with team tactics, it's actually behind and not that far behind, so they're not going to catch it for a long time, if at all, before the flag comes out. So there's going to be very limited amount of help offered by number 4 to be a spoiler in the pack, even if they were contemplating that. So BMW leads the way, used brakes. Mercedes, dominant car race long, fresh brakes, and the gap when they came over the line was 0.4 of a second, and you can see now it looks even less than that as they thunder uphill once more.
Yeah, it is again coming through turns 8 and 9. Mercedes right on the tail of the BMW, breaking into turns 11 and 12. Well, at the pace these two are running at, you've got to be absolutely square alongside the car, so nothing can be done. BMW seems to grab a little bit more gap coming out of turn 12. Maybe just simply getting on the throttle a bit earlier helps them consolidate. Then the run through 13 is nothing at all. And then look at the Mercedes creeping up to the tail of the BMW. He's going to have a thinking. No, it's too difficult to try. Too big a risk to take. He should really focus on getting the exit of the chicane into turn 17 so that he comes off this corner right on the tail of the BMW under the rear wing, and then use the potential, particularly under braking, that the Mercedes has got. Close again, but I mean Martin only has to move to the right to prevent, and there he goes as Maxime Martin. Well, Buc sort of thought about it, sort of went back again, and you know, skilled racer like Maxime Martin is going to start pulling the chain of Maxime Buc.
Remember how far back that BMW was in the first hour of the race, and gradually it's worked its way up the order with quick driving, with good strategy, and now it's fighting for a race win and a championship win.
Ye of little faith. Yeah. Endurance racing, it's what happens in the middle section, the opening section, is never going to be the same as what happens in the final. And there is that Mercedes now, they're in traffic, and this is going to be an opportunity for Buc to try and make a move on the leader, Maxime Martin. He's got to get away around this Ferrari. The Ferrari is quick and straight. Maxime Martin goes out to the right, tries to find an overtaking maneuver. He gets down the inside, but can Buc get through as well? Yes, both first and second, but slightly more awkward for Buc because the Ferrari was on the outside, wasn't able to get the maximum exit speed out of the turn 8 down the bottom of the hairpin, and then consequently the gap, another couple of tenths or so of a second. The sparks coming off the bottom of the Mercedes as it exits out of turn 10, then up the hill again into 11 and 12.
Down in 10th after the first hour was car 3, and as the story has unfolded, now it finds itself in the lead. Right, we've heard a lot from Marc VDS. Let's go back to the Mercedes pit bunker to HTP Motorsport and hear from Maxi Gut, who's with Jack Nicholls.
Max, you've got the best brakes out of the two of the cars. Where would you make the move?
We have to do what's C, because the brakes were really bad in the moment. We decided to change, otherwise we get a bigger problem maybe, and we lost 30 seconds. So it's quite hard for us, but it was necessary because we don't want to see too much risk.
Okay, well here they come. Let's have a watch.
Goes the Mercedes to grab the race lead. Maxime Martin tries to get the switch back. He's going to get back in front. Is he going to be able to take the line for the corner? Yes, he is! Fantastic! Maxime Martin goes back up front oh so briefly. We had Maxi Buc in the lead of the race, and Maxime Martin is back up front. But if it happened at that corner once, it may well happen again. Maxime Martin is working overtime, but I don't envy him that task.
Well, this is the only part of the track that really looks realistic for the Mercedes. Gets down the inside, he's so tight, he can't slow the car down enough to make the apex without overrunning, and Maxime Martin don't have to show him the opportunity twice. Gets the drive, gets ahead before they get to turn 2. Critical for Martin to do so. Now down the hill into turn 8.
Will Martin be able to consolidate and keep the Mercedes behind, even down in turn 8? Less easy for the Mercedes to make a pass at this part of the track. It's all going to happen, in my opinion, into turn 1. And we've seen what happens if you go down the inside and haven't got the space to tuck the car into the apex because you're just carrying too much entry speed.
Here they come, nose to tail, with 46 minutes, effectively 47, still to run. And Maxime Martin is driving as ever he does, flat out, very much a man who drives by grip levels. He's got Maxime Buch behind him, but fresher brakes on that Mercedes, and at the end of that long straight down towards turn 1, Maxime Buch has showed his hand to an extent, but he's going to do it again for certain, isn't he? Because that is the best chance that car has got. Maxime Martin thunders through the chicane, up now towards the Coca-Cola curve at the end of the lap, and as he turns his way through that right-hander, we've got just over 46 minutes of the race to go, okay? Can he get enough of a gap, or is this going to be another demon dive by the Mercedes?
He's got too big a gap. I mean, even though the Mercedes has got greater straight line speed, he came off turn 17, the final turn, onto the pit straight. He was too far back. And what I believe he should try to do is not worry about trying to make a pass up into the chicane, but base his pass into turn 1 on the exit of that chicane, so as he gets closer to the BMW in turn 17, and then gets the drive off that corner, and then can put himself in position before they ever reach the braking zone into turn 1, and then he can claim the corner will be his forever.
Depending on who wins this battle, wins this race, they are going to be the champion. Maxime Martin and Jelmer Berman and Bas Linders could win for Marc VDS Racing, but it is only Maxime Buch, because he's done one more race than his co-drivers, who could win for HTV Motorsport. This is the view from Maxime Martin's BMW. It all looks serene up front, but boy, is it a different story behind. This is turn 8. He turns in, gets the clipping point for the corner, and now powers uphill once again. The clock ticking away, but from Maxime Martin's point of view, it's not ticking away quickly enough. 45 minutes remain.
It's going to be probably a much longer 45 minutes for Maxime Martin than it is for us watching this final battle, as again Buch shows the nose of the Mercedes up into turn 11. Nothing serious, just trying to harry, get the concentration of Maxime Martin to look rearward rather than forward. For me, this Buch has got to start preparing for an overtake into turn 1. Not try and brake too late into the chicane, but get the car settled, then get on the throttle and stick to the tail of the BMW as close as is possible on the run up into turn 17. Get even closer, halve that distance, to make sure that when you get on the throttle, the BMW is attached to you, and then you can use the toe, you can use your extra speed and maybe the additional braking capacity. But again, Martin has got the marginal advantage. Buch's going to have a look down the inside, and Martin pulls over, lets him go, and he's going to repeat the treatment up the inside. For God's sake, you know, maybe I shouldn't be so harsh, but I mean, Maxime Martin knew precisely what was happening, and he knew what to do. And the young German in the Mercedes-Benz sailed on looking for the iceberg that was never there. And I mean, Martin pulled over to the left. Come on through, come on, come on.
Off
hurry
you go,
up.
off you go.
Yeah.
There's a lot more experience in the BMW than the Mercedes. Here it is again, John.
Yeah, easy. Watch Martin. He pulls over to the left. Look, there he goes. There's the room, there's the corner, sunshine down. Oh, you overran the corner. It was easier this time. Well, you know, I tell you what, Maximilian Buch is going to come away from this race a much better educated young man, and he's pretty impressive as it is. He's getting a real lesson in the art of winning a race with a less competitive car than your competitor.
And if you wonder why people rave about how good Maxime Martin is, this is exactly the reason, because he's in a car that's not as quick as the one he's defending from, but he is doing an absolutely stunning job. Twice he's been passed, and twice he's grabbed the lead back again. And we've got 43 minutes of the race to go. The battle is not over yet. I do fear that when the Mercedes gets by, finally, it will make it stick, as long as it's not by another wayward move at that corner. But for now, Maxime Martin is really making Max Buch earn this race lead if it's going to happen at all.
And you'd think these are the only two cars remaining in the race, but there's still, what have we got, another 28 so cars running. The problem is these two cars are going to catch the bulk of the field, which is a further part of the circuit away. When that happens, again, that's going to play to the potential strength of the Mercedes, but it will all depend on, he's closer this time. Can he get it done? He's going to go down the inside this time. Martin isn't going to give him the ground. Buch's got to pull back. Now he's going to make the switch back. Can he do what Martin has done successfully? No, Maxime Martin didn't give him the opportunity, but close, could have been contact into turn 2. And that was interesting that Buch backed out of it and let the BMW, which was slightly more to the centre of the racetrack, almost overrun the corner.
Now let's see if we can get some expert opinion on this from a man that races the second place car. Bernd Schneider is with Jack.
Bernd, what would you do to get past?
Sorry?
What would you do to get past?
You know, I think it's still a long time to go, and we have still the possibility. You have to give him some pressure, and I think our car is pretty good over the distance. And that's 41 minutes to go, and I think if we keep pushing pressure, in the end, he have a good chance to get him.
Thank you.
Maxime Martin again on this part of the circuit just extends that advantage ever so slightly. But Martin, comes across a crippled Ferrari.
Yeah, right or left rear, or is it crabbing? Well, that looks like mechanical more than just simply a tyre deflation.
It's 53, a Sport Garage car that was second in the Gentleman Trophy. That's a significant car in class that we've lost. It's not as significant as the overall lead, but there it is, limping back with damage.
A lot of damage, that left rear bodywork you can see being shredded again. Lots of carbon fibre. Stay off the racing line, but inevitably at some point you have to cross it to get back into the pits.
Up towards the end of lap 1, 5-7.
Slightly closer this time in turn 17. Now, another opportunity. Watch what Martin does. He will know if the Mercedes is closer this time than before. He may have to go more defensive, but Buch can't really do. I mean, in fact, in this run down, although he looked to be closer, he didn't benefit from it.
Martin doesn't give it quite enough width, does he? Quite rightly, he defends well, and that's the only real place that you've seen Maximilian Buch diving up the inside and trying to gain that place. He can't do it, so now as he turns his way through turns 2 and 3, he's back behind the BMW. Again, he closes up under braking, but Maxime Martin, who everybody raves about as being one of, if not the best GT3 racers, is proving exactly why he is doing that. Now as they come down through the next S, through turns 4 and 5, is that going to be an opportunity anywhere for 84 Mercedes? Here they come, nose to tail still. Maxime Martin having to take more defensive lines, but 84 Mercedes in the hands of Maxime Buch right up behind him. They both run wide up onto the curb, of course. Maxime Martin using as much of the road as he possibly can to maintain the momentum, to maintain the speed, and to delay and to keep ahead of that Mercedes as Philippe Thirion limps what's left of his Ferrari into the pit lane. In Pro Cup, it's BMW versus Mercedes. McLaren still third, don't forget Andy Soucek, but his lap times are not as quick as this intense fight up front. Fourth is Mathieu Bobby in number 90. Fifth is Enzo Ida in Audi number 16, I should say, and then sixth, Mikhail Alyoshin for Ferrari.
Close again, coming through turn 11. So just watch the exit, see whether the gap extends as it's been doing. Just gets on the throttle a little bit earlier. And Maximilian Buch. Nothing really like putting the flashing the lights, just reminding Maxime Martin. Now he's close. Keep that gap if you can. Keep the gap. Close it down if you can. Get right under that rear wing. Now he's backed off, going to get on the throttle and drive the Mercedes hard out of the corner. But I think he's allowed the gap to extend a little bit too much, and all the benefit he may have gained is going to be lost. You can see the two cars virtually identical top speeds. Martin then goes slightly defensive, then cuts back. Watch back. Buch is going to try and do the same thing that Martin did, but he's not close enough. It ain't going to happen.
Well, this battle started just after the hour, didn't it? So it's been like this for the best part of 20 minutes. Can it carry on for another 38? Hope it can. It's great to watch as again under braking the Mercedes closes up onto the back of the BMW.
Actually, did I miss something when Jack was interviewing Bernd Schneider? He asked him what would he do to get past. He never actually told us.
No.
He talked a lot of old waffle, but he never actually told us.
Applied pressure was the answer, but that didn't really tell you at what corner. He's certainly applied plenty of pressure, isn't he? As he comes then now down through turns 4 and 5. So the pressure is being applied by Maxime Buch, but Maxime Martin does not often crack under pressure, does he?
No, I mean, the only issue, and we've not seen any traffic coming into play for these two cars for what, maybe 10 laps now. They are out there, believe me, they are out there. But it's amazing, on a racetrack of this distance, it's over 5 kilometers in length, you can run like this and not actually come up against somewhat slower traffic. But they will, they are catching it, and that's going to be the nerve. There are two of those cars. Within the next couple of 3 laps, these two cars are going to be challenging a way around a McLaren. I didn't catch what the other car ahead was. So it's not all, there's the McLaren, the second of those two cars. So what, in another couple of minutes, another opportunity, and it's going to be not when, but where on the lap you catch these two cars that are going to be lapped. Book again runs down the BMW all the way into the chicane. He's just got to try and keep that gap here. That's slightly better this time. Now drive that baby off the corner. He's closer, but whether it's close enough and early enough for him to get out and draw up alongside the BMW. But you can see the gap, still 2 car lengths.
He's round about the 4:10s mark every lap. Martin becomes increasingly defensive, doesn't he? Lap after lap, he moves a little bit nearer to the inside, but he's got the line covered through the corner, and the Mercedes not able to sprint up alongside through this next sequence. Martin driving that car to its strengths, and where it's strong, he maximises it. Where it's weak, he's able to stack up the Mercedes and prevent that from exploiting its advantage.
And that's what a good driver does. He understands not just his own potential and his own car's abilities, but the competitor. And if you can frustrate, and I believe that there's a huge amount of frustration being felt in the helmet of Maximilian Buch, because he knows that if he gets ahead of the BMW, it's his win. But getting past is not easy.
That's the HTP team on the pit wall, studying the data. Coming down to turn 8, they're aware that there are 35 minutes to go. Closing up under braking is the Mercedes. Now, is this an opportunity heading uphill? No. Maxime Martin gets the power down, sprints away. You've seen him early in this lap flashing his headlights at the traffic ahead, saying, come on, be aware of me. I'm on my way, and I'm not in a mood to be delayed by you because I've got this bloke right up behind me.
Well, what I would be doing if I was on the HTP team is I would be down at the pits of these cars that are coming up and saying, you tell them to get out of the way. This is a battle for the lead of the race. So the BMW is through. Good job. Good overtakes, and well done by the slower car to get out of the way. But I would be on the pit wall looking at every car that's in the next 10 laps going to come into this battle. And look, the gap now, nothing. Mercedes gets up alongside.
This is going to happen for him on the inside. Change of lead, change of championship leader as well. Maxime Buch goes ahead of Maxime Martin. Martin's being warned about exceeding the track limits at different places, but can he fight back and retake the advantage? Let's see. The BMW not as powerful in a straight line as that Mercedes, and the gap starts to grow. And so, with 34 minutes to go, we have a new race leader, and back into the lead of the championship goes Maxime Buch as they come over the line. But Maxime Martin will not give up. He's not going to go down without a fight, is he? You can see that the gap has opened up a little bit between the two. Martin's not near enough there to attack, but the Mercedes goes a little bit wide. Still not wide enough, though, to give Martin an opportunity.
No, once Buch got ahead up into the chicane, and that was really all because of this slower car. It got out of the way, but Martin lost a little bit of momentum, and Maximilian Buch and the Mercedes picked that momentum up and used it. Got the run out of turn 12 and got alongside. He almost had to use, watch it again, coming out of 13, both cars out to the edge of the track, goes almost with 2 wheels onto the grass, at which point Maxime Martin knows he's been mugged and he can do nothing to defend.
Showed massive commitment, that, didn't it, from Maxime Buch? He had the speed, he was going to take the opportunity, grass and all, and he's done it, he's gone through, and now he's starting to pull away because he's half a second to the good in that first sector alone. So Maxime Martin now, I'm afraid, looks as though he's going to have to settle for second place.
And that was good, clean, professional racing from two guys right on the top of their form. And Maxime Martin could have tried to squeeze the Mercedes, could have led to an incident, but he recognised he'd fought for the best part of almost 30 minutes to keep the Mercedes behind. On this occasion, just slightly slow out of turn 12, and the Mercedes was there to pounce. And Maximilian Buch saw the lack of speed off turn 12, and he knew he had his opportunity. And once he got alongside, then it was his corner.
So is that game over? Is that the end of the story? Or in 33 minutes, is there a sting in the tail somewhere, I wonder?
Still traffic around this racetrack. I mean, I'm amazed we've followed so many laps of these two leading cars where there's been nobody else in sight. And they must be somewhere around the racetrack, because we've got the best part of, what, 28 or so cars remaining.
Well, the next car to lap is the Haribo Porsche, which has got at the wheel of it Richard Westbrook. And there he is, down at turn 1. So he's not going to be an easy driver to get past. So no doubt the teams have had a word to say, excuse me, Haribo, can you let your car move out of the way and let our Mercedes by?
Well, that's holding him up.
It is, isn't it?
I mean, the Porsche clearly is much slower than the Mercedes through turn 2. Now Richard Westbrook pulls over and lets the Mercedes go through, and they look at the gap in Maxime Martin. I mean, he may well also have the issue that the other sister car had, and that is a brake problem. Notably, you get a very long pedal. You have to pump the pedal to get some brake retardation. It's a very uncomfortable situation for a driver, and right now Maxime Martin knows that he will be on the podium, but he's not going to be on the winner's podium unless something unforeseen occurs, which is with what, 31 minutes to go, not out of the question.
Well, they're set for second in the race and second in the championship to Maxi Book are lined as Martin and Burman if things stay as they are. But things may not stay as they are. There might be something else lurking in this race yet. As I said, Maxime Martin has been warned about respecting the track limits at turn 4. Maybe he was exceeding those in his efforts to keep at bay the Mercedes. So now he doesn't have to do that. Perhaps he will be within the white line. But he's still pushing on as he has to. 1.7 seconds back here. It shows you, doesn't it, how rapidly that gap has opened up. You've seen it visually, how far ahead the Mercedes has got in terms of time. It's 1.7 and growing in the sectors.
Yeah, I mean, I think once Book had gone ahead of Maxime Martin, there was no question he could pull away. He's in a car that on the day is clearly quicker in every part of the racetrack. And Maximilian Book has done, as has Maximilian Goetz and Bernd Schneider, a great job. Now there's the third place McLaren, Andy Soucek. He's obviously trying to run down, but he's some 29 seconds behind Maxime Martin. It isn't over. You know, if Martin does struggle with brakes for the last 30 minutes of this race, it's not out of the question that this car, it would take a lot of performance from Andy Soucek and the McLaren. But if you start losing 2 to 3 seconds a lap with half an hour to go, do the calculations. Could be close.
My brain's had enough of calculations for the last 6 hours.
But you've been using a calculator. What are you doing?
So there is the McLaren, third and pressing on. And in fourth spot behind is Matteo Bobbi in the Ferrari of Ester Motorsport. It's been there or thereabouts all afternoon. But I don't think it's going to be the car to catch, no, because you can see what the gap is. It's far too big. But Matteo Bobbi still pushing on. So we're looking at another half an hour, just under, and something in the region of 178 laps as the duration. Still the fastest lap of the race claimed on lap 115 by Daniel Zampieri, and still that Kessel Racing Ferrari is circulating, by the way. This is the car that is in fourth place. Matteo Bobbi a bit lonely at the moment and dropping away in the sectors.
I mean, everybody we were watching have been lonely. The lead 2 cars were lonely. We're now watching the 5th or 4th place Ferrari lonely, got the Mercedes behind it. Well, it's not actually all that lonely. The Mercedes is just waiting to see what it comes across the line. The difference is, look at this, lights flashing. Now we're seeing traffic that we've wondered where it had all gone to.
Depending on how the traffic falls, is that going to help Maxime Martin? He's now 2 seconds back. It doesn't sound a lot, but in this ultra-competitive world, it is a big problem to claw that back. There's number 5, which is Koen Wouters at the wheel of the Boutsen Gignon McLaren. The Belgian musician and TV presenter comes over the line, and there you've got 72 Mikhail Alyoshin at the wheel, the Russian driver, 5th overall. In 6th place behind is Enzo Ida in the Phoenix Audi. They're 72, however. Alyoshin turning his way through turn 1, and the Russian driver on the same lap as Matteo Bobbi, about 40 seconds back, so I don't think he's going to gain. What are his lap times like relative to Enzo Ida? He's pulling away. Ida in traffic was at the 2-minute mark last time, so he's dropping back, the Belgian driver, using lots of curb.
Again, in turn 3, we've seen a few drivers really try to grab. They use those concrete blocks on the inside of the corner, which allow grass and whatever to grow up through it, so it's not meant to be used as part of the racetrack, but there is a certain amount of grip to be available. And Enzo Ida was also one of the drivers realising that and using it.
Jan Burman from number 3, Mark VDS BMW, watching his championship dreams slip away a little bit. How does he feel about this? Well, let's find out. He's with Jack.
It was always going to be tough for Max to get past. To hold on, I should say.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, Mercedes is extremely quick. We've seen that all weekend. And Max did a great job, Martin, keeping him behind for as long as he did. But in the end, maybe, you know, if there was no traffic, maybe he could have stayed in front. But with traffic, we're just so much slower on the straight. So, you know, he has to get a perfect exit every lap. And then we can stay in front. But as soon as the car behind comes a bit too close, then it will catch us on the straight.
Are you safe on brakes now for the rest of the race?
I think so. I'm not the engineer, but as far as I know, we're okay. Thank you.
Well, it's all settling down. 1.5 second gap between first and second place. And Maximilian Buch has done what he had to do. An outstanding overtake coming up into this part of the circuit, into the chicane. And there is second place Maxime Martin, and as his co-driver Jelmer Berman said, it was that little bit of traffic, although it got out of the way, but it did have a bearing on the exit speed out of turn 12 for the Belgian driver, and didn't take a second opportunity for Maximilian Buch to pounce. So Andy Suchet in third place in the McLaren. McLaren will be pleased to get a car in the program. The Pro-Am standings, well, best performance, 7th place, very good.
So this is how we look in the race. I'll come back to the championship in a moment because it's getting pretty good now, once again, with the pace of this Ferrari. But it is going to be Ferrari from BMW from Mercedes in Pro-Am with a 2-lap margin that this Ferrari's got in hand over the opposition, 71, with Victor Scheitar and Kirill Ladygin, potential champions. I'll come back to why in a moment. In fourth, you've got the 123 Team Ukraine car ahead of Brooks and Junior McLaren, and then 188 DK Engineering BMW. Now, the way that things stand, with this Ferrari leading the class, it's the one I rather overlooked in all the Nissan excitement, but 35 has crept its way back up the order into 8th in class, and we're going to have, if things stay as they are, a tie on points in Pro-Am between 71 Ferrari and 35 Lucas Ordonez, and then you go to a tie-break in order to determine the champion. So having talked about all Nissan, I rather overlooked that Ferrari's pace and the way that it was poised in the championship. It is a genuine contender, and now on a tie-break, Pro-Am could not be tighter.
So you've got to do a count back on previous best positions in the 4 prior events.
Yeah.
And if that matches up, then you go to grid positions.
You
whatever.
go wins, then seconds, then thirds, and go back through it. Yeah. So it's going to be fun, this. I'll worry about that on another lap, because there's still plenty to look for here with the different fights that we have going on. 18 is the car that's currently third in Pro-Am. It's Adam Christodoulou at the wheel for Black Falcon. They won their class here last year, Black Falcon. They won Pro-Am. But Steve Jans, who was one of the winners last year, is the only member in the car this year, and it looks like it's going to be on the podium once again, but this time around for third. So the race, 24 minutes still to run, and it's looking, as ever it has, good for HTP Motorsport up front.
And Adam Christodoulou running strongly. I mean, he's doing laps, you know, matching anybody around him. Just seen a personal best, actually. Some of the other cars still, you know, pounding away. Absolutely, I mean, Sandstrom in the down in 18th place, personal best, second sector. You'd have thought, if you're 18th, why would you persist in pounding away?
Exactly.
But that's why we go motor racing.
Yep. And there is a car that needs another place out of this race in order to secure a championship, and it's not going to do that unless somebody drops out, because Wolfgang Reip is 12 laps back on Richard Westbrook. It's the same situation for them now as it was for Alex Buncombe earlier on. We need to find a car that's going to drop out ahead of it. Well, so far in Pro-Am, the leading 6 all looking pretty reliable. It's tempting fate, isn't it? Alex Buncombe's car still circulating, but a long way down, and it's lost a place to this car, 35, Wolfgang Reip at the wheel of it. But, as I say, Pro-Am is going to go down to a tie-break with the 71 Ferrari holding sway in the race at the moment, and it leads by a lap. So unless that has a problem, then it's a job well done for Kirill Ladygin and Victor Scheitar for the SMP Racing team, on board with Wolfgang Reip coming over the line. Real shame for Bob Neville's team, isn't it? It's been so strong all season, so strong for the first half of the race, really, and then everything's kind of caved in around it.
I mean, if you think back to Monza, how strong Alex Buncombe was, led that race from the front. And we thought, well, you know, if that's what's going to happen, are the Pro-Am drivers really going to give the Pro drivers a run for their money throughout the season?
But Monza and Alex Bunkum's performance, unfortunately here this afternoon, they've been struggling with issues and those accidents not helping at all.
Gentleman Trophy still being headed. 19th overall. Good effort this by the 52 Ferrari, with the man behind the wheel of it now being Eric Cairol. And then you've got second in the Gentleman Trophy. One of the only two ladies in the race, Marlena Brogi, in fact, with Karim Auger. There it is, the McLaren up into second spot. That's a car that we've seen all day, but it's just pounded round, picked up places. And third is 458, the GT Corse Ferrari that's had all its woes across the practice sessions, and that now up to third in class. Again, it just shows what John was making the point about early on. You keep on going, keep soldiering on, and there is the battle developing lower down the order in the classes. We've got Maxime Martin still running in second spot overall, 2.3 seconds behind the race leader. 15 McLaren, 22nd overall, and Marlena Brogi at the wheel with, what have we got now, just over 20 minutes of this race to go, 20 minutes of the season to go. Right, that's 71. Victor Shaita at the wheel of the car, and this is how the predictor reckons the championship is going to be. I'm thinking it's a tie. That says it's going to be a 2-point advantage to Lucas Ordóñez. So back to my calculator and double check that, because 35 is struggling at the moment, but if it's gained that one place back over the 32 Nissan, then that might be exactly what it needs. So it's going to be tight in Pro-Am. There's nothing the Ferrari can now do to influence it. It's really the Nissans, particularly 35, gaining ground around the back markers in the class.
Well, there's a long way down. Hard to see that Nissan can do very much to rescue the situation that they're currently in.
But by getting ahead of 32, that's the points it needs then. So up to 8th in class, that gives it an extra couple of points, and therefore that graphic tells you the story. Now 2 points ahead. Lap or two ago, it was going to be a tie. Now it's worked its way out so that Lucas Ordóñez's car is going to take the class victory, but it's going to be very, very tight indeed. And Maxi Buch is the man on target to win Pro Cup, as the Mercedes downhill with 20 minutes to go. I know we keep saying it, but it's worth making the point. Flawless.
Absolutely, everything that the team have done from the minute they unpacked this car from their transporter to 19 minutes of this race remaining, there's not been anything you could say is other than immaculate, flawless. I mean, how you should go about your motor racing, and you keep out of trouble, you do your preparation, and you invest in your team and people and in the equipment. There isn't really a huge amount of magic in this sport, but getting yourself to that point is never easy, and Maxime Martin will wonder, had he not had to deal with traffic up around turns 11 and 12, could he have kept Buch behind him for the remaining half an hour? That was the point at which the Mercedes did get ahead.
Nissan 35 has just pitted. That could shake things again in Pro-Am. Keep an eye to that. We've also, as you'll have spotted, had now 23 Stephen Kane getting up past Henri Moser in number 4 BMW. Right, here is 35 Wolfgang Reip down the pit road. And depending on whether he loses and how many places he loses on this pit stop, then that in turn is going to give the advantage back to number 71 Ferrari. So out gets Reip. And does he lose a place? Keeping an eye on the timing screen as we wait for the next of the cars to come through. Nissan back into the race shortly. In the background, Enzo Ida arrives. But we're looking for Pro-Am cars. Lower order of the Pro-Am Cup. Door is closed on the 35 Nissan, and as the Audi 16 look is heading into its garage with 18 minutes to go, so that breaks. It's the obvious suggestion, I suppose, but with 18 minutes to go, it's a big loss of time so near the end of the race.
Yes, it's a shame when you're so close, but if the situation was such that the brake pedal is just simply going to the floor, the time you're going to lose in the remaining 17 or so minutes of this race is
greater than the time it's going to take to make a quick pad change, which I would assume is what they are doing. And the Nissan goes back out on track.
It's Peter Pizzera who's going to bring it home.
It's Peter Pizzera back behind the wheel of the car and just acclimatising himself to the feel of a car. You know, during an endurance race, these cars, their personality does change as the car gets worn or sometimes abused. One of the things about endurance racing and sharing cars is sometimes you don't get the most considerate teammates. They trash the car, bring it in and say everything's perfect. Then you get into it and you find everything's all over the place. Hopefully when you pair drivers together you don't get that, but it is one of the anomalies of endurance racing. Ferrari going slow, Ukraine car coming up out of turn 17 onto the pit straight. Couple of lock up at the back, but that's not lock up, that's something else.
That's body
but
work.
It is a lock up. Surprising. The wheel actually stopped. You can see it just momentarily stopping us. And that indicates to me that the brake pedal in that Ferrari has gone really, really long, that there's not a lot of front brake. And the pivot point on the brake pedal in the cockpit, when you put the brakes on, the pivot that does the front brake just goes nowhere, and the back brake then gets dragged on, and that's, to me, an indication that that particular car is on the edge in terms of its braking and its ability to sustain brakes till the end.
And look who he's latched onto the tail of as well, as Andrei Kruglik chases after the Kessel Racing car that arrived here as the championship leading car in the Pro Cup. And 44 with Cesar Ramos back at the wheel, working its way up on the inside there to go ahead of Castellacci's Audi down at turn 8. So the two Ferraris on different laps. 15th overall is Kruglik, 21st overall is Ramos. 15 more minutes of the season remains. It is therefore going to go to time, I think, rather than to the 1,000 kilometres itself, which was the target for the Blancpain 1000. As Andrei Kruglik then in car 123, 15th overall and 4th in class. And there's a warning flag being readied for Kruglik for driving standards, not for track limits, but the wording is quite precise, driving standards.
Yeah, well, I've seen on a few occasions some manoeuvres which raised my eyebrows. Some late cuts into turn 1 in particular. But there, the gap increasing. Now 4.2 seconds as the first two cars come across the line, and then we wait for Andy Soucek. A long way behind, but fine drive by that ART McLaren crew, and they'll be delighted to go away from this event with a podium.
Absolutely, after a challenging season, that's for sure. Ferrari fights, albeit not on the same lap, down at turn 1. And there is 71, the Pro-Am class leading car in the race. It could yet be champion, depending on what happens to 35 in the remaining minutes of the race. 35 being the Lucas Ordóñez Nissan, which now has got Peter Pizzera behind the wheel for this last handful of laps of the championship. Car 71 pounds on. Victor Schachita, former German Formula 3 Cup racer, Legends racer, touring car racer. It's very, very impressive on Friday in the bronze test. Doesn't know many of the European circuits, but has adapted well this season and just quietly got on with the job, developed strongly as a driver, and does a very, very good job indeed. So his Ferrari leads the class. 8th in the class is where you find Lucas Ordóñez's car. Ordóñez for 8th would get 65 points. For a win, this car would get 63. So despite that recent pit stop for the RJN Nissan, it still looks as though Ordóñez is going to squeak the title by 2 points.
High drama all through the field and through the 3 categories that we've been watching this afternoon. And 6th place Ferrari leading the Pro-Am has been, I think, an outstanding drive all afternoon.
So that is how we look in Pro-Am. That place that was gained by Wolfgang right before the pit stop, crucial to bring that car 1 place up and 2 more points up the order. So a 2-point cushion, Ordóñez over Ladygin and Scheiter. But it could yet all change.
It could all change, but you know, it'll give me particular pleasure to see Bob Neville's driver, car, team, if they take the championship, because it is a family-run team. Bob and Liz run it, and Bob, a long-time Nissan supporter, and no doubt very keen to get this success. And then they'll trundle, literally like everyone else, down to northern Spain next weekend for a FIA GT Series event.
So there is the race leader, champion-elect, Maxime Buch. He now leads by 2.5 seconds from Maxime Martin. You can see Maxime in the background trying to work his way through the traffic, and the traffic is battling as well, because there's Stephen Kane's Nissan is trying to get past the 34 Porsche that joined in an hour late, but with now Eric Dermont at the wheel, the car is still circulating. Another case of ifs and buts, isn't it? Had it not been for that problem off the grid, who knows what could have happened. But the Mercedes heads uphill. Maxime Martin chancing his arm a little bit on the inside there, gets his nose chopped a bit by the Porsche. He's still pressing on. He does not want that Mercedes to get away at all. And the last lap was a fairly slow one from Buch. It was a 59 compared to a 57 for Maxime Martin. So he certainly has not given up. In the first sector of this lap he was quicker, but again that can be put down to traffic, and Martin is still stuck behind the Porsche, so any time he's just gained back he's losing, I'm afraid, once more, given uncooperative back markers. He still can't get past the Porsche. The lights are still flashing. It should not be that difficult to get past a car that is so far down the order, 28 laps behind.
Well, you know, the etiquette of motor racing is that if you're a lap down, let alone an hour down, you don't impede the process or the progress of a car that is, up until about 15 minutes ago, leading this race in a battle with now Maximilian Buch. Has got 5.4 seconds, so literally by the lap he's pulling half a second or so on the BMW in second place. And I mean, in the drivers' briefings, the drivers are advised to be aware of lapping cars coming through, particularly the leading cars. There are flags or lights around the racetrack to give them an indication that they are about to be approached, and even their own teams on the pit wall via radio communication should be saying, leading car coming up, give way. But sometimes the old blinkers come up and you know, as much as they all talk about it and say, yeah, no problem, we'll do that, when the visor comes down, sometimes other elements change within the human being.
10 more minutes remain, and after the drama at the start of this hour, it's all calmed down a little bit up front, hasn't it? But you could argue that after the display that it has given all afternoon, this is going to be the deserving winner. It's a shame for Marc VDS Racing Team. So close last year, it ended in the courtroom. So close this year, set to lose out by just a very small number, a very small handful of seconds. But Maxime Martin, look, he's still charging on. He's got past both the back markers. He's not going to give up. And you never know, if this car suddenly had a half spin or thumped a curb or had a little tiny drama, he needs to be close to capitalise.
Absolutely, regardless of what has taken place, you should never ever give up, because you have no control over what's going on around you. All you can do is do the maximum potential that you've got with the equipment you've been given, and Maxime Martin will be doing that. He sees the Mercedes by the lap ebbing away, but as you say, traffic or something that is unforeseen, you can't control. Could simply be something like just driving over a bit of carbon fibre that's been flicked onto the track, just cuts your tyre. That's as simple as that.
You're riding with Maxime Martin now, down towards turn one, the scene of all that spirited defence early on in the race, and he makes his way down through the first corner, and what a way to enjoy the end of the season, because that great battle for leadership between two star drivers, Maxime Martin, who has established himself as a GT hot shoe, and Maxime Buch, whose reputation is only going to be enhanced, isn't it, by the performance, not just here, but of the season as a whole.
Well, there's no doubt he's a star in the making, and many drivers have to find different routes to get to where they want to go within this sport, and with Maximilian Buch, it's certainly not single seaters, it's been GT. And what that then leads to, no doubt within the Mercedes family there will be options that will be available should he be interested. And for Maxime Martin, a little bit longer in the sport, much more established, and really his niche is in this form of sport, of the sport GT racing, and has got basically a seat wherever he would like it. Anybody in the pit lane would love to have Maxime Martin as one of their drivers.
Maximilian Buch, former Carter, the reigning FIA GT3 champion. He's been racing in the ADAC GT Masters, in GT1 as well, and it looks as though it's going to be a very successful way to end this season for him in the Blancpain Endurance Series, because with only 7.5 more minutes still to go, he leads by 3.5 seconds, and Maxime Martin needs something untoward to happen to this car. But we've been saying that for 6 hours. People need something untoward to happen to the Mercedes, and it's not come yet. I don't think it's going to in the remaining 7 minutes, but fair play to the team. Whether they've been driving it, engineering it, changing tyres on it, running the strategy from the pit wall, it's been another tremendous effort by HTP Motorsport. And so as the Mercedes makes its way now up over the timing line, we've got another 7 minutes of the race still to run. And how many more laps can they squeeze in that? It's going to be about 3-4 more laps. I was planning on 178 as being the final number. It's going to be round about that. It's going to come in just about right, I think. There's the leading car, 84, Maxi Buch at the wheel of it. The gap, 3.4 seconds. A drive-through penalty for number 72 Ferrari for speeding in the pit lane. 72 is not one that's going to affect the Pro or Pro-Am championship situation, but it's 8th overall. Sergei Zlovin shown as being the driver of the car, and he's going to have to serve a very late race drive-through penalty. He's only got really 3 more laps in which to serve it as well, so he needs to crack on with that, get that out of the way. It's going to cost him a few places, but Sergei Zlovin then to serve that before at the end of the race, as the race leader now with 3.4 seconds in hand heads off downhill once again. And so Maxi Buch for lap 175 is down at turn 8. The HTP Motorsport team, Bernd Schneider, has only got the one stint in here, but he's done enough to remind you just how quick he is if you're in any doubt whatsoever. Max Goetz, former single-seater star turned GT racer, and Maxi Buch, who we've been talking about as a Carter turned GT star, and the reputation is going to enhance itself here. The way that he battled with so cleanly, error-free against Maxime Martin, and that is 123 off into the gravel. It is Andre Kruglik. He's going to get going again, I think. Where's that? Down at turn 8. And yeah, back into the race. That doesn't affect things actually in the Pro-Am Championship standings, because A, it's a quick spin, and B, the others are so far back in terms of laps lost that they're never going to get near him to actually threaten. So that doesn't really matter at all as the race continues with the Ferrari back on track. Meantime, a bit of gravel on the road that he's driven through, brought back onto the circuit. So the leading Mercedes turns its way with 5 minutes to go. Let's look at the top 3 in Pro Cup and in Pro-Am. This is the leader, 84. It's Maxi Buch at the wheel. There's second. It's the Mark VDS Racing Team BMW. Maxime Martin is the man behind the wheel of it. The gap is up to 4.5 seconds now. It's mainly traffic, but it's also the almost irresistible pace of the Mercedes that's doing this. It's certainly not Maxime Martin losing heart. And then in third is the number 11 McLaren, which is only just going over the timing line now of Andy Soucek. There it is at the back of the shot. A flash of the headlights to the back markers. As John said a little while ago, the last glimpse we had of Andy Soucek out of the car, he looked all hot and bothered. Boy, is he going to look the same after this, because yet again he's had to drive the wheels off this car. McLarens have not really been anywhere near as competitive as we've been anticipating this season, and we had a third place out of the Gulf Racing McLaren at Monza. We had a second place out of this car at Monza, but since then they've rather been in the doldrums. Here you've got number 94, this is Matteo Bobby. In fairness to Hexis, they did bag a second for McLaren and Paul Ricard, but we've had no wins, and that's been a big surprise this year. There's fourth there, Matteo Bobby at the wheel of the Ferrari with Alessandro Pierguidi and Alexander Skrabin. And then fifth is where you find the Pro-Am leader, 71, Victor Shahita at the wheel of the car at the moment. From second in the class, Michele Ceruti. Third, Adam Christodoulou. 3.5 minutes to go. 4.5 seconds is the lead gap. The story, I think, is almost told for the season. Maxi Buch may have missed the first race at Monza. He may have missed the second at Silverstone, but when he arrived on the scene at Paul Ricard, then he started to really make an impact in the championship, because the Mercedes, which he shared with Luca Ludwig and Elon Day, took fifth overall, fifth in class also, and the points for that, plus those scored at Spa at 6, 12 and 24 hours of the race, all added together, set fair to give him the championship. Looking though here at the Ferrari of what are going to be race winners in Pro-Am, but championship runners-up, and it is the 71 SMP Racing Ferrari, turning its way then now up towards the completion of the lap. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Race leader Maxi Buk is on lap 1:77. 72, I don't think, has yet served its drive-through. If it doesn't take the drive-through before the end of the race, it translates into a time penalty added onto the results. That may well cost it some time and indeed a place, ultimately, in the classification. That's 43, Chiara Ceruti, the Italian girl at the wheel of the BMW Z4 that runs second in Pro-Am. And there's a good result, potentially, if things stay as they are, for Royal Motorsport, because it's a team that's worked hard this year with limited resource, with only a couple of drivers rather than 3 as most of the teams have, and inexperienced GT racers. They've had some competition background in GTs in the Italian Championship, but on this level of competitiveness, something totally new, and yet they have done a very good job, an increasingly good job over the season. Perfect way to end the year as well for this car. And then for third, it's going to be 18. That's 52 Ferrari, which leads the Gentleman Trophy, with Bruce Logeray-Roux at the wheel, former single-seater hot shoe. So he's the man at the moment that's holds sway in class. And behind him, Marlene Broggi for McLaren. And then, as you look at the overall race leader, Alexander Matschul in number 458 Ferrari, who is third, first time out of the championship for GT course. One more lap for the Mercedes. Less than a lap time remains in the race, as over the timing line now comes Maxi Buk, and he's going to go through to start the last lap of the race. And it's one more lap between him and being the champion, because as he turns his way now down towards the first corner, 5.6 seconds back is Maxime Martin. He certainly didn't go down without a fight, did he? And so the BMW then set for second place, well clear of Andy Soucek's McLaren. And as we look at the 84 Mercedes, only a disaster could stop it now. Nothing has seemingly got in the way all day of its pace. Maxime Martin, incidentally, just to prove that he's still pushing as hard as ever, did a personal best in the middle sector on that last lap. Maxi Goetz trying to drive the car with Max Buk for this last lap of the race, as the leading cars wriggle their way through the first corners. Then the circuit opens up now as they plunge off downhill once again through turn 7. That long gradual left that takes you downhill. And so for the final time, Maxi Buk sets the car up for turn 8 and to get back on the power, to climb uphill for the last time, with 5.6 seconds being the advantage that he's got starting this last lap. And the second place BMW in the hands of Maxime Martin there turns its way through turn 8 up towards the Michael Schumacher S, and heading now to the last half of the last lap. Bernd Schneider not yet smiling. Max Goetz trying to stifle the smile, I think, as there is the leading car. It's going to win the race, but it's also going to be a championship success for Maximilian Buk. And on the back of his FIA GT3 crown of last year, the Blancpain Endurance Series Pro Cup title is just around the corner. And the corner in question is turn 17. He's turning into it now. The checkered flag is at the ready. It's going to be a race win and a championship win in the Blancpain Endurance Series for Maximilian Buk, who accelerates up towards the line to win on home soil. German driver wins in Germany. The Blancpain 1000 is won by Maximilian Buk, Maximilian Goetz and Bernd Schneider, and the Pro Cup in the Blancpain Endurance Series is won just by Maxi Buk. Second over the line should be the BMW, slowing towards the end. Maxime Martin, I think, did eventually back off on that last lap and just bring the car home. It was a very slow last lap, which suggests that there was perhaps a problem, but it was a slow last lap. As in the background you can see lights flashing, is a very, very happy Victor Shahita, who takes the Pro-Am victory on track. This is the car for third place overall, and it's going to be the number 11 McLaren in the hands of Andy Soucek, Antoine Leclerc and Mike Parisi. Good result for ART on the podium once again. And the Gentleman Trophy winner is up towards the line, 52, which is Bruce Logeray-Roux. So although that championship was won in advance of the race, it's another first-time winner as Sport Garage takes home the winner's trophy. The checkered flag waved to the cars as they make their way up across the line to finish the race. We started with 50, and we're going to end up with, I think, 37 classified finishers, one or two of whom have been walking wounded. There is a very happy Max Goetz, and alongside him is that young up-and-coming bloke Bernd Schneider, who gets in on the act again. He may have retired from a full-time career, but Mercedes, for whom he's an ambassador, keep bringing him back into action, and he's as quick as ever. Everybody thinks about Bernd Schneider as being a DTM star, but he did race in Formula 1, and we never saw the best of him in that category. FIA GT champion as well in the late 90s. Michele Ceruti and Stefano Comandini there in the white BMW. Lights are flashing, come across the line. And Bernd Schneider pointing at things, saying, we're going to get out of the way here in the pit lane. Well, he's a race winner because he's done one less race and therefore scored fewer points than Maxi Buch. He can't share in his championship. With some people that say what a shame that somebody that's only done a part season beats those that have done a full season to the title, but it's been such a job well done. Can't really argue with it, can you? HTP Motorsport, the team, Maxime Martin's car. I don't think he did have a problem, in fairness to Maxime. I think he just, on that last lap, backed off to ensure second place without any dramas. There is the man at the moment, 84 Mercedes then, takes the victory. Maximilian Buch up towards the Michael Schumacher S and then through towards turns 11 and 12 and then back to the pit lane that's suddenly filling up with photographers, with the teams making their way off the pit wall. There'll be stories to be told, there'll be commiserations for some, congratulations for others, and a race that's kept us on our toes right the way through ends with a win for Mercedes. The car that was victorious at Spa is victorious again here, and there is Maxi Buch then making his way towards Parc Fermé. We'll hear from him. John Watson will be there to speak to the two Maximilians and to his old mate Bernd Schneider as well, who then steps off for a 25-hour race in the States, and having won a 24-hour race and a 1,000-kilometre race at the Nürburgring this year, Bernd Schneider puts himself in the history books as the first person to have done so. We'll confirm the results in a moment or two, but for now, as the cars make their way down the pit lane, the Blancpain Endurance Series at a close. The Pro Cup won by Maximilian Buch, and the Pro-Am competition by being 8th in class. Lucas Ordóñez by 2 points defeats the SMP Racing Ferrari of Kirill Ladygin and Victor Shahitar. So even though that car lost chunks of time in the pits, it was all a bit tense towards the end, it was still able to win the championship, and Alex Bunker, disappointingly for him, not in the end able to fight for the crown. Well, there Maxime Martin gets out of BMW 3. Gave it its absolute all, didn't he? That defence for that, what, half an hour that he managed to stack up the Mercedes for. Absolutely superb. Well done, he says, to Maxi Buch, who is waved towards the number 1 parking block. 3 class winners will be at the front, and then you've got parking areas for 2 and 3 in Parc Fermé. The SRO officials are there to make sure that the right people are in the right places, and it's not just overall, but of course the 3 classes that we will need as well. So there is Maxi Buch getting out of the car, and he's the champion, he's the race winner. What a day. Maxi Kurtz is the first one there to congratulate him. The celebrations, I suspect, are going to continue long into the night on home soil as well, to win the first ever Blancpain 1000, to also win, whoops, that's the only drama he's had all day, to win the championship and to win the race as well. Makes it the perfect day for him, and that is about the only drama they've had, as Maxi Buch toppled onto the car. Easily sorted. He can now lie there and have his photograph taken. I meant to do it, you know. So the crash helmet to come off, and then we'll have a word with the race winner. He's got more people to celebrate with. The HTP mechanics and the engineers are all there to say bravo to Maximilian Buch. So let's go down to Parc Fermé. John Watson is there to have a word with our race winner and champion, Maximilian Buch.
Congratulations. Now down here in the Parc Fermé, Maximilian Buch, how happy are you? Max, fantastic, great race towards the end, unbelievable.
Yeah, big thanks to HTP Motorsport, to Bernd and Maxi, was incredible all this weekend long. Yeah, in the last stint now was quite cool to battle with Maxime, and yeah, was everything fair, and I went all in on this situation. I thought now or never, and yeah, went quite good.
Everything looked flawless from the team, from all 3 drivers. But at the end, I mean, you really had to go motor racing instead of just going and doing a nice Sunday afternoon drive. You had to race.
Yeah, it was nothing more than endurance. It was nearly sprint race in the last stint, and I did not expect to be that close with the BMW that he is in front of the pit stop. But anyway, it was quite cool to race. That's why we are here, and yeah.
Well, many congratulations. Fabulous day for you. Thank you.
Big shout of bravo in the background. And the German media will want Maxi Buch as well. There's Bernd Schneider with John.
Bernd, congratulations. And other victory. This is only a 6-hour race. You must be ready for, what, 24 or 48?
Yeah, this time I would be really ready, but because of my longer stint, it was not possible to do another stint from diving time because we are limited by 2 hours 20. And I just was outside standing and watching, and in the final it was really tough, and I was really scared that we may be losing the race in the last half an hour. But Maxi made an unbelievably good job, and he overtook them, and he controlled it back home. And I think it's a really important championship for him, and for us a very important race win.
And the brake situation, that was really in control all the time?
Yeah, we thought that we can change the parts a bit quicker to stay ahead of them. But yeah, it took a bit longer and we just lost the lead. But we also saw it was a safety issue to do it, because if you see, I think in the last 2 laps, Martin didn't have any parts on the car. And it was a safety reason, and I think it was a good idea to do.
Well, you know how to celebrate. Go and teach the youngsters how to celebrate as well.
I think they know how to celebrate, but tonight definitely we have a big party because we have won a championship and we won this 1,000 kilometer race. It's very important, and we will have a big party.
Well done.
Thank you.
So Bernd Schneider goes and joins his teammates for the benefit of the photographers. Bespectacled Mats Götz, Maxi Buch in the middle, Bernd Schneider. Big smiles, thumbs up all round from the winning drivers. So there are so many drivers down there, so many media. Might take a while to get the drivers up onto the podium, but the SRO officials will, I think, in a moment or two, start ushering people up the stairs ready for the podium ceremony at the end of the Blancpain 1000. Let's see if we can hear from Bas Leinders, vanquished in the race, second in the championship, but another great effort from the Belgian.
Bas, nail-biting is how I would describe that outcome.
Yeah, I think this was a thriller until the end. I mean, Maxime did an incredible job holding the Mercedes behind him for 30 minutes because in the end this Mercedes is so strong on the straight. It is just a little bit too fast for all the other cars. But congratulations to the team, HTP and all the drivers, because it's the first time that this car is run properly. And for us, we are happy we're team champion. So this is really important for Mark van der Straten and for all the team. We had a difficult season, but in the end we are happy.
But as it was a tough race, 6 hours around the Nürburgring, even the current sort of Grand Prix circuit gave the cars a real tough time.
No, it was really tough. We struggled at the start. I mean, we lost 10 places and then we had to come back. And there's some fast bits and the car's bottoming out sometimes. It's hard on the brakes. You need to find compromises. But that worked out fine here. But although it's only the Grand Prix track and not the Nordschleife, it was still a tough race.
Next year,
we will see.
Thank you.
Mark VDS Racing Team not yet confirming whether it will be back into the Blancpain Endurance Series next year. Certainly hope it will, having come so close 2 years running to winning the championship. So there's the scene around Parc Fermé, underneath the podium, where the drivers will make their way very, very shortly. And the championship then taken by Maxi Buch, Maxime Martin, having given him that really tough test towards the very end. And Andy Soucek coming home in third place. Andy Soucek for ART Grand Prix in the McLaren.
Andy, Mike, Antoine, great result for you, but also for McLaren. But it looked like it was hard. It was hot out there.
It was very difficult. The first stint I struggled a lot with the first set of tires, but my engineer did a good job on the second set and we really were fast and we are very close to the fastest lap, so really happy. Well done for my teammates and for all the team. We have a member which is the last race for him, so it goes for him as well.
Mike?
Yeah, it was a very good race for us. The team did a very perfect job and a very good strategy too. So thanks to my teammate and thanks particularly to Art Grand Prix and McLaren. It's a very good spirit team, so nice.
Well done, gentlemen. Congratulations. Thank you.
Third place, a very good result for ART Grand Prix, a winless season for McLaren. Perhaps when you actually pick out the podium places at the end of races, it's not been that bad, but they've just never, as a brand, looked as strong as others around them, despite numerically being good on the grid. But we have a new champion, and for Nissan, it is Lucas Ordóñez, who, despite all the dramas today, is the champion in Pro-Am.
Lucas, explain your day.
Well, very tough day, but finally we got the championship. Really happy for Nissan, for GT Academy, for RGN team. They were really hard. It was a really tough race against all the Ferraris, and yeah, finally we did it. But feel really a bit with Alex, you know, because Alex had a, you know, really clean start, really good pace, really good car for this weekend, and then, you know, very unfortunate, but really happy to win the championship. And thanks to Nissan, we have done another step forward in my racing career, and looking forward for Navarra next weekend, and keep learning, keep following these results, and yeah, really happy and excited for all the team.
Well, champion, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So Lucas Ordóñez then, who, when we last heard from him, was looking a bit worried about life because didn't know for definite whether his car could carry on in the race. Well, it did, and with the dramas for others and places shuffling around in the class, in the end he's able to come through and take not just a good result in the race, but also to be the Pro-Am champion. The podium ceremonies getting underway, and out onto the podium come the drivers in the Gentleman Trophy, where we have the class winners, and we have from the GT Course team at one end of the podium, Alexander Matschel and Christian Kohlhaas, and there the class victors for Sport Garage, Eric Queyrol, Bruce Logériaroux and Giustino Ascarate. The Gentleman Trophy is won at the Nürburgring for Sport Garage by Eric Queyrol, Bruce Logériaroux and Giustino Ascarate, two French drivers along with the Venezuelan. The trophy is being presented first to two-thirds of the third-place team, namely Alexander Matschel and Christian Kohlhaas. Pierre-Eric not there. The last time he got out of the car, he looked a little bit in discomfort. He's not on the podium. For second place, Karim Auger gets a little applause, and Marlene Broggi receives her trophy as well. Marlene Broggi, the Belgian girl, the Saudi Arabian and Swiss national Karim Auger, who did the bulk of his early racing in the UK in Formula Palmer Audi before going to international sports cars. But there are the class winners, because there is Eric Queyrol in the middle, to his right Bruce Logériaroux and the Venezuelan driver Giustino Ascarate there on the top step of the podium. The champagne is at the driver's feet. Now, as true gentlemen, of course, they're not going to attack Marlene Broggi, are they? Marlene tries to fight back as best. I think she will do. You expect gentlemen to go and drink the champagne, but oh, no, not in Blockpan. Champagne for everybody, and it must be sprayed. The results in the Gentleman Trophy: 174 laps done by the winning car of Ascarate, Queyrol and Logériaroux, ahead of Broggi and Auger. Pierre-Eric, Alexander Matschel and Christian Kohlhaas third, ahead of Andreazzi, Palladino and Aldana. Howard Blank, Jean-Marc Bachelier and Yannick Manigault fifth, Daniel De Bruyne and Christian Kelder sixth. And after that, you get to the drivers that had big problems and limped to the end. De Bruyne and Kelder sixth, ahead of Thierry Penot and Gorini with late race damage. But after that, the drivers not classified, having not done enough of the distance. Gentleman Trophy, as ever, has given plenty of good racing throughout the season. This is how the championship ultimately looks. Jean-Luc Bobelic, Jean-Luc Blanchimont and Patrice Guélard, the class winners, ahead of Leonardo Guarini with some good results over the season. Then Beniamino Caccia ahead of Romain Brandella. The win today helps Bruce Logériaroux up to fifth, ahead of Spa winner Fred Bouby. Then seventh, Paolo Andreassi and Pablo Palladino. Next on to the podium are the drivers in Pro-Am, where you have third Klaus Hummel, Steve Jans and Adam Christodoulou. For second place, Michele Ceruti and Stefano Comodini. And the top step of the podium goes the way of Kirill Ladygin, Victor Shaheitar and Anton Ladygin. The Russian team, SMP Racing, takes victory, and the trophies will be presented. I think this is the first time for a Blancpain Endurance Series event where we've had two female drivers on podiums, two different classes, and it turns out in the same place. Second, Adam Christodoulou there on the left as you look, along with Steve Jans and then Klaus Hummel, Brit, Luxembourg, and Dutch drivers represented in third place. Second, Michele Ceruti is all smiles, and a very happy co-driver in the person there of Stefano Comodini. And then the top step of the podium, Anton Ladygin, Kirill Ladygin, and Victor Shaheitar gets his trophy. The winners for SMP Racing in their Ferrari 458 Italia. That has been an excellent effort. They miss out on the championship by just 2 points to Kirill Ladygin and Victor Shaheitar, but the battle is still on, and it's with the champagne. Anton Ladygin is first, I think, with the cork out of the bottle. And the champagne saturates everybody on the podium. Victory in Pro-Am to Ferrari, to Kirill and Anton Ladygin, and to Victor Shaheitar. This is how the result looks. The two Ladygin brothers and Shaheitar ahead of Ceruti and Comodini. Hummel, Jans and Christodoulou third ahead of Wouters, Dermot and Verviche. Lebed, Krugling and Gianmaria come home fifth ahead of Delhay and Albert. The Haribo Porsche 7th, Lucas Ordonez, the champion, 8th ahead of Alex Buncombe and his co-driver Schulzitsky and Marlborough. That brake problem really putting pay to Alex's chances. So Lucas Ordonez wins the title by 2 points from Ladygin, Kay and Shaheitar. Peter Pizzera ends up third ahead of Alex Buncombe. Nick Homerson, Louis Machiels and the absent Andrea Bertolini's chances went into the barriers with Fabio Babini at the wheel. They're tied on points then with Klaus Hummel, Steve Jans and Adam Christodoulou, with Ludovic Badet and Henry Hassid 8th with the BMW, another car that retired from the race. And so now we move to the Pro Cup podium. Third place to Andy Soucek, Mike Parisi and Antoine Leclerc. The ART Grand Prix McLaren MP4 12C drivers make their way to the third step. For the second step, Maxime Martin, Bas Leinders and Jelmer Berman get a great reception from their team. They gave it everything and came so close to winning the championship. But the Blancpain 1000 is won by Mercedes, by HTP Motorsport, by Maximilian Burke, Maximilian Goetz and Bernd Schneider, congratulated by the series promoter Stefan Rattel as they make their way onto the podium and they shuffle around so that it is the new champion, Maximilian Burke, in the centre of the podium as the German drivers and German team celebrate on home soil. It is a victory for the German drivers. Above the flags finally arrive. Victory in the Blancpain 1000 to Maximilian Burke, Maximilian Goetz and Bernd Schneider. The third place trophy is presented to Andy Soucek, to Mike Parisi and to Antoine Leclerc. At the other end of the podium, the trophies go to Maxime Martin, to Bas Leinders in the middle, to Jelmer Berman nearest to the camera. The two Belgians and the Dutchman have done a great job all season, and they now hold the trophies aloft. And now to the race winner, Maxi Goetz, Maxi Burke and Bernd Schneider receive their trophies. And with the drivers on the podium, you know exactly what's going to happen next. Team's representatives tries to make a runner, just about gets away with it as the champagne is sprayed. At Spa, we have victorious Mercedes drivers. It's happened again here. For the second year in a row, Marc VDS Racing is denied the championship, despite the best efforts of Maxime Martin right at the very end of the race. But Maxime Buch takes the championship, and it's all smiles on the podium. This is how Pro Cup looked in the race. HTP Motorsport comes home victorious ahead of Marc VDS Racing Team. McLaren third, thanks to Mike Parisi, Antoine Leclerc and Andy Soucek. Scriabin, Bobby and Pierre Guidi take fourth ahead of Kazuki Hoshino, Stephen Kane and Peter Dumbrack. Paltela, Moser and Katzberg sixth in class ahead of Hubert Haupt, Luca Ludwig and Andreas Simonsen. And last year's winners, Mark Henrici and Xavier Marson, eighth with Maxime Soulet. And on that page you can see those that had problems. Only 13th in class after being in the gravel, Audi number 2. 44 Ferrari, battled to the end, 20th overall, having come here as the championship leader, scoring no points in the end. And so the Pro Cup in the end won by Maximilian Buch. Second, Goetz and Schneider on equal points as Leinders, Martin and Berman. But because of the race results on the tie-break, that's how Schneider and Goetz get classified second with more race wins. So they may have only done, in some cases 2, in one case 3 races this season, but still Buch, Goetz and Schneider mop up the top of the Pro Cup in the Blancpain Endurance Series. So, in the shadow of the Eiffel Mountains, the Blancpain 1000 has delivered a great race. Bob Neville makes his way out onto the podium, along with Jérôme Policante, as the championship teams, Sofrev from the Gentleman Trophy, RJN for Pro-Am, and Baz Leinders, Marc VDS Racing Team, takes the Pro Cup Teams Championship. Sofrev, Autosport Promotion, Jérôme Policante, who's been in the race, but briefly, having crashed out, or his car crashed out on the first lap. Bob Neville in the middle, and Baz Leinders, you've seen a lot of in the course of this race. The 3 team principals on the podium celebrate with these very impressive Blancpain clocks. As the team principals make their way from the podium, I suspect there is more to come, because now we will, if possible, have the championship presentations, and so out will come Patrice Guélard, Jean-Luc Blanchimont and Jean-Luc Bobelic. They are the winners of the Gentleman Trophy. Somewhere in the background is Patrice Guélard. Et voilà, there he is. So they do Jean-Luc. That's the Gentleman Trophy podium. Lucas Ordóñez is the man who wins Pro-Am, and there is the winner of the Pro Cup, somewhat dwarfed by the rest of them, Maximilian Buch. A clock for Lucas Ordóñez. A clock which is almost as big as Maximilian Buch, and one clock between the 3 at Sofrev. So there, the winning drivers, the champions. Oh no, there is one each. Patrice Guélard and now Jean-Luc Blanchimont receive there. Jean-Luc Bobelic rather hogged the first clock. Maximilian Buch checks it's the right time, and it is, trust me. So for all of the champions, these very impressive Blancpain clocks are presented, and Lucas Ordóñez, Patrice Guélard, Jean-Luc Bobelic, Maximilian Buch and Jean-Luc Blanchimont are the drivers you see. The 3 in the red overalls, winners of the Gentleman Trophy. Lucas Ordóñez is the Pro-Am champion, and the Pro Cup winner is Maximilian Buch. Baz Leinders, as a winning team principal, arrives on the podium, as also does Bob Neville to stand with his driver Lucas Ordóñez, and Jérôme Policante goes and joins his men at the other end of the podium itself. The first ever Blancpain 1000, I think, has been a big hit. It's given us another interesting race, some great battles throughout the field, lots to talk about, and a whole new set of elements to consider, shall we say, for the teams. Next year's calendar is 5 races long, very similar to this year's in terms of the venues, in terms of the race duration. 3 hours will be the norm, plus 24, plus hopefully the Blancpain 1000 as well. This is the Pro Cup. It is the team's classification. Marc VDS Racing in the end, 39 points up on the Belgian Audi Club team WRT. Castle Racing third ahead of JRM. HTP Motorsport fifth from ART Grand Prix and Phoenix Racing. Then it's Manthey, Hexis, Gulf, Aston Martin Racing that won at Silverstone, and ProSpeed to round out top 12 within the Pro Cup. The team's classification just as important to the engineers and the mechanics as the drivers' competition is. And Mark VDS Racing Team comes out on top. There's the story of Pro-Am, Nissan, Nismo, Bob Neville and Lucas Ordonez. The Spaniard, the very first winner of the Nissan GT PlayStation Academy, makes his way off the podium, and he has had a major part to play in guiding Bob Neville's squad to the team's championship. AF Corsa second, just 5 points back and 10 clear of SMP Racing. Black Falcon fourth, ahead of Thirier by TDS Racing. Then Boutsen Gignon, Royal Motorsport, Team Ukraine ahead of the absent GRT Grasler Racing Team, ART Grand Prix, SMG Challenge, and then Barwell round out the 12. A number of those teams having dipped in and out of the championship over the course of the season. And of course the Gentleman Trophy has been rather Ferrari dominated at times, with Sofrev Autosport Promotion taking the title from Ferrari Team Sport Garage, from Ferrari Team Kessel Racing. Then Ferrari Team AF Corsa ahead of the Porsche teams Delahaye Racing, ARC Bratislava, Pro GT by Almera and Pro Speed. Mercedes Pressy Spark, which depending on who drove switched between Gentleman Trophy and Pro-Am, ended up 9th ahead of Boutsen Gignon's McLaren, and the Kinfan AMR team, which in Silverstone comes home 10th for Aston Martin. So what a race it has been. Mercedes victorious in the very first Blancpain 1000, and there the winning drivers on the podium. Ben Schneider, Maximilian Goetz, Maxi Buch celebrating their victory, and as the race we talked about being won by Mercedes, there was a lot more to it than that, with battles all the way through the race, all the way through the field, all the way through 6 hours, and it looked a little like this. As the race got underway from pole position, it was Maximilian Goetz who converted pole into the lead, and straight away Eric Dermont's Porsche was in trouble, with flames coming out of the back with an exhaust problem, putting the temperature up, igniting the exhaust and the bodywork, and therefore that car, as you can see, burning its way around lap 1, was in the pits by the very end of the first tour. Even before turn 5, though, it all kicked off. There was contact and 2 Ferraris off into the barrier. They weren't the only ones in trouble, as the SMP Racing and Sofrev cars retired straight away because Andrew Danilov had problems, the Canadian lawyer, working his way past the spun Insight Racing Ferrari. Pressing on was Bas Linders in the opening stint of the race, trying to work his way up through the order, and an early puncture delayed car 21 BMW. Cody Gosselin heading to the pit lane. Building up an early lead that was really to be the story of the race was Maximilian Goetz. Alvaro Parent and Daniel Zampieri soon fell out. This was the first bit of contact going into turn 2. Zampieri got his own back though. For that, he copped a drive-through penalty. He'd also earn a second one later in the race for not slowing down sufficiently under yellow flags. Pit stop started to cycle through. The very first of the leading cars to come in was Audi number 2, to get that out of sequence and to give the team enough room to work on the other 2 cars if they pitted at the same time. Ben Schneider did the middle stint in the 84 Mercedes. We lost number 50, Fabio Babini, in spectacular style after he tagged the Stephen Kane Nissan. That continued to finish the race 6th overall, but Fabio Babini in his first race for AF Corsa may well have had his last. With a wrecked car, so were the hopes of his 2 co-drivers. Then Cesar Ramos had a big spin, and Wolfgang Reip's Nissan had been lent on, putting that off the road as well. The Ferrari went into its garage, but it just would not lie down and give up. 20th, it dragged itself to the end, 6 laps behind this car. Schneider, Goetz and Buch continued well up front as the Mercedes of Morgan Jones contacted Jan Gaudi's McLaren down at turn 1. Mercedes was in the gravel and it was retired with damage. The next battle on track centred around BMW number 3 as it pushed on to catch up to the tail end of the number 11 McLaren, but it couldn't find a way through, and so it was brought into the pits out of sequence and out of the traffic. Off yet again went Ferrari number 44, but it got back on track and battled on to the end. On the pit stops, BMW number 3 jumped ahead of the 11 McLaren, Andy Soucek having done a good, valiant stint to fend off Maxime Martin. Number 1, though, with problems, and although the car ended up 16th, it lost 3 laps. Number 13, the Stippler Rast car, ultimately would be a retirement. It had a brake pad change, but sadly that car was out of contention and out of the race. Out of brakes was Jan Mardenborough. out of luck was co-driver Alex Buncombe as the car was brought into the garage. And at that point, it looked for both Lucas Ordóñez and Alex Buncombe as though their championship hopes had disappeared. There was more to come. A brake pad change for BMW number 4 as well. That delayed that car and dropped it down to 7th place overall, 6th in class by the end. Number 90 Ferrari was doing a good solid job up to 4th by the end as 84 went into the garage to have its brake pads changed. And that enabled Maxime Martin to take over the race lead. It was very close going into the last hour of the race. Maxime Martin it was who led down towards turn 1. And then Maximilian Buch caught him up. Then the battle really came alive as the two nose to tail ran for half an hour, being delayed by number 6 Audi. Get out of the way, said Bas Linders. Max Buch made his first challenge on the inside at turn 1, but he ran wide. Maxime Martin nipped back ahead. Max Goetz was aware of what was going on. There was little he could do from the pit wall. They dodged a crippled Ferrari as they continued their lead fight. Eventually, though, it was this move up the inside, almost with 2 wheels on the grass, that gave Maximilian Buch the lead, and from there was nothing that Maxime Martin could do. He did his best to stay on terms with the Mercedes, but the Mercedes always had better pace, and so inevitably it was going to be the winning car. Maximilian Buch did 1 race extra in the championship than his co-drivers. That was enough to give him the Pro Cup title. Pro-Am honours went the way of the Ladygin brothers and Victor Scheiter. They were running strongly in 5th place overall, but as the checkered flag flew at the Nürburgring, the Blancpain 1000 won by Mercedes, by Max Buch, Max Goetz and by Bernd Schneider, who celebrated a victory. Happy scenes in the pit lane. Mercedes wins the Blancpain 1000. Maximilian Buch wins the championship. From the Nürburgring, for Jack Nicholls and John Watson, from me, David Addison, it's goodbye at the end of the 2013 Blancpain Endurance Series.